596 Statehood into autonomy, 1983 to 1993. The Israeli Navy intensified its patrols, capturing 50 suspected guerrillas in early February. 145 The PLO, for its part, responded to the Syrian deployment in Beirut by holding Syria responsible for lifting the siege of the camps. Syria had other priorities, however. In early March, Syrian and Lebanese troops deployed at the Awali estuary, blocking Palestinian supply routes between Sidon and the PSP zone of control. Ghanan was unequivocal: the siege of the camps would continue until their political problem is solved, and until the brothers in the PNSF are able to expel the men of Arafat, with whom we will settle our accounts. 146 The stance was untenable, however, and Syrian troops deployed around Shatila and Burj al-Barajana on April 7, allowing a trickle of food and medical supplies to enter the two camps after 163 days of near-total blockade. Another round of the camps war was over. The death toll in the camps reached 452, with another 861 wounded and 140 missing, while 32,000 of 144,000 refugees registered with UNRWA had been displaced. 147 This time half the overall casualties were military. In Shatila, where their proportion was highest, 98 armed defenders had died and 442 suffered injury in a garrison of 900 to 1,200. 148. The dissidents' moment of truth. The ordeal of the refugee camps was still far from over, but the Syrian intervention confirmed the failure of Amal and the unraveling of the various coalitions put together by Syria among its Lebanese allies and the Palestinian opposition groups. The conflict had also allowed the PLO to mend its alliances with Algeria, South Yemen, and the USSR. The Jordanian government initiated a limited reconciliation, condemning the camps war, overlooking an attempt to assassinate Adila and the defection of several of his supporters to the PLO in January, and inviting Wazir to Amman in mid-February. The DFLP, which had abandoned its joint command with the PFLP in spring 1986, PCP, and PFLP in the meantime held extensive talks with Fatah, which promised to abrogate the Amman Accord and downgrade the dialogue with Egypt. 149 This was sufficient to persuade these groups to attend a national unity session of the PNC in Algiers at the end of April. The PFGC, Ṣāyigh, and Fatah dissidents had rejected similar political overtures by Fatah and boycotted the PNC, but the PPSF, which was kept away by last-minute Syrian pressure, announced its withdrawal from the PNSF. PLF Asian leader Talat Yaqub also broke ranks with Abd al-Fattah Ghanem, who remained in Damascus, to rejoin the wing headed by Zaydan and attend the PNC. The Palestinian opposition was irretrievably split. Its principal members had been faced with an impossible choice over the preceding 2 years. To accept the Syrian-backed war on the refugee camps was morally repugnant and politically suicidal among the wider Palestinian constituency, but to diverge from Syrian policy and confront the onslaught lent credence to the anti-Syrian stance. Struggle within, struggle without. 597. Of Arafat and, by extension, to his wider diplomatic strategy. The PLO chairman understood this dilemma perfectly, and kept the camps war active or even escalated it at times, as at Makdusa, with the single-minded purpose of driving the opposition from the middle ground in which it sought political safety. It did not help that Syria pursued its own objectives with single-minded and often cruel determination, that raised deep foreboding about the nature of its supposed alliance with the Palestinian opposition. The principal opposition groups were encouraged by the political concessions Fatah was willing to make, formal abrogation of the defunct Amman Accord, and curtailment of contacts with Egypt, and by the improvement of PLO relations with the USSR and Syria's Arab allies, to ignore Syrian displeasure and return to the FOLD during an appropriately named unity session of the PNC at Algiers at the end of April. The loyalist opposition, FOR such it had become, made clear its preference to operate within the statist structure of the PLO, while the groups that boycotted the PNC relegated themselves conclusively to the sidelines in so doing. The marked decline of the Fatah dissidents revealed these various dynamics most graphically. Their movement had lacked cohesion from the outset. At its core were the military putschists, whose parochial nationalism and personal ambition were cloaked by the ideological mantle and alternative organizational program provided by a separate group of leftist civilian cadres. However, the motivations of the bulk of the rank-and-file FOR joining the revolt were more diverse: a simplistic yearning to return to Fatah's roots FOR some, FOR others anger over the abandonment of families in Beirut and the south after the PLO evacuation in 1982 FOR Palestinians from Lebanon, or intimidation by the dissidents and Syrian intelligence FOR those whose families lived in Syria or areas under Syrian control, and a genuine desire FOR internal reform FOR a great many. This applied especially to the numerous officers and bureaucrats who had not been members of the secret military network led by AMLA or the clandestine Marxist F-Asians before the mutiny of May 1983, and who only rebelled after being FA-said with the fait accompli or after coming under siege in the Bekaa Valley in following months. Many officers, including dissident brigade commanders Umar Abu Layla, Muhammad Jihad, and Wasif Urakat, were deeply unhappy with the internecine violence and equally uneasy about the alliance with Syria, and refused to send units to participate in the assault on the loyalist stronghold in Tripoli. The departure of Arafat from Tripoli at the end of the year proved to be a Pyrrhic victory. As Muhsin Ibrahim, OACL Secretary General and one of the most trusted Lebanese confidants of the Palestinian movement, later argued, the battle in reality heralded the exodus not only of the loyalist PLO leadership and FORSs, but of all Palestinian combatants and their leaders from North Lebanon and all Lebanese areas. The dissidents might proclaim their imminent return to Beirut, he added, but they failed to understand that there could be no return to the extensive Palestinian armed presence as it was before 1982. 598. Not only was there talk of turning attention against the Israeli occupation in South Lebanon, a futile attempt to wash their hands of the waterfall of Palestinian blood that was shed freely in the name of radicalizing PLO policies, correcting the path of struggle, and implementing organizational reform, but they had in FACT subsequently failed utterly to confront the IDF at all. Adding final insult to injury, Muhsin observed, the dissidents had rapidly committed all the moral excesses tajawuzat maslakiya against which they had originally raised the banner of protest, to pursue, as we expected, a naked struggle FOR 1D HIP 150 EAERS. This judgment was harsh, but uncomfortably close to its mark. The end of the Battle of Tripoli erased any sense of common purpose among the dissidents, and revealed their lack of a coherent political and ideological program. It also pushed their internal rivalries to the FORE, most immediately between FOR Fatah Central Committee member Saleh and AMLA. Saleh saw himself as the natural successor to Arafat and the leader of the FOR Soviet group in Fatah, and now sought to consolidate his position by staffing the dissident regional command FOR Lebanon with his followers, setting up a military security apparatus and other new bodies, and using his control of Libyan assistance to dispense patronage freely. The uprising against the Jama'iyal government in February 1984 seemed to offer an opportunity to re-establish the Palestinian movement in Beirut under his leadership, and he visited the city several times in the following weeks to forge an alliance with the Nasirite Murabitan and other local militias. When the Syrian authorities responded by restricting Saleh's entry to Lebanon in March, AMLA exploited his discomfort to set up a parallel channel of financial aid from Libya and demonstrated his own utility to Syrian intelligence by arranging a steady supply of information on Arafatists returning to Lebanon. The continued obsession of the dissident leadership with the struggle against Arafat worried the middle-of-the-road officers who also chafed at its refusal, in deference to Syrian wishes, to authorize a guerrilla campaign against Israeli forces in Lebanon. 3 brigade commanders and a number of other officers now planned a second corrective movement, this time against the dissident leadership. Their aim was to take control of the combat units in Lebanon, appeal to Saleh FOR leadership, and declare their return to legitimacy, that is, The PLO under Arafat. 151 Syrian intelligence came into possession of the details at the beginning of June, however, and quickly stifled the incipient revolt. A dissident military court sentenced the ringleaders to death but stayed execution, and then released them after a wave of protests within the ranks and in the refugee camps. The Syrian authorities later deported the officers or encouraged them to leave the country, and placed Ṣāyigh under house arrest, where he remained until his death of cardiac arrest in September 1991. The dissidents never recovered, as a collective exodus reduced their numbers severely in the following months. They had claimed a payroll of between 10,000 and 15,000, including 4,000 to 5,000 armed personnel, in spring 1984, but up to struggle within, struggle without 599. 2,000 members left during the summer alone, many of whom rejoined the PL. 0.152. The most serious drain was of combat personnel. Not one of the 5 dissident brigades had more than 200 men by the end of the year. Hundreds of former dissidents received token salaries from the housebound Ṣāyigh, who drew on leftover Libyan funds and discreet assistance from the PLO, or took employment in construction and other manual work. Many joined other guerrilla groups, including the hitherto secretive Abu Nidal Faction, which was now intent on building up its combat bases in East Lebanon and welcomed the influx. Over the following period, AMLA, who had previously disguised his real power, took formal responsibility for military affairs in the dissident movement and PNSF and assumed command of the western sector. Moraga retained a nominal post as secretary of the Provisional Command, but AMLA tightened his control by appointing Mahmoud Isa as chief operations officer and Ṣāyigh, Abu Khalid Shinner, and Abu al-Abd al-Bathat to head various security and intelligence agencies, and by co-opting Ṣāyigh and Shinner to the Provisional Command. The key bonds were former service in the Jordanian army and common origin from the Hebron district. Although clan and family ties also played a role, AMLA appointed a relative, Abu Nidal al-Amla, to head financial affairs. He also reintroduced formal military ranks in all sectors, including civilian departments, and used his power of appointment to reward loyalty or punish recalcitrants. As he strove for dominance, AMLA ordered the detention of the senior PLO finance officer in Damascus, Darwish al-Abiad, who was forced to divulge bank account numbers and sign away deed to Fatah real estate in the country. The dissidents reportedly acquired $1.5 million in this manner, but the PLO was able to save another $53 million. 153 The rise of AMLA disquieted the leftist civilian cadres whose defection in May 1983 had given the rebellion much of its organizational base, ideological appeal, and political credibility. Their complaints about financial mismanagement and general lack of accountability multiplied, but to no avail. The camps war brought the tension to a head, and gave AMLA the opportunity to consolidate his power. Dissident personnel in Lebanon had spontaneously set aside their differences with the loyalists and FOUG under their overall leadership to defend the Shatila and Burj al-Barajina camps in May 1985, and eagerly defied Syrian orders to join the artillery barrage against Amal and the Shiite-populated suburbs of Beirut. With the resumption of the camps war in May 1986, the dissident leadership ordered 33 combat officers and senior cadres, including the head of the regional command, to return to Syria. 154 To ensure greater internal control and compliance with Syrian demands for neutrality in the conflict, AMLA now appointed his confidant and leading ideologue, Ilyas Shufani, to head the regional command. Shufani, member of the Provisional Command responsible for mobilization and organization, waged a bitter campaign against leniency towards the loyalists, insisting that promotion should go only to those who had been shed the blood of an Arafatist. 155. 600. It was against this background that Provisional Command member Sami Abu Quaik posed a second challenge to AMLA. Like Ṣāyigh before him, Abu Quaik based his claim to leadership of the dissident movement on former membership of the Fatah Central Committee. He also had long-standing ties with Abu Nidal faction leader Sabri al-Banna, going back to their days together in the Fatah Regional Command in Jordan in 1968, and used this bond to propose a merger in spring 1986. AMLA, who had secretly coordinated with the Abu Nidal faction and received financial assistance from it, possibly since 1982, cautiously stood aloof, but approved the merger. 156 Libya eagerly offered to fund the unified movement, possibly to reduce its overall contribution, which dropped from a reported $5 to $6 million in 1983 to $2.7 million in 1986, and a joint leadership committee was formed with Maraga, Abu Quaik, and Ahmed Al-Khatib representing Fatah Provisional Command, and Abd al-Rahman Isa, intelligence chief, and Mustafa Murad, military commander, representing Fatah Revolutionary Council. Abu Quaik fondly concluded that he could now assume leadership of the dissidents, but discovered that he had little following among the all-important military and security agencies, loyal to AMLA, or the leftist civilian cadres, who disdained him. He hurriedly tried to rally the support of such veteran senior officers as Muhammad Jihad, Muhammad Badr, Wasif Urakat, and Yusuf Qayyad, but they had been largely sidelined by the astute AMLA and had little remaining power. The intervention of Syrian intelligence, which seized Abu Quaik's office and handed it over to AMLA, determined the outcome, and his military allies eventually left Syria for Jordan and Tunis a few years later. Abu Quaik's eventual exclusion from the Provisional Command removed its last claim to legitimate dissent from the Fatah Central Committee. The Abu Nidal faction had assisted his downfall by secretly inviting his aides to defect, and attracted hundreds of other disillusioned dissidents, including a brigade commander, to its own ranks. This influx and continued access to Libyan funds allowed it to expand from an estimated strength of 500 to 800 active MEMBers and to reorganize its People's Army Directorate in Lebanon into 5 regional commands by the end of the year. 157 The reduction of Libyan aid intensified the rivalry between Fatah PC and Fatah RC, and it was partly for this reason, as well as to stifle internal dissent, that the dissident command pledged to second hundreds of members to the Libyan army for service in the border dispute with Chad. This failed to halt the decline. The dissident Command had disbanded the Said Sale forces in 1985 and did the same with the Shkif forces in 1986, and by the end of the year AMLA was trying to disguise the predicament by pronouncing his desire for a revolution with no more than HD5H. 158. ATOs and G-TERs. Abu Nidal faction leader Banna, conversely, hoped at long last to emerge from the shadows and win acceptance of his Fatah Revolutionary Council as a bona fide guerrilla group and PLO member. This had been the underlying logic behind the formation of the People's Army in 1985, establishment of public struggle within, struggle without. 601. Offices and social services in refugee camps in southern Lebanon, and curtailment of ties with Syria by the end of 1986. Apparently there had initially been some opposition within the faction to the influx of former Fatah dissidents. In August 1, 1984 its mouthpiece announced the dismissal of all members who had joined since the beginning of 1983, but this was overcome. 159 The faction was already led by a central committee, from which a Politburo, known as the Daily Command, was drawn, but by October 1986 it claimed to have completed the restructuring of the Revolutionary Council as its internal legislative body. Conduct elections for its leading bodies, including a central body for organizational supervision, and established new departments and committees to direct the growing organizational, political, and mass activities. 160 In early 1987 and assured Banna held talks with Wazir and Caliph in Algiers to negotiate entry to the PNC, but they were unwilling to accept his terms and the attempt ended in failure. Disappointed, the paranoid Banna oversaw the wholesale destruction of his People's Army in a frenzy of bloodletting that started in November. According to senior cadres who subsequently broke away, Commanders Jasir al-Disi and Aish Badran and 600 other guerrillas were executed and buried in secret detention centers near Sidon on the grounds of being enemy agents. Another 120 escaped death by joining the PFLP, but 15 May 6 have died in a second bout of mass murder in the F-Asians camps in Libya, among them deputy leader Mustafa Murad, in whose torture and death Banna reportedly took personal part. 161 Shocked to discover the extent of the slaughter, which had been kept a closely guarded secret, official spokesman and ideologue Atif Abubakar and FORMER intelligence chief Abd al-Rahman Issa broke away in October 1, 989 to FORM an emergency leadership with the help of PLO security chief Salah Khalif. 162 The politics of manipulation. The drastic decline of the dissidents, and for that matter Banna's desire to join the PLO, revealed the extent to which Arafat's provocative strategy during the camps war in Lebanon had succeeded, above all by transforming the internal crisis of the PLO into a nationalist struggle with Syria over the autonomy of Palestinian political will and decision-making. His ability to manipulate the conflict in this manner was equally due to the success of his drive for absolute control within Fatah and the PLO, which in turn was the result of a combination of external and internal F-aiders. The evacuation from Beirut was a case in point, as it led to the dismantling of the power bases of actual or potential rivals, the intelligence and security apparatuses headed by Khalif and Hayal Abd al-Hamid, and the civilian organization, FOR, which Mohammed name was ultimately responsible. The expulsion of Yazīd from Jordan in July 1, 986 and the rift with Tunisia shortly after had a similar impact. The relocation of PLO headquarters limited the authority of officials who remained in Tunis, while those who 602 tried to operate from Baghdad and Sana'a found that they had neither the Commune I Katayan net work nor the administrative apparatus that Arafati had developed to keep pace with his repetitive movement s. Arafati relied on more than external intervention to concentrate power in his hands, however. THEPNC in February 1983 had almost ritualistically reiterated its long ending call SFOR military and financia el unity, but th's time the PLO chairman 2K active advantage. 163 Fires T. He approved the recommendation by the PNC's Military Committee FOR the MIRGEROF Guerrilla FORCES and the PLN ANU, Palestinian National Liberation Army, PNLA, applying it immediate ly to Fatah. 164 This me rely confi remed the exi sting si twashin for Fatah. And the lo yali stpla, but the other groups were also given the opportunity to sh if the financial bulletin rdn for the ir military pe arsenal to the plos Palestine Nation fund, PNF, by the SAME to Kenneth implicitly tied them MORE-FIRMLY into the PLO's STATISTSTRUTORI and enhanced Arafat SGRIP. As a significant ly, the nominal MIRGER allowed him to be ring the Fatah and PLA Finance Department s under his direct cont ROL and to TR and SFER Fatah PE Arsenal onto the PLO pay ROLL. Thursday s freeing Fatah fu nds under his control for other USES. UNTIL then the FORML Institutiona el Autono my and Regulatory Mecani SMS, include INGASE parade in SP Action Department and Annual Auditing OF Account S, OF the PNF, coupled with the STRE NGTHOFCHAR Actor OF its Directors, had con str indexively free handed disbu RSEMENTOF PLO Finance S. However, the lack KOFSERIOUS opposition to the MIRGERFROM the other guerrilla GRUPSOR within Fatah in 1983 and the subsequent appointment OFAMO reply of LE Director at the 1984 PNC, Yazīd al-Hussein, allowed ARAFAT to be RINGPNFOFFICERs to heal TH rough co-optation and INT imitation in AMA North-Northeast RSIM-ILAR to that he had EXERCI said with Fatah Financial officers in the LATE 1970s. Fatah and PLO Finance SRE MAIN distinct, not li st biko se other central committee membershad so me residua el cont rol in the formercase and the pnf re ma and no me nallynde pendant in the latte r, but ARAF at utilized the formal mi literate merger to implement a THIRD mea suri. Th is WASFORTHEPNF to TR and SFER the military budget. WHICHWASINCREASEDIN ACO dance WITH the expansion to $7.5-8 million AMONTH. IN to a spec IALC Heuermann account FORTHEPNLFROMWHICH the ARMISEXPENSES where then DISBU arst, without further control or data I led auditing GBY the FU ND. The opposite IONG RUPSEQYES said in TH is ADMIN ist rative change, ASINTHE others. IN re 2 RNFORRH eater I calconstien S in the PNC politica LPR agra madam and re nawa LOF the IR phi NANCIALQ uata. 165 What they did not KNL, OR cho SE to IG no re, WAS that finance OFFICERs now paid PNLAPE arsenal in loca LC uran IESPURCHASED at BLACK market RATES. LEAVING and Ave Rage Su RP Lu SOF SOMI $5 million ILLI on IN the Chairman's account each month. 166 ASP Ishal Subi Committee OF the Fatha Cent RAL Com ITTH at conducted a SECRET interna LIN key re into THISPRAC Tis in Su MMER 1993 estimated that $540 million ILLION could have entry. The account in the Interven INGPE Riyadh. The Camp SWAR allowed a SIMILAR manipulation of FAWYAR's LATER. Its START the Lebanon Committee, WHICH had been FORMed at the PNC in 1983, WAS. Struggle within, struggle without 603. Revived and transformed into a token military command under Arafat's direct supervision. Much like the understaffed and underfunded general staff, idling the hours away in a Tunis suburb, the Lebanon Committee had no decision-making power, but its existence allowed Arafat to obtain executive committee approval to set up a chairman's account FOR Lebanon, from which he again controlled all disbursement. In August 1, 1989 Arafat formed a second nominal Lebanon Committee, this time attached to the Fatha Central Committee and headed by Abbas Zaki, thus co-opting and distracting a troublesome junior colleague. 167 To these sums entering the chairman's accounts were added the official Saudi contributions to the PLO amounting to $30 million every FEW month starting at least in 1983.168 Payments from other Arab states may also have been dealt with in similar fashion. This went hand in hand with the concentration of the system of patronage, so deeply entrenched was it by now that its primary purpose was no longer to secure political loyalty as such, but rather to ensure the survival of Arafat through the constant regeneration of dependency among the rank and file. By implicating all as participants and inculcating cynicism and resignation, neo-patrimonialism had become Plan 16/9 corrupt lawn. The reactivation of the Lebanon Committee accentuated the concentration of power in Arafat's hands, not least by giving him exclusive control over management of the camp's war and, more broadly, of the FEUD with Syria. This explained the importance of security aide Labib Haywari, who organized a series of bomb attacks against Syrian army positions in Beirut in 1986 and later attempted to take the campaign to Damascus. Coupled with the general need for clandestinity in all areas of Syrian, Israeli, and Lebanese Maronite or government control, the conflict allowed further militarization and fragmentation of what was left of a civilian organization in the country as Arafat personally directed individual intermediaries in the anti-Syrian campaign, -11 and the rearmament and resupply effort for the camps. These contacts were ODCN coordinated on his behalf by a shifting coterie of security aides and troubleshooters, or by Force 17, which performed as the PLO chairman's hold all tickets security, organizational, and military matters. An obvious example was the displacement of Abd al-Hamid, whose responsibility for assigning security officers to PLO missions abroad, and bodyguards for PLO leaders, was progressively taken over by Force 17 Commander Natur after 1985. The unit was directly implicated in the murder in London in July 1987 of Palestinian political cartoonist Naji al-Ali, who had incensed Arafat with his acerbic lampooning. It expanded further as Arafat took to rotating officers from PLO camps in other Arab states through Tunis on short-term assignment, during which they were placed on the Force 17 payroll for alleged administrative convenience, and then keeping them there. 171 The extension of power inevitably generated a growing volume of administrative detail, but for Arafat the issue was not so much to process it efficiently as to control it. To this end, he equipped his offices in various capitals with 604 modem communications equipment, using his headquarters in Tunis as the initial clearinghouse for the receipt, forwarding, and ultimate storage of all documents. Arafat boasted proudly that a satellite link-up allowed him to receive faxed correspondence wherever he was in the world, even in flight. However, his steadfast refusal to delegate responsibility resulted in a backlog of paperwork and erratic attention to issues that did not have his priority status. In this situation, centralization meant fragmentation. The ability to maintain direct voice and fax contact with individual combat officers in Lebanon, for example, encouraged petty rivalry and jealous competition for resources, as each sought the chairman's ear. It also impeded the emergence of an integrated field command, when a joint operations room was formed with the other guerrilla groups in Ain al-Hilwa in November 1986. 6 Fatah battalion commanders and senior officials insisted on being present in addition to Arafat's personal representative, Isam al-Loh, while the local Force 17 commander, who was not invited, petulantly refused to join the offensive on Maqdisa as a means of registering his protest. 172 Arafat deepened the paralysis and fragmentation of the field command still further in the same month by ordering the formation of yet another unit, the Martyr Yazīd Ṣāyigh Battalion, which he attached to his own chairman's security apparatus. 173 At the height of the battle, only DFLP Deputy Secretary General Yasser Abd Rabu and military commander Mamdouh Nawfal could mediate between the Fatah tribes. 174 Arafat's obsessive drive for absolute control was partly an outcome of the siege mentality that afflicted the mainstream leadership in this period. The Israeli raid on PLO headquarters in Tunis in October, followed by the setback of its diplomatic strategy and the collapse of the alliance with Jordan in February 1986, had a particular impact. The violence of the FEUD with Syria was an added factor. Palestinian and Egyptian media alleged that the Syrians had hatched a scheme to shoot down Arafat's aircraft in late May. The PLO chairman now became increasingly paranoid, and his aides spoke of extreme mood swings, a volatile temper, and an at times tenuous grasp of reality. The tendency to autocratic behavior, improvisation in policy, and unconsidered, off-the-cuff decision-making became more marked. There was system, nonetheless, in the effort to weaken Wazir. Arafat had tightened the financial squeeze on the western sector steadily since 1983, and exploited Wazir's loss of a base in Amman in 1986 to poach several of his lieutenants, who were now attached loosely to Force 17. The PLO chairman also strove to curtail Wazir's military and diplomatic contacts, pressuring senior officers not to accompany him on visits to Soviet bloc and other countries that supplied arms, training, and other assistance. 176 Arafat also used his financial control to take over the weekly magazine sponsored by Wazir, Saut al-Bilad, and so cemented what was to be a long-lasting association with its editor, Muhammad Rashid, better known as Khalid Salam. Wazir retained considerable influence, however, and played the key role in repairing relations with Algeria, Libya, and the Soviet bloc, and in drawing the loyalist opposition back. Struggle within, struggle without. 605. into the PLO-FOLD in early 1987. Yet he was compelled to watch bitterly from the sidelines as a new executive committee was sworn in by the PNC in April, his bid to join it thwarted by Arafat. Unlike Wazir, who maintained his reserve before all but his closest aides, Fatah Central Committee member Khalid al-Hassan offered a rare example of public criticism of Arafat in this period. This came in the context of an extensive analysis of PLO options published in 1986, in which he observed that although the Arab states had formally abandoned the military option against Israel by adopting the Fez peace plan of September 1, 1982, the PLO had also contributed to their political paralysis. It was totally estranged from Syria, Jordan, and Lebanon, relations with Egypt were proving ineffective, and the Arab state system had reached an unprecedented degree of fragmentation, all at a time when US-Israeli policy coordination, in contrast, was at its closest. The situation demanded that the PLO work primarily to ensure its survival, which in turn required the preservation and development of its existing structures, but its behavior in FACT revealed serious shortcomings. These included a stark disregard for teamwork and contingency planning, overreaction to differences of opinion, a tendency to confuse friendly relations with dependency on other parties, and a distrust of information that did not come through the PLO's own channels, coupled with a general disinclination to analyze and interpret information and transform it into a plan of action. For Hassan, the root of these ills was monopoly, arrogance, suspicion, and accusation, leading to chaos, confusion, ignorance, failure, and defeats, and to more repression, imprisonment, and confiscation of intellect and minds. Typically he did not mention Arafat by name, but this may also have been because he considered these flaws and the senility of leadership to affect much of the Palestinian political class. Do we have a special genius for failure? He asked. 177 The FACT remained, however, that Arafat had attained an unprecedented concentration of power. This revealed unmistakably the special advantages endowed by operating at the head of a statist structure, whatever its flaws and dysfunctional aspects. He had also demonstrated the potency of the appeal to Palestinian nationalism, backed as it was by neo-patrimonial political management, a system he now personified more than ever before. Yet whatever triumphs the PLO may have achieved by surviving the grueling test of the internal split and the bruising confrontation with Syria and Amal in Lebanon, it still lacked the means of reviving its diplomatic strategy and obtaining the minimum of its core national aims. It could still exert some military pressure on Israel with occasional guerrilla attacks or naval raids, but this was just as likely to alienate the US and underline the basic predicament of the PLO. Nor could this strategic conundrum be resolved by the Camps War, the political utility of which had largely been expended by now. Supervised by Syrian intelligence, Amal still prevented the entry of non-perishable and canned foods, medicines and surgical equipment, fuel, batteries, machinery, and building materials to the besieged refugee camps, and its sniper fire continued to 606. Exact a toll of their inhabitants. Clashes became a daily occurrence around Ain al-Hilwa in mid-August, but the build-up of IDF and SLA forces in the Jazin district to the east prompted the local protagonists to observe a truce. 178 The PLO itself claimed a strength of 10,000 combatants in the Sidon area by now, but in any case Amal had had enough by then. 179 On August 30 Berry proposed a disengagement of forces in all sectors, reconstruction of the camps, and the reopening of schools, and offered to include the PLO-dominated popular committees from the camps in security talks with Amal, leftist Lebanese parties, and the Syrian peacekeeping force. 180 This displeased Syria, which instigated clashes the next day and again after Berry approved an agreement reached by his representatives with PLO officials on 1 September 1. 181 Its losses in the Camps War and the growing challenge from Hezbollah put Amal in an untenable position, however. And in early November the beleaguered Berry held talks in Algiers with DFLP Secretary General Hawatma, who was deputized for this purpose by Arafat. 182 Lebanon had become a minor sideshow, leaving the PLO with its strategic dilemma. Arafat had mended his ties with the Tunisian government, but visitors to his headquarters during the summer and autumn of 1987 found little of the frenetic bustle that had long been his hallmark. All but absent were the PLO officials, foreign dignitaries, and journalists waiting into the early hours of the morning for brief interviews. The telephone rarely rang, and the reams of papers to be scanned and signed had dwindled. Relations with the USSR had thawed, but Gorbachev was signaling substantive changes in Soviet Middle East policy as he proceeded with Glasnost and Perestroika. The Iran-Iraq war still diverted Arab attention and resources, moreover, further undermining any hope of relaunching PLO diplomacy. The extent to which Palestinian concerns had been relegated to the margin was starkly revealed during the Arab Summit Conference in Amman in mid-November. Having been deliberately snubbed by King Hussein, who neglected to meet him at the airport and overlooked the PLO completely in his opening address, Arafat was unable to induce the other Arab leaders to make more than ritual mention of Palestine in their final statement. His own subsequent comment that "what I wanted I got. I am very comfortable with the results of the Arab summit" was stoic, but unconvincing. 183 The PLO remained in the wilderness, until salvation suddenly came in the unexpected guise of a road accident in Gaza, on December 8. 25. Intifada to the rescue. The making of a revolt. On December 8, 1987, an Israeli agricultural vehicle drove into two cars carrying Palestinian workers from Gaza, killing four. Angry crowds gathered as the news spread, convinced that the accident had been a deliberate act of murder, and then attacked Israeli military outposts and patrols. There had been numerous demonstrations and confrontations during the year, the latest in response to the death of four members of the little-known Islamic Jihad movement on October 7. The occupied territories were again electrified on November 25, when a lone PFGC guerrilla flew over the Lebanese-Israeli border in a motorized hang glider and killed 6 soldiers and wounded 7 at an IDF camp near Kiryat Shmona before being killed himself. In this atmosphere, the rioting sparked by the road accident spread quickly to other parts of the Gaza Strip and then to the West Bank. The coordinator of government activities in the occupied territories, Shmuel Goren, initially denied that a popular rebellion had started, dismissing the demonstrations as merely the peak in a periodic cycle of unrest. One reassured by his generals that this was not even the beginning of a rebellion, but rather a rush of events centered in various locations and instigated by a minority. Israeli Prime Minister Yitzhak Shamir similarly shrugged off the protests. The uprising showed no sign of abating in the next few weeks, however, and then continued forcefully into the new year. Driving it was the cumulative impact of economic and social developments over the preceding decade. By 1987, 52% of the area of the West Bank and 42% of Gaza had come under direct Israeli control, while the number of Jewish settlers had reached 67,000, besides an even larger number in the settlements arching around East Jerusalem. 3 To the highly visible threat of Israeli encroachment was added the effect of Israeli policies since 1967 on the local economy. Industrial labor declined from 15% of the total employed workforce to 10.4% by 1986, that in agriculture from 34.3 to 15.9%, construction from 11.7 to 7.3%, and services from 38.6 to 30.1%. For wage labor in Israel absorbed up to 125,000 Palestinian commuters daily, 40% of the total, but only half were registered with Israeli labor exchanges, and all were wholly vulnerable to fluctuations in the Israeli economy. 5 The drop in oil revenues meanwhile reduced the outflow of labor to the Arab petroleum exporting 608 countries, from an average of 17,900 annually in 1974 to 81 to 4,900 from 1982 onwards, fueling unemployment while cutting remittances. which had reached $55 million in 1978.6. Yet as pressure to relax restrictions on Palestinian entrepreneurial activity and investment intensified in early 1985, Defense Minister Rabin replied that there will be no development in the occupied territories initiated by the Israeli government, and no permits will be given for expanding agriculture or industry there, which may compete with the State of Israel. 7 Restricted employment opportunities had a special impact on a population with nearly 50% are under the age of 15 and 70% are under 30. The expansion of tertiary education exacerbated the pressure. University enrollment reached 1,500 in 1984-5 besides several thousand registered at 11 technical colleges, and 10,000 to 15,000 students abroad, but only 20% of the 1,000 graduates and 1,500 school leavers entering the local job market each year could find employment. 8. There was a close correlation between these patterns and the marked rise of overt resistance to the Israeli occupation. In one sample of 500 convicted security offenders, 87% were under 30, 82% had attained secondary education or higher, and 25% were students. 9. Illegal acts such as stone throwing and demonstrations rose from 953 in 1985 to 1,358 in 1986 and 2,982 in 1987. While armed attacks rose from 351 in 1983 to 870 in 1986. 10. By 1985 an estimated 250,000 Palestinians had experienced interrogation or detention. 40% of all adult males had been held for at least one night since 1967, of whom 43,000 had received prison sentences in Gaza alone. 11. In the next 2 years 103 Palestinians died, 668 were wounded, and 12,842 were arrested in confrontations with Israeli forces, while Israeli military courts passed another 7,457 sentences for security offenses. In short, the patterns and skills of revolt were already in place by the start of the Intifada. Although the spread of education and unemployment were necessary conditions for rising nationalism in the occupied territories, they did not predetermine political leadership, organizational structure, or ideological preference. The Israeli ban on the National Guidance Committee in March 1, 1982 removed the only body with a claim to territory-wide leadership, while the forced departure of the PLO from Lebanon and its internal crisis contributed to the loss of political direction. In the following period the PLO promoted public figures, Shakhsiyat MMA, nationalists loosely affiliated to Fatah and mostly drawn from established middle-class families, including some from the traditional elite whose influence rested not on their social standing and economic wealth but on public support for the mainstream leadership in exile, which in turn confirmed them as credible interlocutors and go-betweens to Israel and foreign consuls in Jerusalem. More important still was the new stratum of public activists, senior cadres in the principal organizations who came to the FORE front as the all-but formal FAS8 of the PLO in the occupied territories. Overwhelmingly of lower middle class, or middle class, background and Intifada to the rescue 609. Frequently holders of university degrees, they emerged from the variety of institutions receiving PLO funding since the late 1970s, universities, trade unions, newspapers and other research centers or media and information offices, especially those based in the Jerusalem Triangle, Jerusalem, Beit Hanina, and Ramallah. Fatah was again heavily represented, but so were the PCP, DFLP, and PFLP. These activists at first benefited after 1982 from the benign negligence of the Israeli military government, which showed itself willing to tolerate, if not encourage, some forms of nonviolent, political action. Awareness of the importance of this opportunity was evident, for example, in an internal tract written by local Fatah activists in 1982, which emphasized that the organization of our masses politically is among the most important means of shaking the secure base of the Zionist military machine. The clandestine political and military organization is drawn from the public political organization, and is protected by a broad mass base. 13. Such indeed was the confidence of local activists by 1983 that the PCP, which faced the least risk of an Israeli clampdown, felt it necessary to remind its members of the continuing need for tight security, even though the attitude of the occupation authorities towards our organizations has changed because they practice political and mass action and have no connection with the military activity. 14. However, the institutionally based activists were dealt a severe blow when Rabin relaunched the Iron Fist policy in August 1985. This followed the release in May of 150 Palestinian prisoners in an exchange with the PFGC, according to which some 600 were allowed to remain in their homes in the West Bank and Gaza, provoking a severe backlash from the Jewish settler movement and the right wing of the Labor-Likud coalition government. A series of military orders issued in 1982 had already asserted the power of Israeli officers to dismiss elected union officials and ban candidates, require university staff to sign a loyalty oath pledging to refrain from political activity, and ban or confiscate outside funding to charitable societies. 15. Invoking the powers of the defense, emergency, regulations issued by Britain in 1945, which Israel had revived in 1967, Rabin resorted extensively in 1985-6 to administrative detention, town arrest, dismissal from public sector employment, closure of offices and other facilities, and deportation to decapitate the PLO-backed institutions. In all, 35 Qatars were deported, most prominent of whom were Fatah's AK. Ramhaniyya and Abd Yazīd Ṣāyigh and the DFLP Sazmi al-Shuaibi and Ali Abu Hilal. The mass movement in the occupied territories had been set back, but it was by no means defeated. The detention or exile of the first rank in PLO-backed institutions pushed second-echelon Qatars forward, grooming them to assume leadership in relatively short periods of time. Israeli repression also forced the trade unions and other public associations into less formal methods of organization, that often proved more effective, in the long run, in escaping Israeli controls and mobilizing the population. 16. Besides providing a protective shield. 610. The clandestine organizations, an added, crucial benefit of the emergence of these semi-legal structures was to attract tens of thousands of young people who would otherwise have been reluctant to join the clandestine organizations. And to insupport marginalized social groups who, for class reasons, had been left out of the political arena. 17. It was in this period that Fatah's Harakat al-Shababa, youth movement, the PFLP's Abhat al-Amal, Association Front, DFLP's al-Wida, Unity, and PCP-backed agricultural and medical relief committees expanded most rapidly and gained valuable experience. The release of hundreds of veterans from Israeli prisons in the 1985 prisoner exchange accelerated this process, as did widespread arrests among the rank and file of the grassroots organizations. Sentences for unarmed confrontations did not exceed 6 months or at most 1 year, and so imprisonment merely allowed the training en masse of thousands of young activists. Among them were the authors of new, specially adapted training and action manuals, who sought to compensate for the shortcomings of their leadership and case officers in exile, of whom they were quietly but firmly critical. 8. It was from their ranks, too, that the activists of the Intifada were to come, and through whom it was also to spread to the rural population. In the latter case, receptiveness to political mobilization was heightened as the cumulative threat to Palestinian land and water resources posed by the accelerated Israeli settlement drive since 1977 approached a critical level in the mid-1980s. No less important was the adverse impact on rural family incomes of declining employment in Israel and the oil-rich Arab countries, leading to a rise in political activism as a means of compensation for the situation of partial self-sufficiency and market dependency in which they were caught. 19. These consequences of the Israeli Iron Fist were not yet apparent in 1986, when Jordan's alliance with the PLO was replaced by its functional condominium with Israel. the Jordanian government increased the salaries of civil servants and other public sector employees who had been on its payroll before 1967, and initiated monthly stipends for those who had been appointed since then by the Israeli administration. 20 To promote its views, it launched a Jerusalem-based newspaper, Al-Nahar, The Day, while punishing PLO support ERS by withholding travel documents and commercial licenses or denying them entry to the Kingdom. The village leagues also benefited indirectly from the thaw. Jordan had bitterly opposed their formation, seeing a threat to its own network of social patronage and political influence, and in March 1, 982 made membership in the leagues punishable by confiscation of property or death. 21 The Israeli authorities had persevered, making the leagues the principal channel through which villagers could obtain permits for relatives in the diaspora to visit, and rewarding them with resources for the development of local infrastructure and basic services. 22 Israeli control was further consolidated by creating beneficiaries of economic integration, the urban entrepreneurs who mediated as labor subcontractors, subcontracting businessmen and wholesale distributors of Israeli commodities, and the proletarianized peasants. And Intifada to the rescue. 611 refugee camp dwellers whose sole, or primary, source of livelihood was employment in the Israeli Jewish sector. 23 The Israeli and Jordanian challenges to the PLO revealed that Palestinians in the occupied territories remained subject to the pulls of contending status centers. Indeed, the PLO was the weakest of the three, as it lacked the means to exercise direct social control. Yet it had certain advantages, not least of which was its ability to harness Palestinian nationalism. This allowed it to extend its social base to include a large pan of the established middle class, especially those who felt that they had been economically and politically marginalized by the Jordanian government before 1967 or as a result of its policies towards the occupied territories since then. The kingdom's failure to raise Arab or international funding for the ambitious development plan it launched in August 1, 986 further limited its ability to compete with the PLO appeal to Palestinian nationalism. Besides, the ranks of the local middle class were expanded during the 1980s by entrepreneurs who utilized loopholes in Israeli controls over markets and labor to tap nationalist sentiment with a bi-Palestinian appeal. 24 By the same token, the PLO found allies even among beneficiaries of commercial dealings with Israel, who had secured their own niches in contracting, production of building materials, and other activities. Their number included persons nominated in 1986 to head West Bank municipalities, such as Zafar al-Masri and Ghassan al-Shaqai, Nablus, Jamil al-Tarifi, al-Bira, and Mustafa al-Nadsha, Hebron. 25 The dual system of integration and segregation within the larger Israeli system had created a Palestinian ethno-class, which the PLO tapped. 26 However, the single most important nationalist constituency was the lower middle class or petite bourgeoisie, loosely defined as it was. Its ranks had expanded with the spread of tertiary education in the occupied territories, and with the additional availability of thousands of scholarships to foreign universities distributed through the PLO, individual guerrilla groups, and the PCP. Israeli economic control and growing unemployment intensified its nationalism, while the creation or funding of institutions, trade unions, and other social associations by the PLO tied it to an alternative status center, that both provided rent and exercised tight control over appointments and policy. Elements of this stratum had also benefited from steadfastness funds in 1979-86, especially housing loans, $77 million, grants to educational institutions, $121 million, and various social benefits, $26 million. 27 The fact that so many of its members now came from rural backgrounds additionally meant that these and other forms of patronage also reached down to the local level in the 11 to 8v1 ages. Not all were happy with this relationship with the PLO, whether because they opposed the political direction of the mainstream leadership or because they sought to mobilize, rather than co-opt, the wider social constituency. A notable example were the young professionals, often Western-trained members of middle-class families with autonomous sources of income, who 612 Statehood into Autonomy, 1983 to 1993. Established the PCP-backed Agricultural and Medical Relief Committees in 1979 or after. The PCP moreover decried the practice of publishing statements of support for the PLO in the local press, in the form of paid advertisements, or of sending similar messages to the Jordanian-Palestinian Joint Committee in Amman, up to 1986, that is, which it saw as a crass ploy to ensure financial assistance, and denounced Arab and foreign media for grossly exaggerating the extent of grassroots backing for Arafat in the occupied territories. 29 The critics of the PLO generally played a key role in the hundreds of private voluntary and non-governmental organizations that had appeared since 1967, most set social and economic development as their aim, and extended into the areas of literacy, women's skills, and early learning, among others. 30 Lacking the secure sources of funding that Fatah had, the leftist groups proved particularly adept at tapping international non-governmental organizations and Western aid programs for funds which, like Fatah, they too employed as rent within their constituencies in part because of their strengths at the activist, intellectual, and professional level. What proportion of international assistance to the occupied territories went to leftist-controlled private voluntary and non-governmental organizations is not clear, but with external flows for relief and development totaling $170 million to $240 million by the early 1990s, their share could not have been insignificant. 31 Rent-seeking aside, the stress by private voluntary and non-governmental organizations on development reflected both a radical agenda, in that they sought consciously to alter conventional methods of political action, and a populist one, in that they strove to involve all sectors of the population in participatory forms of political organization. 32 This contrasted sharply with the statist approach of the mainstream PLO leadership, which, in its continued emphasis on Sumud, viewed the population as a target audience to be co-opted through the provision of services and public goods. It strove neither for social mobilization, in the sense of assisting local communities or social groups to gain collective control over resources, nor for transformation of social relations, but rather to construct an alternative framework, to Israel, for the exercise of political power. The availability of external sources of funding enabled it to operate in this manner, the allocation of $463 million in steadfastness funds by the end of 1986 being a particular case in point, which at its peak accounted for 1/3 of all external transfers to the occupied territories, other than UNRWA expenditure. 33 This helped to explain the tolerance shown by the Fatah-dominated PLO leadership towards the allocation of steadfastness funds to pro-Jordanian recipients, despite accusations from the Palestinian left that it had in this way entered into an anti-nationalist alliance. It also showed that the political agendas of the contending statist centers could converge at given points in time. Yet the distinction between the radical populist agenda and Sumud was contrived to a significant degree, not least because proponents of the FOR strategy were no more able than the PLO to construct alternative economic Intifada to the rescue. 613. Social and administrative structures to those under Israeli control. The stress on income generation and empowerment was similarly illusory, more often than not. The various voluntary and non-governmental organizations, much like the paternalistic charitable societies they sought to displace, relied almost wholly on external funding, provided mainly by Western counterparts, international multilateral institutions, and a small number of Arab, Islamic, and Palestinian sources. 34 As importantly, the various Palestinian opposition groups kept jealous political and administrative control of their institutional fiefs, with ultimate decision-making power, often held by leaders in exile, and utilized these bodies primarily as a means to recruit new members. Implicit rivalries also emerged as institutional entrepreneurs in Gaza and the southern and northern West Bank resented what they saw as the concentration of development practitioners and foreign funds in the Jerusalem Triangle. 3.5 The Palestinian left may not have employed patronage in the manner or scale of Fatah, but it, too, operated rent. Whatever the source, the availability of rent was crucial to the political competition that drove the war of the institutions in the years up to the Intifada. The resultant over-politicization eventually affected the other forms of grassroots organization, although the full implications were not to become evident until well into the uprising. Before then the consequences were most visible in the trade unions, which suffered a second major split in the GFTU in September 1985, and in the increased antagonism between Fatah and its leftist rivals during the rift over the PLO's diplomatic alliance with Jordan in 1984-5. A very different reflection of the primacy of rent and nationalist politics, rather than the requirements of social mobilization and economic development, in driving fational competition was the continued stress on armed struggle, despite its persistent failures, and hostile disregard for strategies of nonviolent resistance, proposed most vocally by the American Palestinian Mubarak Awad. Reliance on rent and statist patterns of political institutionalization were ultimately to prove detrimental, but in the short term the populist ethos of the grassroots movement and its appeal to Palestinian nationalism allowed effective political mobilization and social incorporation. The reconciliation of the PLO and formal inclusion in its ranks of the PCP in April 1987 provided the added, timely element of united leadership that was about to be faced with an extraordinary political opportunity. Center stage regained. The impact of moves towards reconciliation within the PLO was demonstrated when trade unionists belonging to the principal groups in Gaza successfully defied the Israeli ban to re-enter their union premises and hold elections in February and April 1, 1987, for the first time since 1979. The growth of the grassroots movement and build-up of civilian protests in the course of 1987 was such. 614. That Wazir's aides in exile could boast on the eve of the Intifada, with some justification, that they could instigate demonstrations virtually at will anywhere in the occupied territories. 36 This, a leading Fatah cadre in the West Bank added, was the result of careful study of the brief, localized uprisings that had erupted in previous years, leading to a restructuring of the clandestine organization away from its previous emphasis on disconnected, armed cells towards youth and action committees conducting social and mass action. 37 The local leadership was already planning to escalate mass protests and confrontations with the Israeli occupation at the beginning of 1988, a timing chosen to coincide with the anniversary of Fatah's launch, and so was prepared, as were the Palestinian left and Islamists, to seize the moment when the spark that set off the Intifada came spontaneously. Slightly earlier than expected. Yet the PLO leadership in exile, at least, was as surprised as Israel by the outbreak of the uprising. Statist institutionalization had enabled the PLO to retain its constituency in a particularly difficult phase, but not to advance from that negative function to the more assertive one of organizing a broadly based rebellion such as now unfolded, whatever the expectations of local cadres in the occupied territories or the retroactive assertions of their superiors in exile. It had already dubbed the confrontations between local protesters and Israeli forces in preceding months as an intifada, and if anything was not immediately sensitive to the transformation that took place after December 9. This shortcoming was shared by all the exile-based groups. A statement issued by the PFLP Politburo 3 days later to mark the 20th anniversary of its FO-undaying was revealing. It defined 7 tasks in the coming period, but made no mention of the occupied territories or of the ongoing mass protests. 38 Delayed reaction was also the result of a certain ambivalence, if not reticence, on the part of the PLO. Foreign media quickly made much of the role of Islamists in the uprising, and of the possible emergence of a youthful, local Palestinian leadership that was not subservient to the PLO. The unarmed intifada, the reasoning went, had achieved in AFEW weeks what years of costly armed struggle had failed to produce, implying a failure of the PLO leadership in exile. Seeking to counter these views, Arafat went so far as to claim that the PLO had previously decided to counter the siege of the refugee camps in Lebanon with mass demonstrations in the occupied territories. 3 His customary New Year message asserted a symbiotic relationship between the camps war and the Intifada, and affirmed the unity of the children of the RPGs in Lebanon and the children of the stones in the occupied territories. 40 Yazīd Ṣāyigh described the uprising as the result of a long accumulation of struggle, a view echoed by the entire spectrum of guerrilla groups. 1. An article published towards the end of December by Akram Haniyah, a deportee and key aide to Yazīd Ṣāyigh, reflected both the sense of continuity with past protests and the growing realization that the uprising represented something radically different. This intifada, he wrote, is in reality much more than an intifada to the rescue 615. Uprising, but slightly less than a comprehensive, popular revolution. It separates one phase from another, and is the most important and the greatest in effectiveness and impact in comparison with the other important uprisings witnessed in the occupied land in the past 10 years, namely, the Intifada of Winter 1981, against the Civil Administration Project, the Intifada of Spring 1982, in the face of the dismissal by the occupation authorities of the nationalist municipal councils, before the invasion of Lebanon, and the Intifada of Winter 1986 that erupted against the attempts to create an alternative leadership to the PLO in the occupied land. 42 The initial surprise did not last long, therefore. The local Qatars had already joined the uprising spontaneously, and as the first few weeks passed, the principal guerrilla groups sought to institutionalize the revolt. Islamist forces in Gaza were in fact first on the scene with a leaflet on December 10 extolling the uprising, followed by the PCP, which issued statements in Gaza in the name of the nationalist forces on 14 and 1 December 8. After consulting local representatives of the guerrilla groups and the Committee of Public Figures headed by Haider Abd al-Shafi. 43 Fatah issued the next appeal unilaterally in the name of the Palestinian nationalist forces on January 8, 1988, drafted by journalist Abdullah Awad, newspaper editor Salazo Haqsa, Reverend Ataran Tizi, and university lecturer Sari Nasiba, followed by the DFLP with a similar appeal 2 days later, drafted by electrician Muhammad al-Labadi and bookshop owner Nasir al-Jubieh. Efforts to provide united leadership led to the creation by Fatah, the PFLP, DFLP, and PCP of parallel Unified National Commands, UNC, in Gaza and the West Bank, which issued the first of a series of public appeals, NIDA, on 16 January. 44 The formation of the UNC was largely the initiative of DFLP Qatars Jamal Zaktut and Muhammad al-Labadi, the PFLP's Marwan Kafama, PCP's Marwan Mabha and Taysir Aruri, and Fatah Ziabai Ashkar and Samir Shiata, who were later replaced by Qatars. With similar backgrounds and experience as one command after another was exposed to arrest or deportation. Besides confirming allegiance to the PLO, the UNC appeals provided political direction and offered practical guidelines on means of organization and resistance. They designated strike days, urged a boycott of Israeli goods, and called for social solidarity. As the uprising gained momentum, the appeals formulated the elements of a program designed to disengage the occupied territories from Israel economically and administratively, in the undeclared hope of readying the population ultimately for outright civilian disobedience. In exile, the mainstream PLO leadership seized the opportunity to revive its flagging political efforts even before it had grasped the need to construct organizational structures capable of sustaining the Intifada. The uprising had so transformed the political landscape that peace talks, in which the PLO could participate as an independent actor, suddenly seemed a realistic prospect. The DFLP was the most optimistic, arguing in mid-January 1988 that although some 616 statehood into autonomy, 1983 to 1993, had thought that Palestinian statehood was merely a dream, it was now a visible prospect. Indeed, the PLO had already formulated the main principles that were to guide its diplomatic strategy for the next 2.5 years by the beginning of 1988, at a time when neither it nor Israel could predict with any confidence that the uprising would last beyond the next few days. Fatah Central Committee member Mahmoud Abbas stated during a visit to Cairo in mid-December 1987 that the PLO sought an international peace conference, while PNC Deputy Speaker Salim Al-Ziyanan added that it hoped to revive FOR party coordination with Egypt, Syria, and Jordan, along the lines of the 1974 Rabat Summit. 45 Arafat outlined PLO strategy in his New Year message, defining three aims: return, self-determination, and the establishment of our free independent state, with its capital Jerusalem. 46 The mechanism proposed was an unsponsored international peace conference attended by the 5 permanent members of the Security Council and all the regional protagonists, including the PLO, on an equal footing with the other parties. Negotiations would be based on international legitimacy and the resolutions of Arab summit conferences, especially the Fez summit of 1982. Arafat had recently stated PLO acceptance of all UN resolutions, explicitly including UNSCR 242 and 338 for the first time. In an interview published by the official weekly Filastin Al-Thora, at New Year he reiterated the commitment to all UN resolutions, but, with an eye to internal opposition, also insisted that international legitimacy is a whole that cannot be fragmented. It is not one or two resolutions only. 47 The PLO Central Council adopted the call for an international peace conference in identical terms on January 9, and repeated earlier demands for the deployment of UN troops to protect Palestinian civilians in the occupied territories. 48 The attempt to capitalize on the Intifada led the mainstream PLO leadership to consider forming a government in exile, GIE. For some, among them PFLP Secretary General Habash, the idea was premature, not least because it implied readiness to negotiate directly with Israel and so to recognize it as a legitimate entity. DFLP Secretary General Hawatma supported peace talks, but objected that setting up a GIE would split Palestinian ranks. More importantly, he argued, the PLO was already recognized by 130 states and should not burden itself with the laborious task of securing similar recognition for a GIE. 5 Degrees Fatah Central Committee members Khalif and Khalid Al-Hassan were also opposed. Khalif argued that a GIE would have to assume power and manage people's affairs, something that current political circumstances did not allow. 51 Abbas, conversely, argued that a GIE would have more room for diplomatic maneuver than the PLO, because there is a big difference between the discourse hadith of a state and the discourse of a revolution. 52 An editorial in Filastin Al-Thora added that a GIE would circumvent US and Israeli refusal to deal with the PLO, and would effectively enable the Palestinians to participate in an international peace conference on equal footing with other state actors, since the GIE had the status of a quasi-state. 53. Intifada to the rescue. 617. Arafat was guarded in public but hardly dismissive. Not least because certain foreign friends were urging the PLO to form a GIE. 54 The Fatah Central Committee had apparently decided to postpone discussion of the issue, but Arafat signaled his interest by saying that the Palestinians should indeed have a GIE, and that the PLO would consult the superpowers and friendly states on the issue. 55 He went further. In mid-January, any revolution that approaches victory must form a provisional government. We will declare such a government at the appropriate time. 56 That time was not yet at hand, however. Ziyanan reflected the consensus reached by the end of the month that despite the Intifada, its success and continuation, conditions are still not ripe, and we do not believe that Israel will acquiesce as easily as some say. We need a second, third, and fourth Intifada, and we need to increase our military operations in the occupied land. We consider that the idea of a GIE stands, and is justified, but the time is not opportune. 57 The subject had run its course for the time being and was shelved, but the discussion surrounding it revealed the PLO's assessment that Palestinian participation in the peace process was imminent and that its international status needed to be upgraded. The PLO may have believed that the Intifada had reconfirmed the Palestinian issue as the core of the Arab-Israeli conflict, but found that it still faced stiff U.S. opposition. 58 The mainstream leadership was convinced that the Israeli lobby did not determine U.S. Middle East policy, contrary to widespread Arab belief, and that the U.S. administration was in fact the stronger party in relation to Israel. 9 Arafat insisted that talk of Israeli influence in the U.S. is an American device to deceive the Arabs, and accordingly directed his efforts towards securing a formal dialogue with the U.S., paying far less attention to the impact of PLO rhetoric and action on Israel. 60 The PLO was soon put to the test. U.S. Secretary of State George Shultz conducted the first of several shuttle missions to the region in early February in an attempt to produce a formula for Palestinian participation in the peace process that would satisfy Israeli Prime Minister Shamir and his coalition government. Arafat came under fire from the Palestinian left, instructing 2 public figures in the occupied territories, East Jerusalem editor Hannah Sanura and Gaza lawyer Faiz Abu Rahma, to meet Shultz, but was angered by the secretary's refusal to meet Palestinians from the diaspora. 61 Philastin Al-Thara commented that succumbing to the U.S. decision is not the Palestinian fate, and Arafat banned further meetings to demonstrate PLO authority. 62 A hiatus ensued while Shultz pursued his futile mission. The mainstream PLO leadership privately came to the conclusion that it would have to devise a suitable means to accept UNSCR 242 and 338, and obtained enthusiastic support during visits by Abbas and other PLO officials to Moscow and Cairo. 63 The problem was that the PLO did not yet have sufficient leverage to reinforce its diplomacy or ensure a major shift in U.S. policy. A prevailing assumption was that the Intifada could not last indefinitely, and the attention of Wazir, in particular, was devoted to devising new initiatives that might prolong it from 618. 1 week to the next. 64 Another consequence of the search for strategy was the instinctive resort to military activity across the Arab borders, as the various guerrilla groups sought both to bolster the uprising and to demonstrate their nationalist credentials. A number of letter bombs reached Israel, and were followed by 10 rocket attacks across the Lebanese border in January alone. The guerrillas also mounted 14 infiltration attempts, suffering 37 casualties and inflicting 20, the last being an attempt to penetrate the Israeli nuclear facility at Dimona on March 7. Guerrilla activity was very much a secondary effort, however. The focus was clearly on the occupied territories, widely regarded as the preserve of Wazir, who had developed encyclopedic knowledge of the social, political, and economic map in the West Bank and Gaza, and of the Palestinian community in Israel, for that matter, thanks to nearly 20 years as head of Fatah's Western Sector and 9 years as head of the PLO side in the Jordan-Palestinian Joint Committee. The Intifada was viewed as his personal triumph, and he was applauded in various PLO and Arab fora as its architect. Wazir saw the uprising as an all-engulfing phenomenon with immense potential, and feared that Arafat would abort it by seeking diplomatic gain prematurely. His suspicion was evident in the STEM admonition in late January that no voice rises above that of the Intifada, and so talk of a GIE must cease, and in his caution against hurried political exploitation in mid-April. 65 Wazir wished to escalate the uprising, and indeed take it to the Palestinian citizens' oflos real. He foresaw a general insurrection, at which point his private ambition was to enter the occupied territories to lead the revolt. 66 In the meantime, he confided to his aides in scathing terms, he intended to tackle Arafat and bring his autocratic ways and financial irregularities under control. The ambition was grand, the task daunting. Wazir strove to weave all possible means into a single strategy of resistance to the Israeli occupation, with the pragmatism and unflagging energy that were his trademark. The Intifada involved 3 forms of confrontation, he explained: use of popular means such as Molotov cocktails, slingshots, and spiked metal projectiles by the general public, construction of a dedicated military apparatus composed of the strike groups of committed activists, in preparation for an eventual general insurrection, and cross-border attacks by guerrillas based in Arab sanctuaries. 67 At the same time, Wazir was conscious of the immense impact that confrontations between unarmed Palestinian protesters and Israeli troops were having on world opinion, and stressed repeatedly that the Intifada activists should not resort to firearms. 68 He also resolved during February to cease guerrilla raids, authorizing the last attempt on Dimona only reluctantly, but FOR saw a role for Palestinian combat units in an unspecified second stage of the uprising. In all cases, however, the graduation from stones to guns would have to be a natural progress from within the Intifada. 69 Whether or not Wazir's Blanquist strategy could ultimately defeat the highly structured and deeply entrenched system of Israeli control was moot, but in any case his Intifada to the rescue. 619 Assassination by Israeli commandos in Tunis on April 16 rendered the question academic, forcing a decision. Wazir's assassination was a severe blow, but the momentum of the Intifada was not affected. Its unique mass character was sustained by a large number of youth and action committees organized by geographical location: village, refugee camp, and urban neighborhood. Social category: women, students, and trade or profession. Israeli sources estimated the hardcore of activists, from whom came the uprising's strike groups, at 10,000 to 20,000, while a leading cadre of Fatah Shaviva claimed it alone to have 40,000 members. 70 Other grassroots committees organized neighborhood watches, FOOD and supplies and harvest and donation drives. Charitable societies, trade unions, and voluntary and non-governmental organizations launched income generation and land reclamation projects and cottage industries to boost the local economy and assist the boycott of Israeli goods. This effort was backed by specialized committees providing medical and agricultural outreach programs to the rural population. Adherence by shopkeepers to strike calls was another novel feature, as was the high level of participation by women, and by adults generally. The nature of the UNC itself was a crucial factor, composed overwhelmingly of FOR prisoners, students, and trade unionists. It proved adept at setting practical objectives and at delegating authority. Its amorphous structure and large reserves. Israeli sources estimated a corps of 40 senior cadres backed by a pool of 500 second echelon activists allowed it to survive repeated security sweeps. 71 The IDF doubled the number of personnel in the West Bank, and then doubled again, and increased them threefold in Gaza, while the Shabak hurriedly rebuilt its networks of informers. Rabin vowed to crush the uprising with force, might, and beatings, and a host of punitive measures were imposed on the civilian population. 72 One was the closure of 900 schools, while curfews prevented tens of thousands of Palestinian laborers from commuting to work in Israel. The authorities also reduced the amount of cash that travelers could bring in from $5,000 to $1,000 in an attempt to block the flow of PLO aid. Especially rebellious towns or villages were denied permits for travel or trade. As an added, collective punishment, the provision of all official documents, including identity cards and driving licenses, was now conditional on proof of payment of taxes, ordinary fines, and the penalties imposed by security courts. Over 2,600 Palestinians were in administrative detention by September according to a U.S. State Department report, and a total of 40,000 were arrested in the first 18 months of the uprising, a handful of whom were expelled to South Lebanon. 73 Yet the IDF registered 23,092 unarmed protests or stone-throwing incidents, 390 involving Molotov cocktails, and 149 in which knives, 620 explosives, or guns were used for the whole of 1988. Army sources later stated that official statistics underreported incidents by 1/3. 74 The FORCE of the Intifada enabled the PLO to improve its position in relation to Syria and Jordan. It had enjoyed a slight thaw with Syria since the release of 150 political prisoners in December 1, 1987, but Vice President Kadhim still insisted that the PLO should acknowledge overall Syrian management of the conflict with Israel. This the mainstream PLO leadership was unwilling to do. It also estimated that 000 to 5,000 Palestinians remained in Syrian prisons. A meeting between Khaddam and Fatah Central Committee members Kajami and Khalif in mid-March 1988 failed to resolve any of these issues, but the assassination of Wazir offered an opportunity to end the FEUD.76 when a PLO delegation visited Assad to request permission to bury the slain leader in Damascus. He affirmed that we will remain with the PLO. We never once thought, even at the height of our differences, of creating an alternative organization. We support the Palestinian decision to establish their own independent state. 77 An editorial in Tishrin added that in recent talks with Schultz, Syrian leaders had insisted that the PLO was the sole legitimate representative of the Palestinian people, and there is no alternative to involving it in any peace talks. 78 Between 500,000 and 1 million people turned out for Wazir's funeral, and on April 23 Assad received Arafat, who had refused to come to Damascus until assured of an audience with the Syrian president. 79 The improvement in PLO-Syrian relations proved short-lived. The first challenge came from the Fatah dissidents, who feared that they would be sacrificed on the altar of PLO-Syrian reconciliation. They responded by instigating a series of altercations with PLO loyalists in Shatila in the second half of April, and later complained that our movement was exposed to a hostile media campaign that targeted its stance and leaders through the dissemination of LSE rumors and lies. 80 Arafat, for his part, was evidently encouraged when Khaddam stated at the beginning of May that the fate of the dissidents was a Palestinian issue, which does not concern Syria. 81 On May 5 the Loyalists expelled the dissidents almost entirely from Shatila, and a day later 300 of 450 dissidents in the Sidon area, including an artillery battalion commander, were induced to rejoin Fatah, while 100 defected to other groups. 82 This coincided with the outbreak of severe fighting between Amal and Hezbollah in Beirut. By May 25 Hezbollah had routed the pro-Syrian Amal from all but one of the southern suburbs, and stood poised at the edge of the refugee camps. Evidently suspecting Arafat of secretly threatening its position in Beirut, Syria abruptly abandoned its previous neutrality. On May 25 it cancelled a commemorative rally in Damascus marking the first 40 days since Yazīd's death, and deployed a buffer force around the camps in Beirut. 83 The dissidents were allowed to reinforce to a strength of 400 to 600, and on June 9 assaulted Shatila with heavy Syrian artillery support. 84 Mediation by Gaddafi and Jibril with Moraga and Amla produced 2 ceasefires, but the dissidents resumed. Intifada to the rescue. 621 fire on each occasion, and on June 28 the surviving loyalists finally agreed to leave the camp for Ain al-Hilway. 85 They had lost 86 dead and 110 wounded since the end of April, having started with 25 D300 personnel. 86 The dissidents next turned to Burj al-Barajana, 400 to 500 loyalists left the camp during FOR days of clashes, and on July 8 another 175 were escorted to Ain al-Hilway, by which time the total toll for the last battle of the camp stood at 151 dead and 594 wounded. The dissident victory was Pyrrhic. In the occupied territories the UNC condemned the followers of the renegade and apostate Moraga, and the PFLP, DFLP, PCP, and PLF also blamed them frankly for the Camage. 87 PFLP Deputy Secretary General Mustafa al-Zabri added that the dissidents had always sought, throughout the previous years and even when we were together in the PNSF, to push matters to the point of infighting despite our warnings against such a destructive path. 88 The dissidents furiously described the other groups as defeatist, and denounced the PFLP in particular for having become so bureaucratized and overburdened with payrolls that it had shed its revolutionary spirit in favor of vested interests. 89 Even the PFGC had let them down by refusing to join the assault, and Moraga declared bitterly that we are the only ones in the Palestinian arena now who disagree with Arafat and oppose his political programs. I am the only one rejecting the International Peace Conference. 90 Arafat had once again utilized the conflict in Lebanon to harness Palestinian nationalism to his cause. At the end of June, the PLO Executive Committee formally accused Syria of having aided the dissidents from the outset. A fortnight later, an editorial in Filastin al-Thawra signed by Ahmed Abd al-Rahman, signifying direct sanction by Arafat, averred that Assad had spent his life combating the Palestinian revolution. Such is the protection money that every Palestinian must pay who lives on Arab soil ruled by a man like him. The next editorial caustically reminded the Syrian army that it was shelling the camps of Palestine, not Zionist settlements in the Golan Heights. 92 A series of car bombs and assassination attempts against Fatah and DFLP officials in the Sidon area followed, but the PLO Syrian FEUD was suddenly cut short on July 1, when King Hussein announced the severance of administrative and financial ties between Jordan and the West Bank. The Jordanian decision offered conclusive proof of the impact of the Intifada on the political standing of the PLO. Jordan had reacted quickly to the start of the uprising in December 1, 987, offering on the one hand to resume the dialogue with the PLO and on the other sponsoring the creation of a Palestinian Jordanian Assembly as its political vehicle in the occupied territories. The mainstream leadership rejected Jordanian terms for the dialogue acceptance of UNSCR 242 as the basis for negotiation with Israel, and the formation of a joint delegation to peace talks, but restrained attacks on Jordan in UNCAP peals after February 1988. 9. 3. The PLO scored a major success in June, when the Arab Summit Conference in Algiers gave it exclusive control over the flow of 622 Arab financial assistance to the occupied territories, stated by the PLO to comprise an immediate grant of $1.28 million and a monthly stipend of $43 million. The Jordanian government made a last-ditch attempt in July to muster support in the West Bank, but signaled its failure by cancelling the 1986 development plan later in the month. The king's decision to sever ties came a few days later. PLO delight with the king's decision was tempered by the realization that it would now have to assume the Jordanian financial burden in the West Bank. A measured statement from the PLO Central Council on August 3 insisted that it would meet its national and Arab responsibilities, but suspicion of the king's real intentions ran deep. 94 An editorial by Abd al-Rahman in Filastin al-Thawra was blunt: the king believed he would place on the PLO's shoulders a burden it could not bear, so that it would return to obedience and accept a feeble entity, a Bantustan. But he has lost the bet. This is the end of the unholy alliance between his regime and the Israeli enemy. 95 On August 22, Arafat decreed payment for Palestinian civil servants in the West Bank from PLO funds, while Filastin al-Thawra reminded its readers that it was the king who took the decision of September 1, 970 to confront the PLO, with US Israeli protection and the connivance of Syrian President Assad. 96 However, the real challenge for the PLO was political, not financial. In order to assert its claim to the occupied territories, the PLO would have to devise a formula allowing it to overcome US opposition to its participation in the peace process. Arafat had already accused the US administration in March of seeking shared rule and a functional condominium between Israel and Jordan, which, he charged, would reduce the Palestinians to the slavery of a South African Bantustan. 97 Schultz, he added, was guilty of rejectionism. If the US position was no PLO, no Palestinian state, no self-determination, and no independent Palestinian delegation to peace talks, then what did the Secretary of State have to offer? Arafat concluded confidently that if the US wanted to resolve the Arab-Israeli conflict, it would have to knock on the PLO's door. 98 The lack of progress at a meeting between Schultz and American-Palestinian academics Edward Said and Ibrahim Abulagud on March 26 led to an informal PLO ban on further contacts. Its conviction that the real struggle was with the US had only deepened. Israel, government, army, and settlers, is nothing but a unique, colonialist American enterprise. 99 Behind the bluster, Arafat still sought to maneuver the PLO into a diplomatic position amenable to US terms. A document penned in July by his advisor, Bassam Abu Sharif, tested the water by acknowledging Israel's existential concerns and suggesting direct Palestinian-Israeli negotiations within the wider framework of an international peace conference. Internal opposition prompted the PLO chairman to disassociate himself from the proposal, but a signed editorial in Filastin al-Thawra on 3 July 1 once again reflected his thinking. In it, Abd al-Rahman criticized those who considered the demand for an independent state as an extremely modest goal in comparison to the Grand Palestine. Intifada to the Rescue 623. Ian demands embodied by the historical slogan calling for liberation of Palestine from the Jordan River to the Mediterranean Sea. He identified national goals for this phase as the end of Israeli occupation, self-determination, and the establishment of an independent state under PLO leadership. Arafat followed up by stating that the declaration of Palestinian statehood was now only a matter of time. 100. Surprising as it was, the Jordanian decision to sever ties with the West Bank therefore found Arafat ready politically. It even assisted his endeavor by inducing a sober realism among the opposition. An intense debate unfolded behind closed doors in Tunis, as the Palestinian leadership considered reports from the political and legal committees of the PNC analyzing the implications of the Jordanian action and surveying Palestinian options. 101. A statement in early September by PFLP Secretary General Habash showed that a consensus had been reached. The PLO had to declare a state in order to fill the vacuum left by Jordanian disengagement from the West Bank and preempt annexation by Israel. 1. 0. 2. The loyalist opposition still rejected direct negotiation with Israel, however, and called instead for UN trusteeship over the occupied territories until a lasting solution was reached at an international peace conference. 103. The PFLP opposed the establishment of a GIE for this reason, but the DFLP adopted a more pragmatic attitude, in the hope, its detractors sneered, of ensuring a seat in an eventual cabinet. 1. 04. Once again Filastin al-Thawra signaled mainstream policy. In 1948 the Palestinian leaders were unable to build themselves or protect their decision from Arab collusion and treason, its editorial on 1 September 1 stated, and so the international accord was built around the UN partition plan and the Palestinian people were unable to meet the terms of the international accord at that time. In 1988, however, the Palestinian situation in national, political, leadership, and unity terms is 1,000,000 times better. Today our decision is independent and is in the service of our people, and we must take our decision for national independence in light of our understanding of regional and international developments. As the consensus widened over the next month, the editorial on October 2 argued that the pre-independence Algerian example is being repeated in the West Bank and Gaza Strip, where life is paralyzed, and a week later insisted that the present moment is the suitable historic moment. We must grasp it firmly. 105. Schultz meanwhile injected a policy statement on 1 September 6, in which he reaffirmed U.S. opposition both to the establishment of a Palestinian state and to Israeli annexation of the occupied territories, while recognizing the legitimate political rights of the Palestinians and accepting an international peace conference as an appropriate vehicle for direct negotiations. 1. 06. The only question now remaining for the PLO was when to convene the PNC for maximum impact on U.S. policy, before the coming presidential elections or after. 107. In the event the PNC was scheduled to start on 1 November 2. Syria threateningly massed dissident and PFGC forces north of Sidon and readied PLA. 624. Units for action in Lebanon, but to no avail. 1. 0. 8. On 1 November 5, Arafat read the Palestinian Declaration of Independence to a standing ovation at the closing session of the 19th PNC. The new political program formally approved on SCR 242 and 338, albeit in tandem with a provision on Palestinian rights, and condemned terrorism. Its endorsement of the UN Partition Plan of 1947, UNGAR 181, effectively committed the PLO to the coexistence of Israel and a Palestinian state. The PNC also empowered the Central Council to form a GIE when appropriate, and the Executive Committee to perform the functions of government until such time as a GIE was established. 1. 0. 9. Even the PFLP voted in favor of the program after its attempt to delete the article endorsing UNSCR 242 and 338 had been defeated, by 253 votes to 46. The decision by the PFLP, PPSF, and other opponents to abide by the outcome rather than withdraw subsequently from the Executive Committee or Central Council, as had been their wont previously, marked the final transition of PLO politics from consensus to majority rule. Arafat had obtained the diplomatic mandate he had sought for so long, but one obstacle remained. The U.S. still demanded a more explicit PLO statement before agreeing to an official dialogue, and denied Arafat a visa to address the UN General Assembly in New York. In response, the Assembly took the unprecedented step of reconvening in Geneva on 1 December 4 to hear Arafat. In separate votes, 150 members welcomed the results of the PNC and supported PLO participation in an international peace conference, while 104 members recognized the declaration of the State of Palestine and approved changing the title of the PLO observer delegation to Palestine. The U.S. was not fully satisfied, but finally, after mediation by Swedish Foreign Minister Sven Andersson, the PLO chairman used the required wording at an especially convened press conference: "I accept the right of all parties concerned in the Middle East conflict to exist in peace and security, and, as I have mentioned, including the State of Palestine, Israel, and other neighbors, according to the resolutions 242 and 338. We totally and absolutely renounce all forms of terrorism, including individual, group and state terrorism." 110. The next day Schultz approved the start of the official dialogue, his last act as Secretary of State in the outgoing Reagan administration. The PLO seemed at long last to have achieved the political breakthrough it had striven for since its first overture to the U.S. administration in June 1973. Even the death of 270 passengers and inhabitants as a result of a mid-air explosion, widely attributed to the PFGC, that brought a Pan Am 747 down onto the Scottish town of Lockerbie on 2 December 1 failed to derail PLO diplomacy. 84 countries extended full recognition of the new state of Palestine, and some 20 others offered qualified recognition in the next 2 months. And in mid-January 1989 the PLO scored another symbolic victory by gaining the right to address the Security Council on equal voting with member states. It now planned to win upgraded recognition from the EC, and, in this manner, provide itself with additional means to press the U.S. into undertaking. Intifada to the rescue 625. Active mediation with Israel. 111. Yet even as it basked in its newfound respectability, the PLO set a serious new challenge to its statist enterprise from within the Palestinian arena. Islam to the fore. The secular, nationalist Palestinian opposition had patently failed to prevent the mainstream PLO leadership from attaining its political purpose. Yet the latter also set a profound structural problem. The continued reliance of the Fatah-dominated PLO on statist patterns of political incorporation, in a situation where a competing statist center, Israel, exercised much more extensive social, economic, and administrative control, inevitably left substantial sectors of the population in the occupied territories without channels for political participation. As in many Arab countries, the failure of one statist model and its accompanying secular, nationalist ideology was accompanied by the rise of another, political Islam. Palestinian Islamists had been growing steadily in number and influence since the beginning of the 1980s, and, although the PLO strenuously denied this, played a prominent role from the beginning of the Intifada. 112. The PLO position was not tenable, however, and on 2 March 1, 1988 its executive committee implicitly acknowledged the Islamist impact by heading a formal statement, for the first time, with the invocation in the name of God, the compassionate, the merciful, and by quoting Several surahs from the Quran. 113 By August the Islamists were ready to put on a show of strength, and did so by calling for a general strike on a day other than the one designated by the UNC, with considerable success. The Islamists were represented by two main groups, a third, the Islamic Liberation Party, remaining completely inactive. The smaller by FAR, but first to confront the occupation openly, was the Islamic Jihad movement, Harakat al-Ihad al-Islami, a group with disparate origins. One of its founders was Fathi al-Shikaki, a young refugee from Gaza who qualified in mathematics and took a doctorate in pharmacy at Egyptian universities during the 1970s. Born in 1953 and influenced as a teenager by the common pro-Nasir sentiment, he turned to the Muslim Brotherhood after the Arab defeat of June 1, 967. 114 Shikaki became disillusioned with the society's reluctance to organize armed resistance to the Israeli occupation, however, and left its ranks in 1975. The 1979 Islamic Revolution in Iran impressed him deeply, spurring him to write a book about Ayatollah Khomeini's thought. In resorting to Shiite theology for injunctions to rebel against tyranny, which he could not find in orthodox Sunni teachings, Shikaki consciously followed the path of the militant Islamist groups appearing in Egypt. 115 In 1980 he joined forces with Abd al-Aziz Atta, a refugee born in 1948, a member of the Muslim Brotherhood, and now a preacher and a lecturer at the Islamic University in Gaza to found jihad. 11. 6. Shikaki, who composed poetry and contributed to the cultural page of the Fatha Bakht al. 626. Fajr, and Atta later produced a clandestine periodical, Al-Tala al-Islamiyya, Islamic Vanguard, to disseminate their views. Shikaki and Atta made slow progress, but separate spells in Israeli prisons in 1983 and 1984 offered a chance to attract new recruits. Most important were the Islamic group, Al-Jama al-Islamiyya, who stemmed from an attempt by a handful of junior PLA officers from Gaza to redress the lack of political organization and ideological guidance among Palestinians in Ashkelon prison through observance of Islamic religious teachings. Their Amir was Jabr Amr, who was captured in the early 1970s after operating in the guerrilla wing of the PLA, the Popular Liberation Forces. Other followers included PFLP Qadr Muhammad al-Jamal, PLF Qadr Misbah al-Suri, and the PFGC's Hafiz al-Dal-Kamuni and Yusuf al-Ajari. 118 Like the Jihad co-founders, they had been deeply affected by the 1967 defeat, seeing it as the sign for a return to God. 9. The group coalesced in 1974, and 50 of its adherents initiated a new phase in the history of the Palestinian prison movement by organizing a hunger strike of unprecedented rigor and duration in 1976. 20. Only then did its members gain an overtly political role, and they came to be known to the other prisoners as the Independents, because they disavowed membership in the nationalist organizations, or the Qassamites, after the renowned leader of the armed revolt of 1935. Another leading figure was Abdullah Ahmed Hassan Mhanna, a junior PLA/PLF officer captured in 1971. He became a Fatah supporter until 1977, and then led an Islamist current in Beersheba prison known disparagingly as Al-Munfalishun, the lax ones, due to their loose organization and indiscipline. 121 The major boost for jihad came in 1985, when several of its leading cadres were released in the prisoner exchange between Israel and the PFGC. It now acquired a spiritual mentor in Sheikh As'ad Bayyadeh Tamimi, a former preacher in Jerusalem who had lived in Jordan since 1970. 122. However, Tamimi opposed what he deemed to be the objectionable attachment of his younger partners to Iran. 121 He won the support in the occupied territories of Ibrahim Mu'ammar, who formed a new affiliation called Islamic Jihad Movement House of the Holy, Harakat al-Jiltad al-Islami Bayt al-Maqdis, in 1986. Mu'ammar died of natural causes soon after, but Tamimi remained leader of the group, assisted by his son Nader, who held a doctorate in theology from Al-Azhar University in Cairo and had pretensions to military command. Mhanna subsequently joined the F-Asian, and Amr became a close sympathizer. Both groups drew their members predominantly from the same social background, the lower middle class, especially impoverished refugee families, but with discernible distinctions. 124 On the one hand, jihad clearly held sway in Gaza, and several of its leaders were among the many poorer Palestinians who had benefited from Arab state grants to receive a modern university education. On the other hand, the smaller following of Beit al-Maqdis was mainly in the West Bank, and the Tamimis, father and son, were religious preachers by vocation or training, while Mhanna and Amr had only secondary school education. Intifada to the rescue. 627. These social and educational distinctions left an imprint on the political discourse of the two groups, although there were few fundamental differences in formal ideology, avowed means, or ultimate aims. Jihad was arguably the more sophisticated, as its leaders and literature referred extensively to Muslim Brotherhood unders Hassan al-Banna and Sayyid Qutb. 125 Yet the constant references to Qassam and Khomeini also revealed the powerful pull of Palestinian nationalism and the eclectic theological foundations of jihad's version of political Islam. The nationalist roots of its unders were also evident in their insistence that struggle, jihad, in all its forms, especially militarily against Israel, was both a religious duty cfrd for every Muslim and the prerequisite for the return of society to Islam. 126 Jihad criticized the Muslim Brotherhood for choosing the path of belief without jihad, and the PLO for taking the path of jihad without belief. 127 Beit al-Maqdis, conversely, relied on the often obscurantist writings of Tamimi, and his son Nader, to a lesser extent. 128 One book was titled The Role of Esoteric Knowledge in the Battle, while The Extinction of Israel is a Quranic Inevitability reflected the deterministic and ahistorical outlook of the Islamists in general. Both groups stressed the essential and unchanging nature of conflict with the Jews and the pernicious influence of Israel in the heart of the Islamic world, seeking its destruction and the establishment of an Islamic state in its place. These goals were shared by the main Islamist FORCE, the Islamic Resistance Movement, Harakat al-Muqawama al-Islamiyya. Best known by its acronym, Hamas, it was an offshoot of the Muslim Brotherhood Society in Palestine, itself part of the movement Founded in Egypt in 1928. Like its Arab counterparts, the Palestinian branch took heart from the resounding Arab defeat of 1967, seeing it as proof of the failure of secular socialism and nationalism. Its representative in Gaza was Sheikh Ahmed Yassin, a refugee, born in 1938, who became a preacher after poverty and a crippling accident had prevented attendance at university, and who reportedly regarded the humiliation of the Egyptian army as revenge for the execution of Qutb in 1966. 129. The Society's followers took their cue to preach stricter observance of Islam, regarding piety, proper family upbringing, education uncorrupted by Western values, and Islamic awareness as the sine qua non for resistance to Israel. 130 The epithet for their political inactivity was sensory isolation, al-inhul al-shuyuri, through which good Muslims could live in a non-Islamic society, jahiliya. Some were eager to do more, however. A number, possibly several dozen, joined Fatah guerrilla bases in 1968-70, most prominent of whom was Abdullah Azzam, who later became an Arab Mujahideen leader in Afghanistan until his assassination there in 1989. Unaffiliated Islamists in the occupied territories such as Muslim preachers Yaqub Kirish and Muhammad Abu Tayyar attempted to organize armed resistance in the 1970s but did so in cooperation at Ion with Fatah, which also had the sympathy of leading Muslim officials such as Sheikhs Akram Sabri and Said al-Din al-Alami. The Muslim Brotherhood firmly eschewed military action in the first 628 decades after 1967. Working through local Islamic societies in the main cities and towns of the West Bank and Gaza, it sought to encourage observance of Islam and widen its social base by establishing religious schools, Islamic libraries, child care centers, vocational training centers for young men, and sports clubs, usually attached to local mosques. The most important society was the Islamic complex, Al-Mujama al-Islami, in Gaza, that commenced activity in 1973. The timing was significant. The suppression of the PLO-led resistance movement and detention of thousands of young activists in 1971-2 had left a vacuum into which stepped a satanic growth of informers, pimps, and hashish dealers, whom the Islamists combated resolutely. 132 The existence of legally registered, public bodies also enabled the Muslim Brotherhood to rival the influence of official, Israeli-controlled Islamic institutions, the endowments, Waqf, which controlled 10% of immovable assets in Gaza, and religious courts whose employees attended solely to administrative matters and often leaned to Sufi orders, the Islamic Liberation Party, or even the secular nationalist groups. 133 The society additionally played an active role in the tithes, zakat, and reconciliation, Islah, committees, and through these various means the Islamic complex boasted 2,000 members by the late 1970s. 134 The Muslim Brotherhood leadership was traditional in its composition, including senior preachers and merchants. But its social programs and institutions were managed largely by younger, self-employed professionals. Among those providing a public FACE were pharmacist Ibrahim al-Yazuri and physicians Abdullah al-Rantisai, Mahmoud al-Zahar, and Muhammad Siyam. A further social shift resulted from access to numerous scholarships at Egyptian and Saudi universities, especially Al-Azhar and Al-Qura, after 1967, and from the subsequent expansion of tertiary education in the occupied territories, including the establishment of the Islamic University in Gaza in 1978, a Faculty of Theology and Islamic Law at Najah University, and 2 further Islamic colleges in Hebron and Jerusalem in 1980. Benefiting were large numbers of students from low-income popular categories, Fiat Shabaiyah, for whom tertiary education offered new and hope of social mobility and economic attainment. Enrollment at the Islamic University alone built up to an eventual 5,000. Prevailing economic conditions dictated otherwise. Many university graduates, especially in Gaza, were compelled instead to join the tens of thousands of wage laborers who commuted daily to work to Israel. Frustrated ambitions led easily to political Islam, especially among urban-based petty employees or urbanized refugees and villagers, and it was this category that now came to account for a large proportion of the membership and of middle-ranking cadres of the Muslim Brotherhood. 135 The growing electoral challenge posed by Islamist candidates in PLO-dominated student unions in Gaza and the West Bank showed that the Muslim Brotherhood had emerged as a distinct political force by the end of the 1970s. This process was boosted in 1979 by the Israeli decision, prompted by the search for alternatives to the PLO, to allow official registration of the Islamic Intifada to the rescue. 629. Complex. Its administrative council was virtually identical to that of the local Muslim Brotherhood, headed by FO under Yassin and with the membership of Yazuri, Rantizi, teachers Abd al-Fattah Khan and Muhammad Sham, Sheikh Salah Shiata, and engineer Isa al-Nashshar. 136 The council now assert formal responsibility for a variety of institutions, among them the Islamic University, which had been funded with PLO help a year earlier and was financed from the Steadfastness Fund. The PLO attempted to regain control of the university in 1985-6, during which period the Fatah-dominated Council for Higher Education blocked payments on several occasions. It was unsuccessful, and later sponsored the establishment of a branch of Al-Azhar University in Gaza to assert its own claim to the Islamist constituency. 137 Not only did the establishment of the Islamic University offer a timely alternative to Egyptian universities, from which Palestinian students were banned in 1979. As a result of PLO opposition to the Camp David Accords, but it also provided employment for 150 graduates, besides administrative and non-academic personnel. The Islamic colleges and other public institutions in the West Bank, such as the Maqasid Charitable Hospital in Jerusalem, employed hundreds more, consolidating the social base of the Muslim Brotherhood. In following years it extended into the professional syndicates of doctors, engineers, lawyers, and accountants, and among UNRWA employees and Israeli-controlled civil servants. Access to funding from the oil-rich sheikdoms of the Gulf, both official and from local tithes committees, allowed both greater independence from the PLO and the sustained construction of mosques, which increased from 400 to 750 in the West Bank and from 200 to 600 in Gaza in 1967–87. 138. The Islamic University and other colleges provided the preachers required, as well as a number of employees in the endowments bureaucracy, courts, and other official Islamic bodies. In November 1, 1986 the Muslim Brotherhood underlined its divergence from the PLO by taking part in the conference convened by Jordan to discuss its development plan for the occupied territories, and by joining the Jordanian development committees in the West Bank. 139. The Israeli authorities were initially content to let the Islamist challenge to the PLO grow, and turned a blind eye to attacks by Islamist militants on known PLO supporters in the early 1980s. 140. The Muslim Brotherhood cautiously refrained from civilian protests against the occupation, arguing that they merely diffused public anger, but its position was coming increasingly under question from the rank and file. 14.1. In 1982 or 1983 Sheikh Yasin secretly founded the Palestinian Mujahideen as the military arm of the society, but was arrested in 1984 for illegal possession of weapons. 142. This did not impress the PFLP, FOR1, which was convinced that the Islamists had in fact been planning sabotage against the PLO, not Israel. 143 The society did not change policy after the release of Yasin in the prisoner exchange of 1985, but the next year he founded an intelligence arm known as MAHD. Led by two former student council presidents at the Islamic University, Yahya al-Sinawar and Khalid al-Hindi, it was 630. Entrusted to punish informers, drug pushers, and other deviants, expose Israeli entrapment techniques to the general population, and organize publications and communications. 144 Attacks on shops selling alcoholic drinks and on women in improper attire or bathing in public now peaked, with acid attacks, knife slashing, and firebombing. 145 Yet it was jihad that first took the military initiative against Israel, along with a small Islamist faction emerging within Fatah. The latter was inspired by the Christian-born Munir Shafiq, one-time communist and former ideologue of a Maoist tendency in Fatah, who had directed the PLO Planning Center since 1974. Its leading figures were Muhammad Bays and Basim al-Tamimi, who were senior cadres in Fatah's western sector. They served as a bridge to the new Islamist forces, especially jihad, with the support of Wazir. The alliance took practical FORM in a joint grenade attack that injured 70 Israeli soldiers at a passing-out ceremony at the Wailing Wall in mid-October 1986. The Fatah Faction sought an autonomous identity as Saraya al-Dashihad al-Islami, companies of Islamic Jihad, but the assassination of Bays and Tamimi by the Masjid, in Cyprus in February 1, 1988, dealt it a fatal blow. 140 Sage reported attacks on Israeli targets through 1990, offering itself as a framework open to all who wish to conduct military action against the enemy. 147 It claimed links with Al-Ittijah al-Islami al-Mujahid, Jabhat Filastin al-Muslima, and Tajammu Ulama Filastin. But these all proved short-lived, as did the Islamic Front for the Liberation of Palestine and more esoteric tendencies such as the Stafiyun, Salafiyun, Al-Takfir wa al-Hijra, and Al-Tabli wa al-Dawa. 148 The Muslim Brotherhood only shifted direction radically with the start of the Intifada. The Gaza branch decided quickly to combine its civilian membership and military and intelligence arms into a single, new organization in order to take active part in the uprising, but was overruled by the General Guidance Bureau, Maktab al-Irshad al-Am, the supreme leadership of the society based in Egypt. The latter preferred to establish a separate, front organization, and relayed this decision to Gaza on December 15, 1987, taken as the date Hamas was bombed. 149. However, disagreement persisted among the society's leaders in Gaza over the status of Hamas. The old guard feared that it would acquire a life of its own and attract members who do not know how to perfect recitation of the Holy Quran, smoke, or fail to read the letters of Hassan al-Banna. 150. To commit the society to overt resistance to Israel would moreover entail severe consequences should the uprising collapse. The compromise survived nonetheless, and the society's branch in Jordan assumed responsibility for providing its counterpart in the occupied territories with political guidance and financial assistance. Possibly in order to stem the defection of impatient young members to other groups, Hamas was authorized to announce itself as the powerful arm of the Muslim Brotherhood in mid-February 1988. 151. Some confusion about the identity and status of Hamas remained, but in August it published its Founding Charter. This confirmed Hamas as a branch of the Muslim Brotherhood, a global organization and the largest Islamic Intifada to the rescue. 631. Movement in modern times. It was therefore committed to the society's deep understanding of all Islamic tenets in all areas of life, in concept and belief, politics and economics, upbringing and social affairs, judiciary and government, the Islamic call and education, art and media, and in esoteric knowledge, al-Ghaib, martyrdom, and the remaining areas of life. 152. There was little description of organization or structure, but as a formal branch of the Muslim Brotherhood, Hamas, or at least the original Palestinian section of the society that still stood in the shadows behind it, presumably had its own consultative council, Majlis Shura, and spiritual guide, Murshid Ruai, in this case Yasin. Whether the council was based in the occupied territories or in Jordan was not clear, however. The charter had little to commend it as the work of the intellectual heirs of Banna and Qutb. This was largely because it was authored by Islamist cadres in Gaza, whose prolonged geographical isolation and limited exposure to the outside world, even including the West Bank, were reflected in simplistic political analysis and lack of social content, and in their recourse to broad generalizations, crude stereotypes, and conspiratorial theories of world history and politics. 153. This was reflected most strongly in the description of the Jews, who, the charter implied, had gained control of world media with their money, and engineered revolutions in all parts of the world to serve their interests and make profits. They were behind the French Revolution and the Communist Revolution. With money they formed secret organizations spread in all parts of the world to destroy societies and attain Zionist interests, such as the Freemasons, Rotarians, Lions, and Sons of the Covenant. With money they managed to control the colonialist states, and to push them to colonize many countries. They were behind the First World War and the Second World War, and instructed the formation of the UN and Security Council instead of the League of Nations to rule the world as WEL 1.4. In waging war on Israel, the charter continued, Hamas was simply continuing the confrontation against a nefarious enemy that had started in the Crusades. Despite its tenor, the charter was vague on the aims and methods of the struggle against Israel. Hamas sought the establishment of the State of Islam over the whole of Palestine, and opposed the call for a secular democratic state raised in 1969 by the PLO. Perhaps predictably, it revealed nothing about the social, economic, and political nature of the desired Islamic State. The charter held out the possibility of cooperation with the PLO, which contained brother, father, or friend, but stressed Islamist opposition to the peace process and all political steps that would leave any part of Palestine in the hands of non-Muslims. 155. Yet the means to destroy Israel were not clear. The charter simply stated that the liberation of Palestine, as a Muslim land, was a religious duty. 156. There was no alternative but to raise the banner of jihad, it added, a task that required spreading Islamic awareness among the local, Arab, and Muslim masses. Armed struggle was not specifically mentioned, although Hamas 632 exhorted its followers to spread the spirit of jihad among the community joust with the enemies, and join the ranks of the Mujahideen. 157 The charter did not offer a coherent program for political and military action and was ultimately superseded, effectively if not formally, by later tracts that were authored by experienced cadres in the West Bank or Jordan, and that showed greater political sophistication. But Hamas had indubitably become a major political force, with its own considerable following of street fighters, to whom it referred as the throwing arms, al-Sawaid al-Ramiyah. The Israeli authorities had arrested Rontizi and deported Sheikh Khalil al-Quqa in April, but maintained their previous restraint towards the Muslim Brotherhood until the start of armed attacks by Hamas in August. A majority of the society's known leaders were arrested in September, and in May 1, 989 Sheikh Yassin, the entire replacement leadership, and nearly 250 other members were incarcerated following the abduction and murder of 2 IDF soldiers. Jihad had also been decapitated by this time, Atta, Shikaki, and Mhana having been deported in the course of 1988. These were severe blows, but Hamas, especially, proved adept at reorganizing its membership and expanding its constituency at a time when the Intifada was starting to lose its mass character. The fact that Hamas had an irreducible organizational network in the mosques and other Islamic institutions and a ready ideology in Islam was important, but did not fully explain its ability to make inroads into the social base of the more secular nationalist groups, particularly Fatah. Of equal importance was the disarray of the latter competitor, which became more marked as Arafat concentrated his power in exile and extended his system of neo-patrimonial politics directly to the occupied territories. Capturing the Intifada. 2 models of Palestinian political organization confronted each other in 1988, the voluntary, grassroots activism, social mobilization, and decentralized leadership that typified the Intifada in its first year, and the contrasting bureaucratization, patronage, and centralizing institutions through which the PLO extended its statist control from exile. For a brief moment the FORMER model appeared to pose a serious challenge, but the triumph of the latter was perhaps inevitable. Arafat spearheaded the statist process, and indeed personified it in April 1989 by securing nomination from the PLO Executive Committee and Central Council as President of the recently declared State of Palestine. 158. Largely titular, this post nonetheless enabled him to stand above the PLO and Fatah when the occasion demanded. The relative marginalization of both structures was evident first in the fact that neither the PLO Executive Committee nor the Fatah Central Committee convened in his absence, and secondly in the frequency with which they convened jointly in his presence, regardless of whether or not they were quorate. Intifada to the rescue. 633. Arafat reinforced his position further at Fatah's Fifth General Conference in August, which was attended by over 1,000 delegates drawn almost entirely from the salaried personnel. At his insistence 2 new posts were established: Fatah Commander-in-Chief and Chairman of the Central Committee. The votes for which were conducted separately from the election of the new Central Committee. Arafat was duly recorded as having been selected by unanimous ovation to hold both posts, thereby overshadowing Kajemi, who remained Secretary of the Central Committee. The delegates also approved the expansion of the Central Committee and Revolutionary Council and the creation of a Politburo, again at Arafat's insistent behest. The Politburo was not formed in the event, but the expansion of the other 2 bodies allowed him both to co-opt a larger number of second-echelon leaders and middle-ranking cadres and to dilute the influence of surviving members of the founding core. None of his nominees were returned, but he remained unruffled, quipping that he could eat up any number of rivals. 159 Arafat's self-confidence was not misplaced. Of the 9 new members elected to the Central Committee, only Ahmed Kray retained substantial influence, thanks to the partial control he exercised as director of SAMID, the PLO's foreign investment arm, Director General of the PLO's Economic Department, and member of Fatah's 3-man financial subcommittee. Salim Zianan, Al-Hakam Balawi, and Al-Tayyib Abd al-Rahim loyally served Arafat's policy as PNC deputy speaker and PLO ambassadors in Tunisia and Jordan respectively, while as a PNLA general Nasr Yusuf remained subject to the chairman's parallel authority as commander-in-chief. The remaining new Central Committee members, generally regarded as critics of Arafat, were safely relegated to less consequential posts. Abbas Zaki became head of the PNLA's political commissariat, Intisar al-Wazir and Yahya Habash remained heads of the PLO's Social Welfare Bureau and Fatah's Ideological Mobilization Bureau. Subhi Abu Karsh became PLO ambassador in Saudi Arabia, while FORMET dissident Muhammad Jihad returned to his desk at the PLO's political department in frustration. Even so, Arafat subsequently reinforced his position by securing the election in March 1990 of Nabil Shatikh, head of the PNC Political Committee, and Abdullah Al-Afranji, PLO ambassador to Germany, to the Central Committee, and later still co-opted Filastin Al-Thawra editor Ahmed Abd al-Rahman. 160 of the Old Guard Central Committee members, Foreign Minister Kajami Fa said encroachment from Arafat, who had FORMETA Special Regions Finances section several years earlier as a means of eroding his rival's authority over PLO missions abroad, and who now appointed a growing number of representatives and security officers to the missions. Khalif secured a niche by providing information on international terrorism to Western intelligence agencies, but carefully refrained from openly disputing the chairman's authority. 161 Even Abbas, who had held the Fatah treasury until the early 1970s and was now the third member of the financial subcommittee, along with Arafat. 634. Prudently closeted himself at the PLO's National Relations Department, which he headed. The conference also separately elected the heads of new committees FOR Financial Supervision, RAJ_ABA, and Membership Supervision and Protection, although it is not evident that their duties and prerogatives were ever effed. 162. Spec. Not surprisingly, the power that Arafat wielded over the rest of the PLO and Fatah was virtually absolute. Scattered in various Arab states, PNLA personnel depended wholly on the commander-in-chief for pay, logistic and administrative services, travel funds, and even passports. Commanders could only visit his headquarters in Tunis with prior permission. The Tunisian authorities allowed entry only to those whose names had been placed on visitors' lists by the PLO embassy, but Fatah's general staff and the PLO military council had lost all administrative and operational authority and could not help. Resentment sharpened as Arafat seconded a number of PNLA units to Iraq and Libya, in return for substantial financial and military assistance, in the course of 1989, but he took this as an opportunity to reduce personnel and cut costs, offering the alternatives of early retirement, full release with compensation, or nominal service in the reserves on reduced pay. Much was subsequently made in foreign media of the election of numerous officers to senior positions at the Fatah conference in August, but in reality the primary concern of the demoralized military was to ensure job security, and they had no corporate influence on political or organizational direction. Long primus inter pares, Arafat was now virtually unassailable. As Habash, Hawatma, PCP Deputy Secretary General Suleiman al-Nayyab, and Khalif acknowledged in a closed panel discussion that was later published in Al-Hadaf, he possesses the elements of power, as political leader of Fatah and head of the PLO, that enable him to monopolize practical politics. He held a special advantage since Fatah is the largest of the effective Palestinian groups in the arena, that enjoys extensive popular support both inside and outside Palestine, and moreover has an important apparatus of advisors. Extensive Arab support, and a special status among the states of the world. He also has a large apparatus of PLO representatives abroad, not to mention overwhelming popular support that nobody can ignore. The implications hardly needed elucidation. Arafat was now confident in his strength and ability to do as he pleases. He appears able to behave politically without taking heed of the decisions taken by Palestinian legitimacy the PNC, all the while insisting that he is in fact implementing them. 163 Yet the diplomatic credibility of the PLO rested on a single major input, the Intifada, which Arafat strove assiduously to control. His first step following the assassination of Wazir was to form a Fatah committee responsible for the occupied territories under his direct supervision. Zaki later became secretary to the committee, but it had no authority and rarely met. Fatah's western sector was further dissipated as Arafat attached its senior cadres and Wazir's former aides to his office or transferred them to the parallel PLO Intifada follow-up. Intifada to the Rescue 635 Committee, which he now set up under his control, or to desk jobs at the PLO's occupied Homeland Affairs Bureau. The former military and organizational functions of the western sector were gradually reassigned to Force 17. In January 1, 989, Force 17 Commander Muhammad Natur announced the reorganization of Fatah strike forces into a popular army. Maps at his headquarters in Tunis were dotted with flags representing companies, battalions, brigades, and field commands in the West Bank and Gaza. 164 This was pure fantasy, and the arrest of dozens of hopeful members of the new army ensured its quick demise. In any case, Arafat relied heavily on an unstructured and constantly shifting coterie, comprising members of his personal entourage and self-promoting brokers from the occupied territories. Substantial cash sums were dispensed on an ad hoc basis, ostensibly to pay recruits and purchase weapons, but in reality to secure the loyalty of the Fatah constituency. The flow of steadfastness funds from the PLO stated by senior officials to be as much as $1 million a day, although this was probably an exaggeration, tied local activists and institutions even closer to Tunis. 165 Opponents charged that it also enabled some intermediaries to build villas with steadfastness funds, both inside the occupied territories and outside. 166 Arafat said resistance, not least from cadres who saw themselves as inheritors of Wazir, but the appearance of the battalions of Abu Jihad and other formations only underline the fragmentation of the Fatah organization in the occupied territories. Economic hardship increased the demand for patronage from Tunis, but the spread of clientelist networks reduced the clandestine movement to an amorphous, fractured, and leaderless mass. The fragmentation of Fatah served Arafat's broader purpose of preventing the potential emergence of an alternative leadership in the occupied territories, to which Israel and the US might come. Though grossly overstated, this FEAR was common among PLO leaders in exile. The publication on 1 January 4, 1988 of a 4-point political program prepared by representatives of Palestinian and national institutions assembled in East Jerusalem may have accentuated this concern. In any case, the PLO immediately asserted its authority over the UNC. The next public appeal, 4 days later, placed the signature of the PLO above that of the UNC. The UNC defied the mainstream leadership on several occasions in the next 2 months, calling for a boycott of the Schultz mission at a time when the PLO wanted contact with the US, and for the resignation of West Bank members of the Jordanian parliament, appointed mayors and village council heads, and Palestinian employees of the Israeli-run civil administration. 167 The PLO responded by editing draft appeals, and later took to dictating the political preamble entirely to the UNC, which it now routinely described as 1F. 168 Mir Y101 TS Arms. The PCP was the most discomfited by this relationship, and for this reason refused to integrate itself into a national front with its UNC partners, fearing complete domination from Tunis. The local DFLP representative Simpa 636 Statehood into Autonomy, 1983 to 1993. Theized strongly, but the DFLP and PFLP leaders in exile proved as concerned as the mainstream PLO leadership to exercise tight political control over their followers in the occupied territories, despite much lip service to demands for democratization and devolution of authority to the UNC. Much like Philastin al-Thawra, Al-Hurriyah and Al-Hadaf also published their own re-edited versions of UNC appeals, and in all cases selected terminology that signaled clearly the subordination of the UNC to the PL. 0.169 The DFLP and PFLP also acquiesced in the formation of an Intifada follow-up committee headed by Arafat to direct the UNC and to coordinate political and financial support for the uprising more generally. Yet once again this proved to be a powerless body, through which the PLO chairman both co-opted and marginalized other actors. Its main use was to provide him with the justification to set up a special chairman's account for the Intifada, held by the PNF, into which Arab financial assistance for the occupied territories was directed. This was his third such account to date, and as with the other two, expenditure was entirely at his discretion. Ironically, Israeli repression of the uprising assisted the concentration of power by Arafat. Continuing arrests greatly weakened the UNC by 1989, as veteran cadres were replaced by younger activists with less political and organizational experience, and rendered it more amenable to dictate from exile. Increasingly the mass movement was sidelined, as the PLO assigned a growing political role to its public figures in the occupied territories, who effectively subsumed the UNC. The shift of emphasis was evident in the abandonment of attempts at full civil disobedience. The UNC had been sufficiently encouraged by the initial success of the boycott of Israeli products and resignation of Palestinian police, tax and customs officials, and employees of the Vehicle and Driver Registration Department in the Israeli-run civil administration during spring 1988 to refer to civil disobedience in an appeal issued on July 3, but subsequently retreated as local income plummeted. This was due to the combined impact of the commercial strike, Israeli curfews, and financial penalties, 50% devaluation of the Jordanian dinar, and restriction of Arab imports of Palestinian agricultural produce. Attempts in 1989 to organize a general boycott of the new, magnetized identity cards issued by the Israeli authorities and of employment in Israel imposed an intolerable burden on low-income families and also had to be abandoned. The effects of fragmentation and weakened command were obvious in the excesses of the campaign against Palestinians accused of collaboration with Israel. Hundreds of informers atoned publicly during 1988, especially after a much-publicized lynching in Kabatya on February 23, but the Shabak soon rebuilt its networks. Violence against alleged informers rose sharply in April 1, 1989, after revelations in the Israeli press that the IDF was using undercover units against Palestinian activists. A majority of alleged collaborators killed now were in fact accused of prostitution and drug peddling or the victims of personal vendettas, and their bodies were often mutilated. Strike forces such as Fatah's Black Panthers and the PFLP's Red Eagles were openly flouting in Innsbruck. Intifada to the rescue 637. Actions from the UNC and PLO committees in Tunis to moderate their behavior by July 1, 1989, although Hamas was the most notoriously active in this regard. 170 Arafat only added his voice in public to the appeals for restraint and due process in June 1991, probably due to the pressure of international opinion. He may have privately tolerated a certain number of murders in the meantime as a means of implicitly asserting Fatah dominion and intimidating rivals, or even of competing with Hamas, with which a new gentleman's agreement was concluded that month. In any case, the extensive use by Israel of undercover units to capture or, more frequently, kill Intifada activists, coupled with its successive decisions to outlaw Fatah's Shaviva movement, relax IDF rules of fire, and allow widespread use of supposedly non-lethal plastic bullets, which killed dozens of Palestinians in following months, encouraged militarization of the uprising. As the mass character of the Intifada regressed, youthful militants started to levy extortionist taxes from shops and businesses and took the law into their own hands with growing frequency. The situation was such by August 1, 1990 that the UNC felt compelled to appeal openly against interrogation, torture, and unsanctioned expropriation of funds and property by vigilante groups, and called on activists not to hide their faces with kufiyyahs except when confronting Israeli troops. 171 The bitter contest with the Israeli authorities continued, but the past year events in the occupied territories had been steadily overshadowed as the PLO attempted to maintain its flagging peace offensive amidst dramatic international and regional developments. 2-6. The road to Oslo. Back to square one. Despite stout denials from the PLO leadership in exile and local activists alike, the Intifada reached a stalemate in spring 1989. So, by the same token, did PLO diplomacy. This was not immediately apparent, as Arafat developed the Palestinian peace offensive launched at the PNC in mid-November 1988 with a tour of African, Asian, and socialist countries in the following months. However, the official dialogue with the US was not progressing well. The first round of talks in December dealt only with procedural matters, while at the second, which did not take place until March 1, 1989, the US side refused to discuss anything but ending terrorism. President George Bush and Secretary of State James Baker raised PLO hopes in the following weeks by calling for an end to Israeli occupation and the achievement of Palestinian political rights, but then dismayed it by limiting the dialogue to discussion of a proposal for peace talks made by Shamir in April and the formal peace initiative published by the Israeli government on May 14. The Israeli proposals called for the division of the peace process with the Palestinians into two main phases. In the first, general elections would be held in the occupied territories to choose Palestinian representatives, who would then meet Israeli officials to negotiate an interim period of self-government. Further talks would be conducted in the second phase, in order to reach a permanent settlement to the conflict. The PLO was explicitly to be excluded throughout. Public figures in the occupied territories close to Fatah, mainly Faisal al-Husseini, Ziad Abu Zayyad, Sari Nasiba, and Jamil al-Tarafi, later joined by Said Ghanan, had previously discussed elections with senior Israeli officials in February and March, but ceased contact after the PLO formally rejected the Shamir proposal on 26 April. 2 The PLO now reiterated its belief that its real counterpart was the US administration, not the Israeli government. Israel, an editorial in Philastin al-Thawra stated, is merely a field command, whereas the strategic command in this battle lies with the US. Only the US could deliver Israel to the table. 3 US moves to block applications by the PLO to join the UN's World Health Organization, Food and Agriculture Organization, and Education, Science, and Culture Organization increased its ire. Arafat warned in May that the suspension of military action was now at risk, because patience has its limits. 4 Behind the bluster, the American stance at the UN. The road to Oslo. 639. Confirmed PLO belief that US opposition was the main obstacle to Palestinian statehood. 5 The Fatah conference in August did not help matters by calling for the escalation of armed struggle against Israel. This earned the praise of the PFLP among others, but drew public remonstrations from the US administration. 6 Arafat hurriedly published a final political statement several days later from which the more offensive phrases had been deleted, while Khalaf explained that armed struggle and terrorism were not the same thing. 7 Overlooked in this flurry of statement and counter-statement, however, was the fact that Arafat had obtained blanket endorsement from the Fatah conference for the political resolutions of the PNC, which meant retroactive approval of UNSCR 242 and 338 and implicit recognition of Israel. Arafat's irritation at the US attitude was not entirely disingenuous, therefore, even if his warning that the Intifada would adopt escalatory new methods lacked conviction. 8 Besides, the formal, albeit conditional, acceptance by the PLO of a 10-point compromise proposal published by Egyptian President Mubarak on September 19 indicated undiminished interest in dialogue. Baker presented a 5-point bridging proposal on 6 October in the hope of softening PLO opposition to elections in the occupied territories, and US and PLO envoys renewed their dialogue a fortnight later, after a hiatus of over 2 months, to discuss it. The Secretary of State modified the proposal during November to meet PLO concerns, but its final response on December 6 still tied approval to a direct PLO role in selecting the Palestinian negotiators. The year ended on an uncertain note, but Arafat insisted confidently in his customary New Year's message on January 1, 1990 that Palestinian statehood was only a stone's throw away. Such reassurance was suddenly punctured by the Soviet decision to lift remaining restrictions on the emigration of Jewish citizens to Israel. Shamir's vow to settle the newcomers, expected to number at least 1 million, in the occupied territories, alarmed the PLO and Jordan, which feared massive expropriation of Palestinian land and a new wave of refugees. The consequences of the end of the Cold War were being brought home to the PLO, which until then had made little comment on the fall of the Berlin Wall and the dramatic transformations underway in Eastern Europe. To soften the impact, the USSR raised the status of the PLO mission in Moscow to that of a full embassy and appointed a plenipotentiary ambassador to the PLO in Tunis in January 1990. The emigration issue dominated PLO-Soviet relations from this point onwards, as one editorial after another in Filastin al-Thawra discussed the dangers of Soviet Jewish emigration to Israel. On February 4, for instance, it argued that the influx threatened the peace process and reinforced the hard-line policies of Shamir. Arafat feiged nonchalance, stating that we used to fight 3.5 million Jews, and so we will fight 4.5 million, but the PLO was evidently discomfited. 9 Further discussion of the Soviet Jewish menace took place amidst the sharp escalation of tensions between the US, Israel, and Iraq. The PLO had drawn 640 steadily closer to Iraq. Wazir confided privately that the Iraqi leadership had assured him that its 54 army divisions would be committed to the struggle against Israel once the war with Iran was over, and in January 1, 1988 Arafat described Iraq as the defender of the eastern gate of the Arab nation. 10 The Palestinian leadership was deeply impressed by Iraqi military and industrial capability, and hailed the end of the war with Iran in July because Israel would now face a major new challenge. 11 During 1989 Arafat and Iraqi President Saddam Hussein coordinated their support for the appointed President of Lebanon, General Michel Aoun, who mounted a violent campaign to expel Syrian forces from Lebanon. In December the PLO chairman expressed his dissatisfaction with the progress of the dialogue with the US by praising the unveiling of a new Iraqi ballistic missile as a gift to the Intifada. 12 Iraq also played a role in persuading a number of Third World states to recognize the State of Palestine by supplying them with oil and arms on behalf of the PLO. 13 The revelation that it was attempting to acquire nuclear triggers and assemble a supergun in April 1, 1990 elicited further admiring comments from the PLO, which argued that we now move towards peace from a position of capability. Wake al-Iqtidar. 14 The PLO also backed the Iraqi request for an extraordinary summit conference in Baghdad to respond to US pressure, as did most Arab states. 15 The PLO took the chance offered by the summit conference to complain bitterly about the shortfall in Arab financial assistance. This was a familiar refrain, Arafat having berated the Arab heads of state at the previous conference, held in Casablanca in May 1, 1989, failing to fulfill pledges made the year before that. 16 In March 1, 1990 PNF Director Yazīd Al-Hussein revealed that the PLO had received a total of $1.7 billion since 1978 and an additional $1.65 million in 1989. The $1.28 million promised to support the Intifada in June 1, 1988 had failed entirely to materialize, although Libya had made separate donations totaling between $2 million and $3.5 million, only Saudi Arabia, Iraq, Kuwait, and the UAE had paid their share of the additional monthly grant decreed at the same time, but even then this supposedly accounted for only 30% of the $43 million pledged. With an annual budget of $200 million and another $300 million earmarked for the occupied territories, the PLO faced a severe deficit, Hussein concluded. Arafat became more irate as the financial crisis deepened, stating angrily in May that Arab aid to the PLO since its inception in 1964 totaled $2.6 billion, whereas the Arab states had given $19 billion to the Afghan Mujahideen in only 9 years. 18 The peace process was also in jeopardy. On March 1 Shamir and his supporters in the Israeli cabinet refused to vote on the modified Baker Plan, prompting the Labour Party to walk out of the coalition and precipitate its fall with a no-confidence vote in the Knesset 4 days later. The PLO pressed the US to widen the scope of the official dialogue over the next period, drawing condemnation of the free concessions it had already given from the opposition, but to no avail. 19 Its diplomacy received a second setback on May 30, when the road to Oslo 641. Guerrillas belonging to the PLF were captured after landing by sea on a Tel Aviv beach, in an abortive raid sponsored by its two patrons, Iraq and Libya. The US demanded punishment for the PLF and Secretary General Zaydan, who had resumed his seat on the PLO Executive Committee in 1987, but Arafat was under strong pressure from the rank and file, who saw little gain from 18 months of dialogue with the US, and would only repeat that the PLO had not been involved in the PLF raid and still opposed attacks on civilians. 20 This was insufficient for President Bush, who suspended the dialogue on June 20. The news quickly followed that the Likud party had formed a new government in Israel, in alliance with ultranationalist and religious parties. The PLO conceded that the formation of what it termed a war cabinet in Israel had buried the Baker peace plan. There was little reason to offer political concessions in order to restore the dialogue with the US, therefore, and successive editorials in Filastin al-Thawra reflected the stance by stressing PLO rejection of conditions that impinge on Palestinian sovereignty. 21. Any hope of reviving the dialogue with the US was shattered when the Iraqi army invaded Kuwait on August 2. The PLO faced a dilemma of unprecedented proportion. To condemn the invasion would entail the loss of Iraqi financial and strategic support and invite retaliation against the 300,000 Palestinians in the emirate. Conversely, relations with the Gulf Sheikdoms had been deteriorating since 1988. The PLO was angered in particular by Kuwaiti insistence on circumventing the PNF and channeling funds directly to institutional recipients in the occupied territories, and accused it of financing Hamas. Speaking privately to the PLO Executive Committee and Central Council, Arafat reportedly accused the oil sheiks of unbridled corruption, both financial and moral, and of starving the PLO of funds. 22 The PLO was further influenced by the demonstrations of strong Palestinian support for Iraq in the occupied territories and Jordan. Seeking to escape its predicament, the PLO called for a settlement that would restore Kuwaiti sovereignty after the dispute with Iraq had been settled. It lobbied hard for an Arab solution to the Gulf crisis during an emergency Arab summit conference in Cairo on August 4, but finally voted against a resolution endorsing the Saudi resort to Western military aid. What the PLO could nor obscure was that not a single one of its statements and editorials contained unequivocal condemnation of the Iraqi invasion or unconditional affirmation of Kuwaiti rights. Hussein's proposal of August 12 to link resolution of the Gulf crisis with the end of Israeli occupation of Palestinian territories and the Syrian military presence in Lebanon seemed to offer a face-saving device. The PLO subsequently made linkage the central plank of its crisis diplomacy, and Arafat boasted to his entourage that he had put the idea to Hussein. What appears ultimately to have swung Arafat firmly behind Hussein was the tantalizing thought that his bold gamble might pay off, in which case the PLO could benefit enormously. Palestinian leaders who journeyed to Baghdad were assured that Iraq was capable of confronting the US-led coalition and had planned for all military contingencies. It held a secret trump card, a magic 642 weapon, some confided, hinting at a nuclear capability. 23 Together these factors suggested that the international coalition was unlikely to go to war, reinforcing prospects for a diplomatic solution. Building on these calculations, Arafat proposed in early September that the Gulf crisis could be resolved by simultaneous negotiation of all Middle East conflicts, the lifting of international sanctions against Iraq, withdrawal of US forces from the Gulf, and an Arab solution in which the PLO would act as a neutral mediator. 24 Whatever his intentions, this proposal could only be construed as evidence that the PLO had irrevocably taken the Iraqi side. This was certainly the conclusion of the PFLP and DFLP, which gave the PLO chairman their formal support on that basis. 25 Until then, the PLO had been sparing in its official pronouncements on the crisis. Filastin al-Thawra ceased publication fortnight in August, possibly to avoid having to take a clear stand, and even the PFLP expressed regret that the Iraqi action had relegated the Palestine issue to the background, while calling for confrontation with U.S. forces in the Gulf. 26 The PLO tone had shifted by the beginning of September, when the U.S. troops were described as new crusaders in Filastin al-Thawra. It also published a lengthy discussion of the economic factors that had propelled Iraq to invade Kuwait, supporting Iraqi claims that its financial crisis had been deliberately engineered by outside forces. 27 In following weeks the PLO and all the principal guerrilla groups adopted unreservedly the argument that the invasion had in fact been a defensive, preemptive action designed to defeat a US-inspired conspiracy against Iraq. The US had instructed its Arab allies to withhold aid from Iraq and the PLO since the mid-1980s, Filastin al-Thawra insisted, and had mounted a hostile media campaign against them since the beginning of 1990.28 The PFLP agreed, Politburo member Malu arguing that Iraq had acted to defend itself against a conspiracy in which Kuwait took part and to correct a historic wrong, namely the creation of the Emirate from Iraqi territory. 29 Some Palestinian leaders opposed the PLO stance. Most vocal were Fatah Central Committee members Khalid and Hani al-Hassan, who had long enjoyed close ties with the Gulf sheikdoms. Opposition was also expressed privately by Khalaf, who was conscious of the damage to the PLO's standing in the West and distrusted Hussein. Theirs were solitary voices, however, as admiration for Iraqi boldness and might-fired Palestinian imagination. Our revolutionary choice, said Arafat in late December, is to be in the trench facing Israel and the US. 30 PFLP Deputy Secretary General Zabri similarly enthused that Iraq is the strategic depth of our cause and the Intifada, adding that Iraq had broken Israeli strategic superiority and restored the military option to the Arabs. 31 Just how illusory these perceptions were was demonstrated by the start of the coalition air offensive against Iraq on January 17, 1991 and the resounding defeat of the Iraqi army and its expulsion from Kuwait between 24 and February 28. The PLO had already lost the support of the Gulf sheikdoms and Egypt, and watched helplessly as the irreversible exodus of tens of thousands of Palestinians from Kuwait commenced, insisting all the while that its popularity among its the road to Oslo 643 people was at a peak. 32 Striving to repair the damage to its standing, it offered to hold direct negotiations with Israel, albeit under UN supervision and in the presence of the 5 permanent members of the Security Council. 33 Coming barely 2 weeks after the liberation of Kuwait, this was an optimistic opening bid indeed. The US was unimpressed, and proceeded with its own peace plan, which Baker published on 6 March. This envisaged separate, bilateral talks between Israel and each of Syria, Lebanon, and a joint Jordanian-Palestinian delegation. In deference to Israeli insistence, the Palestinian negotiators could be drawn only from the West Bank or Gaza, to the exclusion of inhabitants of Jerusalem and the diaspora and of PLO officials. This track would focus solely on interim arrangements for Palestinian autonomy in the occupied territories, again excluding Jerusalem, to last for 5 years, with the commitment to hold further talks after the first 2 years to decide the final status of the territories and their population. Predictably, the PLO objected that the U.S. proposal was little more than an Israeli interpretation of the Camp David autonomy proposals it had already rejected many years earlier, and protested melodramatically that America is not the FATE of Palestine. 34 Towards the end of April, the PLO Central Council reaffirmed its commitment to the program adopted at the PNC in November 1988, but Arafat argued more realistically for slogans and programs that are commensurate with our Capability. 35 He authorized Faisal Husseini, Hanan Ashrawi, and other public figures in the occupied territories to discuss Palestinian representation with Baker in the following months. The abortive coup attempt in Moscow on August 21 briefly raised hopes of a Soviet revival and an improved Palestinian bargaining position. Arafat privately exulted in the down-fall of Gorbachev, and Kazemi, Abd Rabu, and other senior officials in Temperatelli made their feelings public, but the defeat of the putschists chastened the PLO leadership. The decision by Syria to join the peace process in early September swayed doubters such as Kazemi, and on September 21 the PNC empowered the Executive Committee to take the final decision on the terms and nature of Palestinian participation in the talks. 3 The PFLP had earlier expressed the sentiment of the Palestinian opposition by declaring no to the American conference and calling for hardline tactics in the era of retreat, but to no avail. 37 On October 18 the PLO Central Council confirmed that a Palestinian delegation headed by Gaza physician Haider Abd al-Shafi and composed according to the terms set by the US and Israel would attend the inaugural conference in Madrid 11 days later. As Kazemi explained, the PLO had either to join the peace process or to exit history. 38 The opposition in crisis. The mainstream PLO leadership had long sought to join the peace process, albeit on more favorable terms, but its ability to take the fateful decision was 644. Partly due to the disarray of the Palestinian opposition. This was most obvious for the Syrian-backed groups. Wh no longer had a following of any significance outside Syria or Syrian-controlled areas of Lebanon. In November 1, 1988 the Fatah dissidents condemned the PNC for exchanging a homeland for a state and accepting surrender in the guise of independence, but their repeated calls in following weeks to form a Riva LPLO and PNC had no result. 39 Adding to the IR predicament was the Libyan decision earlier in the year to suspend financial aid to most of the rejectionist groups, prompting several to 2M to Iran. 40 In February 1989 the dissidents deleted the commitment to Democratic and Socialist progress emblazoned on their weekly fath, and attended the First Islamic Conference for Palestine in Tehran in December 1, 1990. Their plight had not been eased by holding a General Conference and replacing the Provisional Command with a Central Committee in November, and by May 1, 1991 they had abandoned CALLS to topple Arafat in favor of appeals for solidarity, UNITY, and democratic reform within the PL0. 41 The PFGC fared a little better, despite gaining an appreciative audience in the occupied territories for its Al-Quds Radio program, that started broadcasts from southern Syria shortly after the start of the Intifada. It maintained GER-LLA bases in various parts of Lebanon, but info-RCED paralysis and political divisions led to a split in December 1, 1989. The PFGC cultivated ties with Iran, and Jibril, now sporting a beard, attended the Islamic Conference in Tehran in December 1990. 4. 2. The Syrian-backed wing of the PLF suffered a semi-LAR decline. The death of Tarat Yaqub of a heart attack in November 1988 was followed by the resignation of Abd al-Fattah Ghanem, prompting their remaining followers to sign a nominal unity agreement with Ziadan's wing Yarla, although this too led to resolve all differences. 43 Ghanem returned to the PLO fold at the PNC in September 1991. The combination of internal discontent and the mainstream desire to diffuse U.S. hostility led at the same time to the replacement of Ziadan by Ali Ishaq as PLF representative and the PLO Executive Committee. The PPSF had also led out of the Syrian-backed PN's FCOALItion in 1988, and in September 1991 Secretary General Sami Argusha entered the PLO Executive Committee for the first time. A small L faction under Khalid Abd al-Majid broke away in protest in Damascus, but to no effect. The marginalization of the Syrian Bakti was made inevitable by their lack of a following in the occupied territories, but this could not expel and the deepening malaise that had afflicted the PFLP and DFLP since 1988. They had both rallied to the nationalist banner during the Camps War in Lebanon and the uprising in the occupied territories, but these major events had equally compelled them to come to terms with the diplomatic strategy of the mainstream PLO leadership, albeit in varying degrees and with continued reluctance in both cases. The PFLP gave an example of the resulting tension, having initially questioned the ability of the PLO to transform the Palestinian state declared at the PNC in November 1988 into a practical reality. It had come round by the end of 1989 to consider the declaration an important qualitative. The road to Oslo 645. Step and statehood a realistic prospect. 44 Habash meanwhile confirmed the PFLP's willingness to resolve the Palestine conflict in its entirety at an international peace conference. 45 In Lebanon, this political ambivalence and deteriorating social and economic conditions drove a growing number of members, including many middle-ranking cadres, to emigrate or seek asylum abroad. Maintenance of military and civilian bureaucracies still weighed on relatively limited resources, and provided an added reason to remain firmly within the PLO framework. This tacit compromise was uncomfortable, however, and deepened existing fissures. The Intifada intensified the dilemma of the PFLP and DFLP by bringing into question the practical ideologies and organizational structures that had evolved in the framework of an armed struggle led from exile in the previous 2 decades. The mainstream PLO leadership, with its typically pragmatic sense, had quickly grasped both the potential and the limitations of the uprising. The revolt would persevere to ensure Israeli withdrawal from the West Bank and Gaza, but the inhabitants of the occupied territories could not be expected to remove the occupation from the areas which it occupied in 1967, and they called repeatedly for its escalation in 1989-90, in studious disregard of the uprising's deepening frustration, in order to embarrass the PLO and resist its diplomacy. However, the untenability of this position was now brought to the FOR, as were internal pressures for reform, by the sweeping changes in the strategic landscape caused by the collapse of communism. The PFLP and DFLP had continued to celebrate events in the communist calendar such as the 1917 Bolshevik Revolution, Lenin's birthday, and the national days of Soviet bloc countries, but otherwise took little note of the gradual demise of the Cold War. Only on the eve of the fall of the Berlin Wall did Habash finally acknowledge the signs of change by welcoming perestroika, glasnost, and new thinking because they show the ability of socialism to renew itself and deal with its shortcomings and problems. 7 The PFLP drew no further ideological conclusions nor expressed a political view on developments in Eastern Europe in the following months, except to criticize the new government's for hastily restoring diplomatic ties with Israel and to bemoan the fact that the Palestinian left derived considerable comfort from the rise of Iraqi power. A PFLP manual on military doctrine published in 1989 observed admiringly that whereas Israel had revealed its weakness by leaving Lebanon after the loss of only 700 dead, 3,000 wounded, and $5 billion, Iraq, and Iran, could lose that in a single month without having to cease fire. 51 In April 1990, as Iraq exchanged bellicose threats with Israel, Habash stated optimistically that the international situation is good, while his deputy, Zabri, enthused that Iraq was a giant and that the revival of the Arab Eastern Front, subject to reconciliation between Iraq, Syria, and the PLO, could compensate for the loss of East European support. 52 The Gulf crisis pushed matters to a head, as Habash and Hawatma visited Amman for the first time since 1971 and met King Hussein. They were next received by Saddam Hussein in Baghdad, ending a second, 10-year boycott. In October the PFLP frankly criticized the USSR for supporting US-initiated measures against Iraq, but wisely refrained from adverse comment on the pro-coalition stance of its Syrian hosts, and in December Habash reiterated that Iraq was a principal factor in Arab power thanks to its armed force and possession of oil. 53 Following the start of the war in mid-January 1991, the PFLP and DFLP threatened to set the ground under the FEET of the American invaders on fire and applauded Iraqi missile strikes on Israel. 54 These threats came to little, and the PFLP later admitted that it had been hasty in raising the slogan, which it could not implement anyway. 55 The Iraqi defeat left the PFLP and DFLP pondering their dilemma anew. In order both to obscure this and to impede PLO acceptance of the U.S. peace plan, they now revived calls for internal reform of the Fatah-dominated PLO. Al-Hadafhad in FACT launched this drive in January 1, 1990 by reporting in detail on a closed panel discussion between Habash, Hawatma, PCP Deputy Secretary General Suleiman al-Nayyab, and Fatah Central Committee member Khalaf. The consensus was frank condemnation of bureaucratization, corruption, and clientelism in the PLO, features that were connected to the autocratic leadership of Arafat. These themes reappeared in spring 1991, when Hawatma called for democracy, financial reform, and reduction of the bureaucracy and its costs, while Habash strove for greater opposition influence by renewing the long-standing demand for proportional representation within the PNC and PLO executive bodies. 57 This followed his earlier complaint that 95% of the heads of over 100 PLO missions abroad belonged to Fatah, proving that PLO institutions are in reality Fatah institutions, with a decorative sprinkling from the other groups. 58 The irony was that the PFLP and DFLP were both accused of the same ills. In the latter case, Deputy Secretary General Abd Rabu, backed by Politburo member Salah Arafat, military commander Mamdouh Nawfal, and a majority in the Central Committee, had already aroused Hawatma's ire in 1990 by objecting to the tendency to centralize offices and headquarters and to ensure the continuity of affiliated agencies and institutions. This was a result of bureaucratization, military regularization, and the continued flow of oil-based The Road to Oslo 64-7 funds, and explained the failure to assign priority to political and organizational activity in the occupied territories. 59 The critics had tacitly aligned themselves with the Fatah-dominated PLO mainstream since 1983, and Abd Rabu enhanced his stature by heading the PLO side in the official dialogue with the U.S. in 1988-90. The Intifada fueled the tension, as Abd Rabu supported Qatars in the occupied territories who resented Hawatma's autocratic leadership and demanded a greater say in the formulation of DFLP policy. 60 The rift became public on August 23, 1990, and over the next year divided DFLP-affiliated trade unions, student and youth organizations, and women's committees in the West Bank and Gaza. 61 Seeking to assert its own legitimacy ahead of the PNC in September 1991, Hawatma's wing claimed that it had a membership of 50,000 and Abd Rabu's a mere 350, an utter flight off fantasy in the first case and gross underestimation in the second. The PNC finally recognized Hawatma as the inheritor of the DFLP mantle, but also awarded a seat on the PLO Executive Committee to Abd Rabu's wing, which renamed itself the Palestinian Democratic Union, Al-Ittihad al-Demokrati al-Filastini Fida, AFEW months later. 62 As the experience of the DFLP suggested, pressure for internal reform was affected by developments in the occupied territories. It was largely because its membership was based almost entirely in the West Bank and Gaza that the PCP was better able to weather both the challenges of the Intifada and the end of the Cold War. The party was firmly committed to the Leninist principle of democratic centralism, but at the same time was responsive to local initiatives and sensitive to grassroots pressures. An early instance of the success of this approach was the decision by the Communist Party of 1977, what was left of the Leninist cadre that had broken away from the JCP in 1971, to join the PCP in September 1989. 63 Sensitive to the changes in Moscow, the PCP changed its name to the Palestinian People's Party and dropped all mention of Leninism from its political program, while retaining Marxism, at a general conference in October 1991, anticipating the dissolution of the USSR by 2 months. 64 The PFLP, in contrast, remained tom between contending convictions. AFEW weeks after the Iraqi invasion of Kuwait, it proclaimed stoutly that the Intifada would continue until independence, but in July 1, 991 Politburo MEM Burmalu admitted soberly that we burdened the uprising with more than it could bear. 65 The PFLP was less willing to acknowledge the loss of the armed struggle option, however. The 1989 edition of its military doctrine manual, for example, still insisted that despite massacres, Israeli military superiority, and the absence of a secure sanctuary or liberated, red base, Palestinian forces in Lebanon had reached the stage of constructing the revolutionary, popular army with its institutions, advanced weapons, cadres, and rich experience. 66 In late 1991 PFLP military commander Fuad Abd al-Karim reiterated that armed struggle is our choice and stressed the importance of moving guerrillas and weapons into the occupied territories, while criticizing those who saw the 648th Intifada as a nonviolent revolt. 67 It was true that Palestinian forces lacked an Arab sanctuary and exhibited laziness, decrepitude, and a mercenary spirit, but the armed struggle and uprising would persevere together until the Arab masses, liberation movements, parties, and governments realized that Israel would not willingly relinquish an inch of occupied Arab land. 68 The disarray of the PFLP became even more marked following the PLO decision to authorize Palestinian participation in the Madrid Peace Conference. This was especially evident in the continuing attempts to uphold the rhetorical commitment to armed struggle and Marxist-Leninism. In public it shrugged off the impact of the arrest between July and September 1991 of 460 PFLP MEM bears in the occupied territories, among them 170 members of armed cells in Gaza, but could no longer mount a credible military effort. 69 To cope with uncomfortable realities, Habash stated in October 1, 992 that the armed struggle had been replaced with a new formulation, Intifada revolutionary violence. 70 In February 1, 993 the political report of the Fifth Congress upheld military action as the principal form of struggle, since it promotes and drives the other forms of struggle, but again stressed the role of the unarmed violent struggle of the uprising. 71 AFEW months later Abd al-Karim observed merely that armed struggle occupies a role in the process of Palestinian struggle, noting that it had restored national identity and secured international recognition of Palestinian rights and the PL. 0.72 There was a similarly hesitant attempt to deal with the ideological ramifications of the end of the Cold War. In November 1, 989 Habash still insisted that Soviet perestroika also meant revival of the Leninist concept of socialism. 73 The PFLP officially distanced itself when the Soviet Old Guard mounted its abortive coup against Gorbachev in August 1, 991, but noted the yearning of our people for the old-style Soviet officials. 74 It continued loyally to stress its attachment to socialism as late as summer 1992. Despite the defeat of state socialism in the USSR. 75 The ideological document, issued by the Fifth Congress in February 1, 993 contains some new nuances, emphasizing historical dialectical materialism and blaming Stalin for much of the bureaucratization and personality cult that had corrupted socialist practice in the USSR. 76 It also blamed the tendency among Arab Marxists to rely excessively on direction from Moscow on the FACT that most communist parties in the Middle East had been founded by members of minorities, Christians, Armenians, Kurds, Berbers, and Jews, and had remained elitist. 77 Palestinian Marxists were also at FAULT, however. They had borrowed heavily from Moscow to and should return, albeit for guidance only, to the creative roots of Marxism in order to renew socialism, retaining those practical aspects of Leninism that related to party organization but discarding its other, aged ideas. 78 The marked reluctance of the PFLP to conduct a more thorough review of its principal strategy, ideology, and organizational structure was directly related to the continued grip of Habash and the general predominance of the Salaried personnel in its civilian and military agencies based in Syria and Lebanon. The Road to Oslo 649. Replacement of Zabri as PFLP representative on the PLO Executive Committee in September 1991 had indicated that he was being freed to assume the post of Secretary General. Habash's health was ailing, which may have prompted his transfer of residence to Amman a year later, but he insisted testily that he remained in overall command. He moreover used the Fifth Congress in February 1993 to contain the implicit challenge from Zabri, and to encourage harsh criticism of the senior officials representing the PFLP in PLO bodies, especially Politburo members Malou Taysir Kabaye, Salah Salah and Muhammad al-Musalami, who were held to task for alleged political compromises and comfortable living. The mood among the delegates was also reflected in the posthumous rehabilitation of Wadi Haddad, mastermind of PFLP hijack operations in 1968-71, although Habash took pains to explain that this did not indicate a return to external operations. 79 Malou and Zabri were re-elected in the event, but Salah refused to stand, joining staunch Habash loyalist Ahmed al-Yamani, who had retired from active membership in 1991. The elections brought many new FACES to the Politburo and Central Committee. 4 of 1 seats in the first body and over half of 40 seats in the second, but the majority came from Syria and Lebanon, which accounted for 302 of 324 delegates actually present and included a significant number of officers loyal to Abd al-Karim. 80 The Congress had resolved that 30% of the 365 delegates stipulated by the statutes should come from the occupied territories, but only 2 delegates were actually able to attend in Damascus, and the statute was ignored. Habash also prevented distribution of a memorandum from PFLP cadres in Gaza who urged flexibility towards the peace process and an end to the association with the Syrian-backed opposition coalition. 8 This, coupled with the failure of Musalami, himself originally from Gaza, to win re-election, fueled rumor of the reactivation of regional rivalries within the PFLP. Democratic centralism had prevailed, in that the leadership in exile ensured that the center of political decision-making has not passed to the inside, but the price was the withdrawal of veteran cadres in Gaza, especially, and further loss of political influence in the occupied territories. 82 The predicament of the PFLP and DFLP was evident in their continuing inability to influence PLO policy. The PFLP called for the withdrawal of the Palestinian delegation from the peace talks in January 1992 and suspended its membership of the PLO Executive Committee in protest, while the DFLP demanded rectification of Palestinian representation and in May renewed calls for democratization and collective leadership in the PL. 0.83 The PFLP then backtracked in May, retracting its demand for a boycott of the peace talks and satisfying itself instead by calling for the terms of participation to be improved. 84 In June the PFLP acknowledged the opposition's loss of impact, and by September both groups had been reduced to demanding that negotiations with Israel be based on UNSCR 242. 85 This was an abject retreat, and to salvage their influence the PFLP and DFLP formed a joint leadership body at the end of the month. 86 They also joined a new, 10-member opposition coalition based in 650 Damascus. This included breakaway factions of the PLF, PPSF, and PCP and, astonishingly, a representative of the long-defunct Arab Higher Committee, in addition to the Fatah dissidents, PFGC, Islamic Jihad, and Hamas. The presence of Hamas was significant, but it also led to rivalry with the PFLP and DFLP, which objected to its strict attitude towards women's dress, among other things, and strongly opposed its demands for a 40% share both of seats in the PNC and of votes within the opposition coalition. 87 Staking a claim. Hamas had reason to assert itself, as its position had been strengthened since May 1, 1989, when Sheikh Yassin and up to 250 activists in the occupied territories were arrested. Over the next year the prisoners conducted an extensive review of the organizational structure and political program of Hamas. 88 They were especially critical of the traditional reliance of the Muslim Brotherhood on the USRA, nuclear family, as its basic unit, in which members were grouped, regardless of function, for all-embracing religious indoctrination. The prisoners, in contrast, held separate sessions in which political and security matters were the focus of discussion. Under their impetus Hamas made a substantial transition in organizational structure and political focus by summer 1990. Also contributing to the shift were the growing number of members who had not previously belonged to the Muslim Brotherhood, to the dismay of many of its older figures, who still strove determinedly to retain control. Over the next 3 years Hamas was to undergo significant change in its organization and leadership as a result not only of these internal pressures, but also of Israeli countermeasures and of the growing flow of private donations from Palestinians abroad and Arab sympathizers in the Gulf Sheikdoms. By the end of 1993 it boasted a Politburo, as well as a formal military apparatus, security apparatus, Occupied Homeland Affairs Bureau, Organization and Mass Mobilization Bureau, and Information Bureau, with an official spokesman based in Amman. 89 This reorganization was brought about largely by the exile, in December 1, 1992, of the most influential Hamas figures after Sheikh Yassin, especially of Abdullah al-Rantizi. Directing it was Musa Abu Marzouk, a little-known physician from Gaza who now returned after residing for several years in the U.S., and who remained free to travel in and out of Israel until he advertised his leadership of the Politburo by moving to Damascus in 1993. His control over much of Hamas finances, internal appointments, and foreign contacts gave him a degree of personal political power within the movement not unlike that of Arafat within Fatah and the PLO, if put to different use. 90 Yet this lay in the future. In 1989-90, despite the rise of younger activists within Hamas and the concomitant increase in military activity, the movement's political position remained ambivalent. Speaking a few days before his arrest, Yassin supported the PLO aim of Palestinian statehood, albeit if this did the road to Oslo 651 not entail relinquishing the remaining land of my homeland Palestine. This was more than semantics, however. Yassin went on to approve negotiation with Israel if it acknowledges our rights in their entirety, and recognizes the right of the Palestinian people to live in freedom and independence inside its homeland. 91 Yassin pointedly refrained from ruling out the possibility of recognizing Israel, if it withdrew from the West Bank and Gaza. He was more explicit in stating unequivocally that I do not wish to eradicate Israel. Rather, we will negotiate with Israel so that the Palestinian people of the inside and outside may live in Palestine, and with that the problem will end. Yassin stressed that Hamas would not supplant the PLO as an interlocutor, but at the same time clearly regarded it as the representative of the Palestinians in the diaspora, rather than those in the occupied territories. He also took fault with the PLO for not adopting Islam as an outlook and constitution, but saw the future in terms of a multi-party democratic state, in which power goes to whoever wins the elections. 92 Despite Yassin's relative moderation, the changes within Hamas prompted the younger activists increasingly to challenge Fatah. In January 1990 the unofficial Hamas spokesman in Gaza, Mahmoud Zahar, adopted a conciliatory tone, reaffirming that the PLO represents us all, and Hamas assigned an informal representative to the PLO Central Council. 93 But when the PLO considered convening the PNC in spring, Hamas demanded 40 to 50% of the seats and insisted on abrogation of the political program adopted in November 1988. 94 Altercations between Hamas and Fatah activists finally provoked Arafat to sanction a lengthy tirade against the Islamists in Filastin al-Thara in July. This contained an impassioned refutation of the political accusations made by Hamas, but the real cause of anger was its apparent attempt to stand outside the PLO framework and portray itself as an alternative representative for a large part of the Palestinian people. The PLO insisted that its own status came from the blood of its martyrs, and to question that article of faith was an act of blasphemy that contravened Islamic law, belief, religion, homeland, and Arabism and invited jitna, dissent. The PLO was nor a party within a state, but the state itself. Rivalry with it was akin to rivalry with the homeland and amounted to firqa, division of the community of believers. 95 The Iraqi invasion of Kuwait prompted a truce in the propaganda war in September. It also presented Hamas with a dilemma. The Gulf Sheikdoms had provided major funding over the years, but Palestinian grassroots sentiment was deeply hostile to the perceived corruption and wasteful opulence of the oil sheiks. Hamas sought safety by calling on August 13 for the withdrawal of foreign forces from the Gulf, evacuation of the Iraqi army from Kuwait, and freedom for the Kuwaitis to choose their own future. 96 Hamas was rewarded with continued financial assistance, unlike the PLO, which suffered a total cut-off. Hamas resumed its political muscle flexing with a call for general elections to choose PNC delegates in spring 1991, and in October joined Jihad and the PNSF for the first time in a statement opposing the PLO decision to send a 652 Palestinian delegation to the Madrid Peace Conference. 9 In following months it enhanced its prestige by conducting dramatic attacks on Israeli soldiers and civilians, tapping the anger of a population suffering from severe security and economic controls. As Hamas asserted itself, clashes in which knives and clubs were used also broke out between its followers and those of Fatah in the Tulkarm district in July and August. 2 reconciliation agreements were reached outside the occupied territories on 19 and September 30, but local activists maintained their feud sporadically for another 8 months. The election of Labour Party leader Yitzhak Rabin at the head of a new government in Israel in June 1, 1992 raised PLO hopes of significant progress in the peace talks. By the same token, it intensified tensions between Hamas and Fatah, leading to frequent clashes in Gaza in June and July. Starting in May, Arafat had bitterly accused the Gulf Sheikdoms and Iran of financing the Islamists, and in October he claimed that Saudi Arabia alone had donated $1.8 million to Hamas and paid an additional $40 million to the Abu Nidal Foundation in protection money. 98 The PLO chairman instructed the Palestinian delegation in Washington repeatedly to urge the U.S. State Department to pressure the Saudi government to block the funds, which the latter insisted came only from private donors. He used the same channel to request a renewal of Saudi assistance to the PLO, but to little avail, although in October 1991 the Saudi authorities had resumed the transfer of liberation taxes levied from Palestinian employees in the kingdom, worth some $1.2 million annually. The mass expulsion of over 400 Islamists from the West Bank and Gaza to South Lebanon on December 20, following the abduction and murder of an Israeli serviceman, led to a further deterioration of relations with the PLO. The latter mobilized energetically to negotiate the repatriation of the Islamists and secured Israeli agreement to allow their return in stages over 2 years, but Hamas publicly disputed PLO authority to speak on behalf of the expellees. That Hamas was using issue for political leverage became evident when its senior representatives from Jordan held talks with Arafat in Khartoum, in the presence of National Islamic Front leader Hassan al-Turabi. Arafat was keen to bring Hamas within the PLO-FOLD in order to strengthen his claim to representative status, but the Islamists repeated their demands for a militant political program and a 40% share of PNC seats, and the dialogue collapsed amidst bitter recriminations. Arafat angrily blamed the impasse on the Old Guard Muslim Brotherhood leadership in Jordan, which he knew to exercise ultimate control over Hamas. The Hamas spokesman in Amman, Ibrahim Gusha, stated that the movement had enjoyed the support of 45% of the Palestinian population in the occupied territories even before the mass expulsion, and that the PNC should be restructured accordingly. 99 Tempers fried dangerously in late April when Gusha and the official Hamas representative in Jordan, Nafi al-Nizal, accused the Palestinian negotiators in Washington of selling out the expellees for a handful of coins and formally demanded the abdication of the PLO. The road to Oslo 653. Leadership. 100. A furious Arafat threatened to cut off any hand that stretches against any PLO official or member of the negotiating delegation. 101. The views of the Muslim Brotherhood leaders in Jordan were not entirely representative of Hamas in the occupied territories, however, and Gusher retracted his statements in July, reaffirming that the PLO was the national political framework for all Palestinians and offering to renew the dialogue. 102. The final act. Any thought of resuming the dialogue was abruptly cut short by the revelation, at the end of August, that the PLO and Israel had been conducting secret negotiations in the Norwegian capital, Oslo. This was news not only to Hamas and the rest of the Palestinian opposition, but also to the Palestinian delegation in Washington and most of the PLO leadership. Besides Arafat, only Fatah Central Committee member Abbas, PLO Executive Committee member Abd Rabu, PPP, formerly PCP, Secretary General Bashir al-Barghouti, and a handful of their closest colleagues were fully apprised of the talks, which had been conducted by Fatah Central Committee member Ahmed Kray and senior PPP cadre Hassan Asfar. There were immediate fulminations from the opposition and varying protests from the PLO Executive Committee and Fatah Central Committee, but the rank and file reacted with a weary resignation that resulted from the impact of a series of debilitating pressures since the beginning of 1990. The first instance was the disarray of Fatah forces in Lebanon. In January 1, 1990 they extended from the Ain al-Hilwa refugee camp into the Tufa region under the guise of ending bitter fighting between Amal and Hezbollah, but lost up to 150 dead after intervening against Hezbollah in July. 103 This was accompanied by clashes between Fatah and the Abu Nidal Faction. Fatah had encouraged senior cadres in the latter group to break away and TML the Revolutionary Council emergency leadership in October 1, 1989, and expelled its remaining adherents from the Ain al-Hilwa and Rashidiyah camps after battles that left over 90 dead and 280 wounded in June and September 1, 1990. Fatah also turned on one of its own, a rebellious officer with Islamist leanings named Jamal Suleiman, who was accused of receiving aid from the PFGC and the Abu Nidal Faction, and defeated him at the beginning of August. For a toll of 24 dead and 150 wounded. Violence next pitted loyalist commander Allah Alifandi and against Fatah battalion commander Abu Muhammad Ziyaroura in February 1, 1991. Ziyaroura and 20 supporters were summarily tried and executed, taking the overall toll to 31 dead and 62 wounded. The Lebanese army was next to act, pushing Fatah forces back into the Mayat and Ain al-Hilwa camps in desultory fighting on 1–4 July, and compelling them to surrender their heavy weapons over the next fortnight. In October Fatah officer Munir Makda and 300 followers seized the movement's offices in Ain al-Hilwa to protest. 654. Palestinian participation in the Madrid Peace Conference, while loyalists clashed with local Islamists in mid-December. The upheaval in Lebanon was mirrored elsewhere. Fatah had suffered a serious blow only hours before the start of the Gulf War on 1 January 7, when a gunman belonging to the Abu Nidal Faction assassinated security chiefs Khalif and Abd al-Hamid in Tunis. Senior aide Fakhri al-Amiri was killed in the same incident, while Arafat's own aide, the notorious Hawari, died in a road accident on the Amman-Baghdad highway in May. Arafat typically gathered remaining security cadres in a committee as a means both of sidelining Fatah Central Committee member al-Hakam Bal-Awi, who now assumed nominal responsibility for the security portfolio, and of gathering these added reins of power in his own hands. Khalif's former aide, Atif Bsessu, still played a useful role as senior liaison officer with Western intelligence agencies, but his assassination in Paris in June 1, 1992, probably by the Mossad, left the PLO heavily dependent on Tunisian security services. Arafat also reinforced his position by co-opting senior delegation coordinator Nabil Shatikh and the PLO delegate in Bonn, Abdullah Frangi, to the Central Committee in this period, later followed by Fatah information head Ahmed Abd al-Rahman. Fatah forces in exile Suf Fe read a parallel drain as hundreds of personnel sought political asylum in Scandinavian and other Western countries in 1991, rather than accept transfer to military camps in southern Libya. In the occupied territories, meanwhile, Arafat sponsored the formation of new public bodies such as the political committees launched by Sari Nasiba at the end of the year, apparently in order to prevent the clandestine organization from re-emerging as an autonomous power base and to limit the influence of potential claimants to leadership, above all of Faisal al-Husseini. The concentration of Arafat's power was virtually absolute by the end of 1991, but the decline of the Intifada and fragmentation of the Fatah organizational and military base equally deprived him of effective policy instruments. 104 In his assessment, attainment of Palestinian national goals now relied almost entirely on the attitude of the U.S. administration. He perceived that the U.S. was intent on resolving the Arab-Israeli conflict in order to ensure lasting regional stability, and that it would brook no opposition from the local protagonists. Any doubts on this point or on U.S. ability to deliver Israel had been dispelled in September, when President Bush used the threat of withholding $1.0 billion in housing loans guarantees as a means of securing the agreement of Prime Minister Shamir to attend the Madrid Peace Conference. At the same time, Arafat was convinced that the U.S. wished him merely to initiate Palestinian participation in the peace process and then fade away. His role ended like that of a male bee that fertilizes once and then dies. 105 This he was wholly unwilling to do. However, Arafat calculated that if Palestinian participation in the peace process was crucial for the success of U.S. Middle East policy, then there was an opportunity to carve out a direct role for the PLO. This perception seemed to the road to Oslo 655. Be borne out by U.S. willingness both to allow PLO officials to accompany the Palestinian delegation to Washington and to resume official contacts, subject in the latter case to reaffirmation by the PLO of the original conditions for dialogue. It was presumably also for this reason that he rejected the renewed suggestion made by Fatah Central Committee member Khalid al-Hassan for the establishment of a Palestinian provisional government that would undertake negotiation with Israel, sparing the PLO the need to relinquish its undying principles of non-recognition of Israel and total liberation of Palestine. 106 PLO diplomatic leverage was modest and could not be overplayed, but the next year Arafat used delaying tactics and measured obstruction of the peace talks in order to compel the U.S. to deal with him directly. Others in what remained of the mainstream PLO leadership attached more importance to addressing Israel directly and set greater stock in the progress of the bilateral peace talks. Most representative of this outlook was Abbas, who headed the PLO's negotiations follow-up committee, but Cray and other members of the committee shared it too. They argued that flexibility was wise, if only to win U.S. goodwill, and considered that a settlement negotiated directly by the PLO or indirectly through the delegation in Washington to be of equal merit. 107 This again was in contrast to Arafat, who privately resented the delegation's access to the U.S. administration, and feared that such recognition could presage the emergence of an alternative insider leadership. 108 The Americans want to humiliate Yasser Arafat and eliminate him, he repeatedly told the rest of the PLO leadership, and eliminating him means eliminating the PLO and all of you. 109 His response was partly defensive, therefore, and consisted characteristically of asserting absolute control over the course of the negotiations, personally checking all texts and instructions issued to the delegation, preventing the slightest political or administrative step being taken without his prior approval, and requiring key PLO officials and delegation members in Washington to report to him separately of each other. Obstruction of the peace talks also helped to marginalize the delegation, and Arafat was later to make acerbic comments about it to other PLO leaders in Tunis and wage a hostile whispering campaign among the rank and file in exile and the occupied territories. Despite his conviction that the U.S. was a principal interlocutor rather than mediator, Arafat was not averse to dealing directly with Israel. He actively pursued several parallel lines of contact, and had come by the end of 1992 to the preliminary conclusion that the PLO would ultimately take full charge of Palestinian autonomy in the occupied territories, which it would police with PNLA units from exile. Arafat believed that such a solution could only be found by secret negotiation, and so responded favorably when Abbas and Cray disclosed that a back channel had been opened with Norwegian mediation in December. The Oslo talks were not to achieve a breakthrough until mid-May 1993, when Rabin authorized official Israeli participation, but they had already dominated the PLO agenda at least since mid-February, when the 656 Israeli academics who had started the effort, Yair Hirschfeld and Ron Pundik, raised the Gaza First option and produced the first draft of a joint declaration of principles with Cray and Asfer. From this point onwards the PLO chairman obstructed the official talks in Washington with even greater insistence, to the dismay of Abbas and other colleagues who preferred to progress on both tracks, and utilized the objections of the confused delegation to suggest that Faisal al-Husseini and other key figures entertained private political ambitions and were being used by the U.S. administration as a Trojan horse to supplant the PL-0. 110. Whether by accident or design, the progress of the secret talks at Oslo was accompanied by a severe financial crisis within the PLO. This had built up gradually since the Gulf crisis, when the cut-off of aid from Iraq and the oil-rich sheikdoms compelled the PLO and Fatah to reduce salaries by 9% for civilian personnel and 7% for the military, starting in September 1990. 111. The PLO budget was reportedly halved, forcing severe cuts in departmental budgets and the closure of numerous PLO-backed media outlets in various countries. In December 1, 991, Arafat ordered reduction of the Fatah garrison in Lebanon. The payroll was varyingly estimated at 10,000 to 21,000 by 5,000 to cut costs further. 112. By then the stipends to the families of PLO martyrs, prisoners, or wounded in Lebanon, which amounted to an estimated $280 million monthly, and additional payments for healthcare, FOOD assistance, and other services reportedly amounting to another $1 million monthly had been slashed and severely slowed. 113. Assistance to the occupied territories, of which probably the larger part by FAR was channeled to political and organizational brokers, rather than to social welfare and income-generating projects, also dropped steadily, going from an estimated $8 million monthly to 700,000 monthly by mid-1993. 114. Financial decline threatened the neo-patrimonial system of control maintained by Arafat. This was reflected in a newfound willingness among some figures in the occupied territories to criticize the corruption and lack of accountability of senior PLO officials and to press for a greater political role for the inside. 115. The knowledge that Arafat continued to make dubious commercial investments, dispense large sums in patronage, and protect the budgets of FA-voured subordinates also caused growing discontent among the rank and file in exile. This was expressed in a series of internal memoranda that were faxed anonymously between PLO offices and leaked to the Arab press, including a bitter critique of Arafat's autocratic mismanagement of funds and organizational appointments, widely presumed to be authored by senior Western Sector cadre Abd al-Aziz Şāyigh. Better known still was the lengthy political document written by Fatah Central Committee member Hani al-Hassan in April, in which he took strong exception to the conduct of PLO diplomacy and internal affairs. 116. Even Fatah's Revolutionary Council called for institutional reform. 117. The tide of criticism receded temporarily when the aircraft carrying Arafat, the road to Oslo 657, crashed in the Libyan desert on April 7, but discontent had become generalized a year later as salaries were slashed, payment was delayed by several months at a time, special benefits, housing allowances, medical costs, school fees, and transport, were reduced or ended altogether, and stipends to the families of martyrs, prisoners, and the disabled were stopped. By then PLO revenues had dropped to $140 million, from $320 million in 1990, according to PNF head Hossein. The flow of funds to the occupied territories also plummeted from $120 million in 1990 to $45 million in 1992, according to U.S. reports, or from $360 million to $84 million according to the Secretary of the Intifada Committee. 118 Up to one-third of PLO personnel, including many on the PNLA payroll, received no pay at all after March 1993. 1,000 military personnel were reportedly struck off the lists, and others were ordered to move from Tunis or PLO offices abroad to southern Libya, where the Libyan army bore all their costs. The PLO Social Affairs Institution now ceased to receive any funds, accumulating a deficit of $56 million over the next year, affecting 74,000 families in all. 119. In June, PLO clinics in Jordan were shut down, affecting some 20,000 patients. 120. In the meantime, economic conditions in the occupied territories were aggravated by additional problems. The Gulf crisis and wartime curfews in 1990-1 caused losses of $600 million out of an annual GNP of $1.6 billion, and in spring 1993 Israeli border closures following Hamas bombings caused sharp drops in employment and reduced Palestinian income by $2 million daily. The extensive stratum of beneficiaries from PLO funding were directly affected, as Palestinian universities, which saw Arab aid for their recurrent expenses slashed from $22 to $25 million annually to $1 to $2 million, delayed payment of salaries, and media such as the pro-Fatah Al-Fajr newspaper closed down. 121. In such circumstances, the decision to disband Fatah paramilitary groups in the occupied territories prompted growing recourse to extortion. Conditions were near catastrophic for the broad mass of the rank and file, but this only deepened its financial dependence on Arafat. The result was not open dissent, therefore, but apathy and indifference towards political issues. This was reflected, for example, in Arafat's ability to suspend the Intifada Committee and reshuffle Fatah's terminally ailing western sector, sidelining its nominal head, Abbas Zaki, and making the new appointees answerable directly to himself, the signal failure of the estranged Zaki and his new ally, Hani al-Hassan, to mobilize sustained opposition to PLO diplomacy among Fatah activists in the occupied territories during the spring gave further evidence of the disarray of the clandestine organization and of the PLO chairman's dominance. 122 Elsewhere, the closure of PLO missions in various Third World and East European countries, reduction of staff at others, stoppages at media and information centers, including the PLO's weekly Filastin Al-Thara and its research center, in August. And efforts to sell off real estate holdings and commercial investments abroad widened the circle of disquiet among salaried personnel and eroded the influence of Foreign Minister Kajemi and senior bureaucrats. 123. 658. Dissent within the higher echelons of the military and bureaucratic elite came to a head during stormy sessions of Fatah's Revolutionary Council and Central Committee that started on 1 June 9 and lasted for 5 days. However, the main criticism offered by the angry delegates and the principal demands they raised were related to financial corruption and mismanagement and to restoration of collective decision-making, rather than matters of overall political direction and participation in the peace process. Seeking to contain the outburst of anger, Arafat agreed to the formation of separate subcommittees to investigate financial, personnel, and organizational affairs. A second round of meetings starting on July 20 was noticeably less tense, and concentrated instead on the progress of the peace talks in Washington. 124 The findings of the Financial Subcommittee revealed irregularities of staggering proportions, but the renewal of the internal debate was led by the disclosure that the PLO and Israel had initialed a secret agreement in Oslo on August 20. The Oslo Accord provided for the establishment in the first instance by the PLO of a self-governing authority in Gaza and Jericho. Palestinian Authority would extend to the remaining Palestinian population centers of the West Bank in a second phase, coinciding with general elections to form a governing council, the nature and powers of which were yet to be negotiated. These interim arrangements were to last for 5 years, once both sides had arrived at a detailed implementation agreement. Further negotiations would start after the first 2 years of autonomy to decide the final status of Jerusalem, Israeli settlements in the occupied territories, the fate of Palestinian refugees, and other matters, as part of a permanent settlement of the Palestine conflict. The resemblances with previous proposals for Palestinian autonomy were strong, but the key differences related to the official role of the PLO, its responsibility for internal security, and the degree of economic self-management. Publication of the Oslo Accord provoked an immediate backlash. PLO Executive Committee member Mahmoud Darwish resigned and Shafiq al-Hut suspended his participation in protest, while in the occupied territories Faisal al-Husseini briefly called for the establishment of a Palestinian government of national salvation that would arrest the all-out collapse of the Palestinian institutional network. 125 Arafat said spirited resistance at a Fatah Central Committee meeting on 3–5 September, but finally won grudging ratification of the accord. The PLO Executive Committee also approved it after a 2-day debate on 8–9 September. Arafat secured only 9 votes in favor, exactly half of the original 18 members of the committee, but the resignation or self-imposed absence of 5 opponents enabled him to have his way. The PLO and Israel now exchanged letters of mutual recognition, and on 1 September 3 U.S. President Bill Clinton presided over a special ceremony on the White House lawn as Abbas and Peres signed the Declaration of Principles in the presence of Arafat, Rabin, and 3,000 guests and international dignitaries. 7 months of negotiations followed, and on May 4, 1994 Arafat and Rabin met in the Egyptian capital to sign the agreement on the Gaza Strip and Jericho area, also known as the Road to Oslo 659. Cairo Accord. The first PLO military personnel entered Gaza on 10 May and Jericho 3 days later, and on July 12 Arafat also arrived in Gaza to lead the nascent Palestinian Authority in person and start an entirely new phase in the Palestinians' striving for statehood. Gaza and Jericho first and last. Just how the Palestinians could in fact proceed towards sovereign statehood was to remain the subject of bitter internal debate, not to mention contest with Israel. What the Declaration of Principles, DOP, of 1 September 3, 1993 offered was a far cry not only from the PLO's original goal of total liberation of Mandate Palestine, but also from the much reduced independent state envisaged in its Declaration of Independence of 1 November 5, 1988. Indeed, its critics argued that the PLO leadership had relinquished the right to an independent state by failing to obtain specific Israeli agreement that this option would remain open at the end of the interim period. 126 Israel had imposed its terms entirely throughout, gaining effective sovereignty and consolidating its control over the occupied territories. Worse, it had done so with Palestinian acquiescence, the PLO having moreover made a series of unilateral concessions and renunciations for which there was no meaningful Israeli recompense. The PLO leadership had revealed its incompetence and transformed itself from a national liberation movement into a small-town government in the occupied territories, an enforcer of Israeli policy with no real autonomous power of its own. 127. Ultimately, for its critics, the DOP represented no more than a Palestinian Versailles, an instrument of abject and self-denying surrender. Palestinian criticism was not without substance. Rabin, who had continued to oppose direct dealings with the PLO until mid-1993, only approved the draft Oslo Accord in August after coming to the conclusion that the PLO was on the ropes and would be amenable to Israeli conditions. 128 That he thought it necessary to recognize the PLO and acknowledge the legitimate rights of the Palestinian people at all was due to several factors, not least of which was the impact of the Intifada. The uprising had driven home the lesson that Israel could neither ignore Palestinian nationalism nor defeat it indefinitely, and that the Jordanian option no longer offered a viable means of containing it either. Israel could not incorporate the Palestinians fully in its own political and civil system without undermining its character as a Jewish state, but to maintain direct rule over them without granting equality would erode its democracy. The Intifada had convinced Israeli army and security chiefs, and latterly the business community, that a fundamental reordering of political relations with the Palestinian inhabitants of the occupied territories was required. Allowing them some form of separate political and juridical status had become unavoidable. The fact that the PLO had successfully neutralized the local leadership, and that Israel faced a growing Islamist threat, made the FORM the obvious interlocutor. Israel 660 secured the best of all worlds in the circumstances, a 5-year interim period during which it would retain ultimate, when not direct, control over Palestinian affairs, a delay in negotiation of core issues of contention, and, even before these were resolved, the diplomatic and economic rewards of the end of the state of war with the Arab states. For its part, the mainstream PLO leadership, or what was left of it, was well aware of the limitations of the Oslo Accord, but considered that it had had little choice other than to accept them. Its position in the post-Cold War and post-Gulf War era was much weakened, and it had consciously come to terms with Israel and secured a foothold on Palestinian soil before its regional and international standing declined still further. The financial crisis, administrative and organizational breakdown, and political dissent of the preceding year only underlined the precariousness of its situation. Arafat, Abbas, and other PLO leaders described the DOP publicly as bad, but also argued that it offered a means to statehood if properly acted upon. Their critics could cite the stark imbalance of power with Israel and the structural constraints on Palestinian autonomy built into the accord to doubt the validity of this expectation, but it was genuinely held, if only because the statist ambition it reflected was real. By the same token, the PLO leadership's determination to secure certain core objectives, notably the assertion of a political claim to at least part of East Jerusalem, exclusive jurisdiction over Palestinian territory and population, control over border crossing points, and free conduct of foreign relations was equally serious, since they underpinned both its claim to legitimacy and the credibility of an eventual independent state. Yet for Arafat, especially, the key element in the DOP was that it extended formal Israeli recognition of the PLO and ensured the transfer of its state in exile to the occupied territories. It was the PLO's political survival, rather than any specific provision in the accord, that provided the real guarantee of eventual statehood. This moreover explains the willingness to make major territorial compromises, whether measured in the amount of land left in Israeli control in the interim period, or implied in the effective abandonment of the Palestinian diaspora. By way of contrast, the Washington talks had stalled precisely because the requirement for the PLO to relinquish direct participation in the negotiations and the denial of its representative status challenged the very basis of its political control, and so made compromise on substantive issues too costly for it to accept. Critics of the Oslo process identified the linkage between self-preservation and compromise correctly, but failed to grasp the extent to which the acquisition by the PLO of territoriality and the enhancement of its international standing enabled it to maintain, and even reinforce, its statist character under the new circumstances, however restrictive these were. This is not to say that the PLO gained sovereignty in the occupied territories despite Arafat's insistence that even if implemented in stages, Israeli withdrawal from Palestinian territories made them as fully liberated in terms of international law as had the French pullout from Lebanon, Syria, and the Maghreb countries or the British. The road to Oslo 661. From India and Egypt, nor that it now exhibited the other main attributes of stateness. 130 Rather, to repeat the argument made at the beginning of this book, the issue remained the PLO's ability to reproduce, and adapt to local conditions, political practices and institutional arrangements centered on itself, to redefine its political relations with, and co-opt, local society, and to expand and diversify ties with sovereign members of the regional and international state systems. Implementation of the DOP therefore underlined, rather than undermined, the state-building dynamic. The Cairo Accord of May 1994 and accompanying economic and security protocol severely circumscribed the jurisdiction and legislative and functional powers of the new Palestinian Authority. Yet the latter body's drive for administrative centralization and social control was reinforced by its inheritance of a ready governmental apparatus, its role as necessary intermediary for most dealings between Israel and the Palestinian population, and its grip on the internal levers of trade and security. Facilitating and consolidating this process at another level was the assertion of Fatah as the government party and the active effort to fragment the various opposition groups. The extension of the Palestinian Authority was also helped by the repatriation and assimilation of the PLO's bureaucratic elite, which had shown virtually no opposition to the DOP once signed, and whose members now reforged political ties based on family and place of origin. The transformation of local political figures and social leaders into functionaries, election of a representative assembly in January 1996, expansion of the government payroll to some 75,000 by 1997, and, of course, use of nationalism further enabled the authority to co-opt or sideline key social groups, not least the intelligentsia and modern middle class. The emerging social patterns were crucial to the consolidation of the authority's control and reflective, once again, of its statist character. Of particular note was the accelerated incorporation of the rural population, driven by the massive expansion of the salariat and by the outreach of government departments, utilities, and civilian services, and proliferation of security agencies to rural areas. Its statist incorporation was mirrored in the rural background of much of the returnee PLO bureaucratic elite. This pattern moreover built on the cumulative impact of the spread of higher education and salaried white-collar work among village inhabitants, and on the changing demographic composition of urban areas as the emigration of city dwellers during the Intifada was matched by an inflow of villagers seeking new places of trade or commuting to office and jobs. The Palestinian Authority's possession of a distinct, if limited, territorial, administrative, and revenue base and its ability to construct relatively stable new political structures and social alliances in turn enhanced its international standing and helped mobilize diplomatic support and external budgetary assistance and economic aid. Control of such additional political and material resources further legitimate the structures through which the authority sought to contain and channel local politics, and enhanced its autonomy from domestic. 662. Actors. So, paradoxically, did its nominal subordination to the PLO, since the latter organization not only retained its own international political and diplomatic network and formally represented Palestine to the UN and other multilateral and regional bodies, but also upheld its status as sole representative of all Palestinians, including those in the diaspora, whose moral weight could be used when convenient to counterbalance the political clout of Palestinian society in the occupied territories. Conversely, the authority could add its social control to the PLO's continued monopoly on representation and to its own international legitimacy, in order to gain a special advantage in the ongoing contest with exile-based Palestinian groups and, implicitly, with Jordan. These various processes confirmed the continuation of the state-building dynamic in Palestinian politics, but also showed it to be subject to several dichotomies. Two of these were long-standing, related to the enduring contrast between the PLO's statist character and its lack of stateness, internally, and between its pseudo-sovereign juridical standing and non-state empirical reality, externally. The DOP extended this dichotomy and brought about new ones. The PLO, in its guise as Palestinian Authority, was now both subordinate and challenger to Israel, its core national objectives unattained yet partially realized. To get this far it had to reverse a long-held assumption, striking a deal first with Israel in order to win recognition from the US, rather than the other way around as in the previous 2 decades, but subsequently looking again to the US to intervene diplomatically on its behalf in order to secure full implementation of the accords with Israel. At one level this reflected the fundamental shift in circumstances, such that both the international community and the Palestinian social constituency could be brought more effectively to bear in support of national aims, through political means. At another level, the reorientation of PLO strategy confirmed that Israel had replaced the Arab host states in providing the primary relational context for the political and institutional development of the Palestinian national movement as a whole, and not only for the inhabitants of the occupied territories. This revealed a further dichotomy: on the one hand the functional subordination of the Palestinian Authority to Israel and its structural vulnerability again primarily to Israel, and secondarily to the US and then Jordan and lastly Egypt, meant that Palestinian state-building and nationalism remained contested and contingent, yet, on the other hand the maintenance and consolidation of statist political institutions and administrative structures provided the PLO with a crucial advantage in its striving for exclusive social control over the Palestinian inhabitants of the occupied territories. It is therefore over the key determinants of the primary context, the terms of access to other states and economies, the attributes of Palestinian stateness, including exclusivity of jurisdiction over territory and population and power of rule-making, and the means of limiting external political penetration and of tying national self-identification specifically to a single statist structure, that the contest between the PLO and Israel would henceforth be conducted. The start of the interim self-government arrangements in Gaza and Jericho in May 1994 and Arafat's arrival in July to assume direct control of the newly established Palestinian Authority marked the end of the phase in modern Palestinian history that had begun with the collective dispossession and dispersal of 1948. The essential conflict with Zionism remained unresolved and unchanged so long as the consequences of al-Nakba had not been fully erased, opponents of the Oslo and Cairo Accords might argue, but the transformation of the PLO from a national movement in exile to a governmental apparatus on its own soil signaled a fundamental shift in the nature and form of Palestinian politics as they had evolved in the intervening period. This is not to deny that state-building remained at the heart of the national enterprise as before, nor that the political system that had developed in exile now worked to reproduce itself in the occupied territories, but rather to assert that the discourse of total liberation, the strategies and tactics of armed struggle, and the accompanying organizational instruments and institutional forms had been displaced. The PLO accords with Israel were arguably the outcome of a deep crisis of leadership, strategy, and mode of politics, but by the same token they signaled the end of the era of the FA.SAIL, the guerrilla groups based in exile, and the start of a new one in which the center of national politics, primary social constituency, and statist institutions were based in one and the same location, the occupied. One-turn tones. What role, then, had the much-vaunted armed struggle played in recent Palestinian history, and what factors determined its course and outcome? This question acquires special relevance because total liberation simply could not be achieved in the historical setting in which the Palestinian national movement emerged and waged its struggle after 1948. The Western nations, and indeed the Soviet Union and its allies as well, were firmly committed to the survival of Israel after the suffering of the Jewish people in the Holocaust. The superpower rivalry that shaped the international system after 1945 reinforced this Western commitment. The Arab states, deeply divided by their own rivalries, were unwilling or unable to pose a unified military threat to Israel. Such freedom of agency that the Palestinians had lay not in the range of strategic options available to them, therefore, but in the political, ideological, and organizational choices that took them along one path of national development rather than another. External structural limitations were always 664. Paramount. The evolution of Arab state and society after 1945 was the principal determining framework, but the complexity of the regional environment and the multiplicity of its actors offered the Palestinians crucial openings at critical moments. In this context, the main guerrilla group, Fatah, was highly successful in utilizing particularist nationalism to mobilize its narrower, Palestinian constituency, but patently incapable of mustering single-handedly the material resources required to overwhelm Israel. For this reason its main rivals, the PFLP and, to a lesser extent, the DFLP, insisted on linking the Palestinian struggle to the wider currents of pan-Arab nationalism and social revolution in the Arab states, but both trends were progressively undermined by developments in the regional order and changes in Arab societies and economies after 1967. Awareness of these domestic, regional, and international limitations contributed to the fundamental shift in strategy and aims promoted by Fatah and the DFLP from the early 1970s onwards. Yet this could not mean abandonment of the Arab connection. An intricate relationship evolved in which the empirical status of the guerrilla movement, its possession of combat bases and a mass constituency on Arab soil brought it repeatedly into conflict with host states, while its striving for juridical status recognition of the PLO as sole legitimate representative of the Palestinians depended on the support and acknowledgement of those same states. The Palestinians paid the price when their own role in setting their national agenda was expropriated by the League of Arab States in 1947-8, by Egyptian President Jamal Abd al-Nasser and his rivals in 1958-63, or by Iraqi President Saddam Hussein in 1990. Yet recognition of the representative status of Palestinian bodies as with the All-Palestine government in 1948, the Palestine Liberation Organization in 1964, recognized as sole legitimate representative in 1974, and the joint Jordanian-Palestinian delegation to the Madrid Peace Conference in 1991 signified abdication by the Arab states of their political and military commitments towards Palestine. These implicit tensions notwithstanding, the guerrilla groups composing the PLO consistently described the armed struggle as the principal, even exclusive, means of liberating Palestine throughout their evolution. Yet their military effort never exceeded a certain level in terms of scale and impact, and certainly failed to approach the models offered by the frequently cited Chinese and Vietnamese experiences of guerrilla war and people's war. Whatever the individual sacrifices of the Palestinian rank and file or the strength of their convictions, the movement as a whole lacked the single-minded determination to take the practice of armed struggle to the elevated position it occupied in formal doctrine and to develop its organization in a manner commensurate with the task. The frequent use of the term intifada to describe mass actions moreover revealed the enduring strength of traditional forms of non-organized participation such as the village faza, alarm, call to arms, despite the extensive bureaucratization of the movement, and exposed the disinclination to insert. 665. Porate the mass constituency into structured political organizations and cross-cutting territorial units and functional associations possessed of a real capability both to generate and to control material resources. The fact that the Palestinian movement was able for so long to accommodate such marked discrepancies between rhetoric and reality, slogans and capabilities, and nationalist myth and social requirement without undergoing radical changes of structure or leadership reveals the extent to which the latter had successfully entrenched itself. More to the point, it suggests that military performance was not measured in conventional terms, and leads to the conclusion that armed struggle served other primary functions. Above all, the armed struggle provided the central theme and practice around which Palestinian nation building took place, and laid the basis for state building by driving elite formation and militarization and allowing political legitimation. Setting the context. The establishment of the State of Israel over most of Mandate Palestine in 1948 deprived its Arab inhabitants of the national base in which territory, economy, and society met. Al-Nakba decisively ended any hope for the emergence of a Palestinian national state along the lines of the entities that had already taken root and gained independence in surrounding Arab countries since the end of direct European rule. The loss of land and other means of production undermined the sense of identity in what was a predominantly agrarian society, and removed its sources of autonomous wealth and economic reproduction. The impact was compounded by the physical dispersal of the population and its subjection to separate, often rival, Arab authorities in its various places of refuge. As seriously for Palestinian society, the destruction of the old elite of large landowners, merchants, and office holders in 1948 was accompanied by the precipitate flight of a large part of the urban-based mid-K class. The exodus of civil servants, professionals, businessmen, and other educated Palestinians removed social strata that were already on the rise and that would one ally have provided an alternative focus of national leadership and organization. Instead, the middle class was fragmented and marginalized at a critical juncture. Palestinians of peasant or working class background gathered in destitute refugee camps in impoverished rural areas or in the periphery of Arab cities, while those of middle class background used their movable capital, skills, and family connections to find residence and employment in the cities or further abroad. The equalizing impact of al-Nakba had not so much destratified Palestinian society as disarticulated it. National politics could not reappear under these circumstances. The absence of a single territorial, economic, and social base meant that there was no longer the basis for a common political arena, with agreed modes of competition and structured means for the selection of a new generation of leadership. Besides, 666. Commonality of language, culture, and religion with other Arabs blunted any tendency to revive a Palestinian agenda that was distinct from that of the Arab governments and host societies. The experience of al-Nakba made for a distinct Palestinianness, but not necessarily for Palestinianism. Palestinians sought national salvation by joining Arab opposition parties, or hoped that new Arab leaders would come to power and launch their armies to destroy Israel and liberate Palestine. This explains the enduring strength of the pan-Arab appeal among Palestinians in the 1950s and early 1960s, reflected above all in widespread support for Nasir. The reverse side of the coin was the extreme sensitivity of the Arab states towards political activity among the Palestinian refugees who came into their midst in 1948. The legitimacy of Arab rulers was still open to challenge by their own citizens, whose identification with the new territorial states and borders created in recent decades by the colonial powers was not yet secure. The host governments responded either by isolating the Palestinian refugees from their own populations through physical and legal barriers, or by inhibiting the emergence of social and political organizations with an explicitly Palestinian character among the refugees. For all these reasons, Palestinian political activism after 1948 was unfocused and operated at grassroots level, and was often initially channeled into Arab parties espousing radical national, social, or sectarian agendas. The re-emergence of distinctly Palestinian nationalist politics depended primarily on the progress made by the scattered Palestinian communities in rebuilding their sociological space, that is, reviving their social networks, value systems, and norms, and cultural symbols. This was a painstaking and time-consuming process, and it was not until the early 1960s that Palestinian society approached the critical mass required to generate its own, overt politics and to sustain an autonomous national movement. It was no coincidence that the Palestinians should have reached this stage soon after the hopes pinned on pan-Arabism were dashed by the collapse of the Egyptian-Syrian Union in September 1961 and by the resurgence of the Arab Cold War. What the general disillusionment with Arab politics in the early 1960s showed was that the Palestinians had not been politically incorporated in any meaningful way by host governments. The build-up of pressure was evident in the proliferation of dozens of small, self-styled liberation groups espousing armed struggle in this period. It was to defuse and contain irredentism that the Arab heads of state approved the formation of the Palestine Liberation Organization in 1964. However, PLO under Ahmed al-Shaqiri substantially exceeded his mandate and presented the Arab leaders with a fait accompli by creating a state-like body, with a constitution, executive, legislative assembly, government departments, army, audited budget, and internal statutes. The PLO even imposed limited taxes and conscription on the Palestinian population in the Gaza Strip with Egyptian assistance, and requested similar facilities in other Arab states. 667. Even so, the PLO could not live up to the expectations of its public, not least because its political authority and military operation were both firmly subordinate to Arab command. Jordan had moreover strongly influenced the selection of delegates to the Founding Conference of the PLO, many of whose principal figures came from the upper middle class and established families or from the business and professional strata. As importantly, the PLO provided the state but no institutions for mass participation in national politics. Its leadership suffered the same dilemma as Nasir, who lacked a political vehicle to mobilize grassroots support for government policies but distrusted political parties. The PLO imitated his decision to form an official, government-led movement and modeled its own single, all-embracing Palestinian Popular Organization on his national union and its successor, the Arab Socialist Union. The PPO was banned in most Arab states and allowed to operate only in Gaza, but its main undoing was that it had been created from above, by decree. Shukayri and his principal colleagues were accustomed to paternalistic leadership and unused to grassroots organization and had little of Nasir's charisma, despite their populist rhetoric, and so their new political vehicle had little life of its own. The PLO failed in two key respects, therefore, it neither took the military initiative against Israel, nor provided its mass constituency with channels for political participation. Everything changed in June 1, 1967. The humiliating defeat inflicted by Israel on the Arab states weakened them both physically and politically, and made it difficult for them to move too forcefully against the Palestinian guerrilla groups that now appeared on the scene. The decision by Fatah, the Palestinian branch of the Arab Nationalists Movement, ANM, and others to launch an armed insurrection against the IDF in the newly occupied West Bank and Gaza brought them more widely to public attention. Their stand against a superior Israeli force in the Battle of Karama in March 1, 1968, catapulted them to center stage, and enabled them to take control of the PLO over the next year. The undying leadership of the PLO had proved unable to cope with the scale of the defeat, and by 1969 the guerrilla movement had established itself as a regional actor in its own right. Its espousal of armed struggle and adoption of grassroots organization enabled it to mobilize the Palestinian constituency and at last translate potential politicization into political action. Point 2. Palestine recovered. The Palestinian guerrilla movement remained a modest force in terms of combat strength and military effectiveness, even in its heyday in 1968-70. More significant was the contribution made by the armed struggle to Palestinian political development. Specifically, it led to interlinked consequences. First was confirmation of Palestinian national identity, that had started to be reforged with the social reconstruction of the 1950s. Fatah in particular had 668. Insisted since its formation in 1958-9 on seeing a direct relationship between armed struggle and identity. Co-founder Khalil al-Wazir, FOR1, argued that the Arab states had worked after 1948 to ensure the elimination of Palestine, suppression of Palestinian identity, erasing of the Palestinian character, and the merging and dissolving of Palestinian decision and Palestinian will. Point 3 Military action was therefore a reassertion of Palestinian existence and autonomous will, and evidence of Palestinian determination to pursue an independent course. Violence moreover allowed a unique massing effect in a segmented society. Point 4 The launch of the armed struggle in 1965 represented the beginning of the search for the suppressed and subjugated identity, in the words of DFLP Secretary General Naif Hawatma, but it was the Arab defeat in June 1, 1967 that crystallized that identity because it enabled the Palestinian people to take their cause into their own hands for the first time since 1948. The heroic imagery and language of armed struggle gave new substance to the imagined community of the Palestinians. They now portrayed themselves as a revolutionary people waging an active struggle to determine their fate, rather than as a mass of helpless refugees passively awaiting charity handouts. Wazir offered an apt definition when he described the armed struggle as a central, comprehensive, and multidimensional process. Its sum total embodies the various facets and activities of the Palestinian people as a whole, whether those facets and activities are political, social, economic, military, or cultural. This is how we understand the armed struggle. This is also how we have proceeded to rebuild our people and reassert its national identity, in order to achieve its aims of return and liberation of the land. We understand the armed struggle as an integrated process involving three dimensions: organization, production, and combat. 6 The second consequence of the armed struggle after 1967 was to consolidate the Palestinian entity. The PLO had been founded in 1964 as the official vehicle of Palestinian nationalism, enjoying the formal recognition of the Arab states. It was bereft of independent political will, however, and lacked physical control over a territorial base or population. The shock delivered by Israel to the Arab states in June 1, 1967 produced cracks that the Palestinian guerrilla groups were quick to widen. Their resort to armed struggle effectively kept open a space, a margin of freedom from Arab government control, within which Palestinian grassroots organizations and quasi-governmental institutions could flourish. This was reflected in the formal agreements with the governments of Jordan, Syria, and Lebanon that enshrined the right of the guerrilla movement to maintain an autonomous presence on their national soil and wage a military campaign against Israel from their borders. Rivalries between the Arab states played an important part in creating this space, much as they had allowed the emergence of the PLO in 1964. To the extent that this detracted from the sovereignty of the host states, the assertion of a parallel guerrilla government, however embryonic, laid the basis for thinking and organizing in statist terms. 669. The takeover of the PLO by the guerrilla movement in 1969 gave institutionalized embodiment to Palestinian national identity, an achievement considered by one PLO analyst to be the ambition of all revolutions. 7. By the same token, it permitted the guerrilla leadership to assume the mantle of diplomatic recognition already accorded to the PLO, and to operate on a larger regional and international stage. The extension of an invitation to PLO chairman Yasser Arafat to address the United Nations General Assembly in November 1, 1974 demonstrated the distance the Palestinians had come, as did the establishment of PLO representation in dozens of capitals in following years. Indeed, Fatah Central Committee member Salah Khalif considered that the most important achievements of the guerrilla movement by 1979 were that it had restored the Palestinian cause to the people and gained international legitimacy. 8. Wazir was clear, however, that it was the logic of revolution that carried us to the UN in 1974.9. The third consequence of the armed struggle for Palestinian nation building was that it produced a common political arena. It defined objectives and strategies around which the broad constituency could be mobilized and organized, and provided the channels through which mass participation in national politics could take place. The guerrilla groups were the political parties but, conducting their activity within a military framework, were termed Fa'il, the term used during the 1936-9 revolt to denote rebel bands, rather than Ahzab, and their members could compete and rise in the ranks according to defined rules and informal criteria. Once the guerrilla movement had taken over the PLO, it became the acknowledged Palestinian leadership and central decision-making body. Its parliament in exile, the Palestine National Council, provided an additional means of incorporating various sectors of the Palestinian population, as did the affiliated mass organizations, trade unions and social associations. Participation in the armed struggle was the main source of legitimacy, and distinguished the guerrilla leadership that emerged after 1967 from the founding generation of the PLO. The distinction between leadership generations was a major one. The founders of the PLO had been active in Palestinian nationalist politics before 1948, and many had gained experience of party politics or had held office in the quasi-governmental Arab Higher Committee, All Palestine Government, and other bodies in Palestine. In contrast, virtually all the grassroots activists who established new guerrilla groups in the 1950s and 1960s and eventually assumed control of the PLO in 1968-9 led by the likes of Arafat, Wazir, and George Habash had been teenagers, or at most in their early 20s, in 1948. Most came from a lower middle-class background, had benefited from the rapid expansion of the education system in the Arab countries in the late 1940s and early 1950s, and were influenced by the new, statist models of political organization and economic development adopted by the host Arab governments. Few, if any, had professional military training, but they could base their claim to political legitimacy on their role as leaders of the guerrilla. 670. War and national struggle against Israel. No less significant was the fact that the majority came from the smaller cities and market towns of Mandate Palestine, as did many prominent members of the post-1967 political class, while a substantial proportion of the long-serving, salaried personnel of the PLO hailed from the rural districts of the West Bank. In brief, the generation that took control of the PLO in 1968-9 and that subsequently staffed its various departments and agencies was strikingly similar in terms of its social origins to the new elites that came to power in Egypt, Syria, Algeria, and Iraq between 1952 and 1968.10. State building without a state. The similarity with the Arab states went further, as the consolidation of Palestinian nation building gave way to a process akin to that of state building, that has been described in this book as statist political institutionalization characterized, moreover, by neopatrimonialism. This was the fourth and arguably most central and enduring consequence of the armed struggle, and demonstrated the degree to which the restoration of national identity, reaffirmation of the imagined community, and institutionalization of the representative entity had progressed. The consolidation of the new Palestinian elite was the first component of state building, as its struggle to assert control shaped the emerging political system much in the way that the drive for legitimacy and internal control had helped form the modern Arab territorial and evolving national states. The fact that the Palestinian leadership based its legitimacy on its role in the armed struggle against Israel encouraged the tendency towards populist politics and authoritarian control. Both tendencies were inevitable, indeed, since the Palestinian guerrilla movement was engaged in a military conflict and had to structure its internal organization and politics accordingly. The relationship between elite formation and state building was also evident as the transition from one leadership generation to another in 1968-9 was reflected in the changing composition of PNC membership, in PNC resolutions pertaining to the corporatist status of trade unions and mass organizations and to the primacy of mass action, and in the new, competitive form of political organization offered by the armed FASAIL. The new Palestinian elite was well defined, with publicly identifiable figures and at least nominal demarcation of official posts and responsibilities. It was also exclusive, with little upward mobility through the ranks and few newcomers joining it from outside the guerrilla groups. The bureaucratization of the movement from the late 1960s onwards tended both to consolidate and to ossify membership in the elite, which comprised civilian, military, and paramilitary elements. A principal decision-maker, Arafat, asserted himself over time with the support of the inner core of Fatah. A political class also developed, composed of the leaders of the various guerrilla groups and AFEW. 671. Unaffiliated independents, who lacked decision-making power but whose input was necessary to determine the direction of policy and legitimize it. Finally came the wider elite, made up of middle-ranking officials of the PLO or senior cadres in the guerrilla groups, as well as unaffiliated individuals who held seats on PLO bodies such as the PNC. In all cases the Palestinian elite proved to be remarkably durable, despite intense factional rivalries and deep political rifts. The composition of the bureaucratized elite confirmed the importance of statist political development. With the exception of the undying core of the guerrilla groups, refugees were minimally represented at the middle or senior levels of the salariat. This was most notably the case for Fatah and, given its close symbiosis with Fatah, the PLO. Very FEW refugees from the camps attained rank at which they could command significant resources or exercise political authority, and those who joined the guerrilla leadership invariably came from families that had already possessed a level of property or other wealth and of education, before the exodus of 1948, that defined them as lower middle class and distinguished them from peasants and workers. The majority of the bureaucratized PLO elite were residents, Muwatinun, Palestinians from the West Bank and Gaza whose families remained in their places of origin and retained possession of land or other properties, from which they continued to draw income, even as they entered into new market relations. At the same time, their common social background was petit bourgeois rather than established middle class, and many came from market towns and villages rather than cities. Their predominance in the PLO and Fatha apparatus underlined the similarities with the Arab experience of state building. The pattern differed somewhat in the PFLP and DFLP in that both groups were compelled to compensate for the considerable losses and defections incurred in the Jordanian conflict of 1970-1 by recruiting heavily from the refugee communities of Lebanon and Syria and by gradually promoting local Palestinians to senior rank, but the extensive bureaucratization of their civilian and military agencies and transformation of their personnel into a salariat only confirmed the overall trend towards statist political institutionalization. State building in the Palestinian case involved the establishment of quasi-governmental services providing medical care and social welfare to the mass constituency. It was equally obvious in the obsessive insistence on obtaining recognition from both Arab and non-Arab governments of the PLO as the sole legitimate representative of the Palestinian people. Another mark that the statist model was being emulated was the rapid proliferation of the offices that the guerrilla groups vied to set up in every camp, village, and city neighborhood possible, the closest they could come to the ubiquitousness of government bureaucracy. The statist ethos was evident, too, in the use of nationalism as a legitimizing instrument rather than a mobilizing one, especially after the defeat in Jordan in 1970-1. As important was the role of the guerrilla groups, which acted as the equivalent of political parties in their 672 competition for public support and for a share of power within the PLO, and that enhanced its political legitimacy in this way and provided a further means to incorporate and integrate the scattered Palestinian society. Integration was also achieved by the development of patron-client networks within the elite itself, parallel to the adoption of rentier politics in relation to the wider mass constituency. The willingness of those in opposition to the mainstream leadership to continue to operate within the PLO framework despite basic differences over policy offered as clear an indication as any of the powerful appeal and ubiquity of the statist drive. Additional evidence came in the form of their willingness to utilize rent and corresponding disinclination to replace THIRD with mobilization of their social base, their tendency to authoritarian leadership and lack of responsiveness to pressures from the ranks for change, reflected especially in the subordination of the membership in the occupied territories to the salaried apparatus in exile, and their general lack of accountability, political or otherwise. If the territorial shape of a state, the character of the regime institutionalized within its borders, and the power position of incumbent elites are linked to one another, then the lack of territoriality in the Palestinian case prompted an exaggerated recourse to neopatrimonialism as a means of compensation in the pursuit of political management and social control. 11. However, neopatrimonialism had contradictory consequences. At one level it tended to an integrative effect by opening organizational membership to the widest possible constituency and by tying the scattered Palestinian communities to a central political structure, the PLO, but at another it limited the vertical mobility of members and the access of all social forces to the upper reaches of the organization. Yet it was this combination of inclusionary and exclusionary processes, above all else, that confirmed the character of the PLO as a statist actor, offering it means to capture its general public while reinforcing its structural autonomy. The implications were not universally understood, however. The Palestinian left, for example, acknowledged the statist nature of PLO institutions and recognized the special advantages that their autonomy conferred on them, but promptly contradicted this recognition by arguing, in crude class terms, that national policy was determined by the upper segment of the Palestinian national bourgeoisie, situated within the bourgeoisies of Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, the Gulf Emirates, and Jordan, in alliance with the grand bureaucracy in the PLO agencies and the Palestinian grande bourgeoisie in the occupied territories, which is tied to Jordan through joint investments and other economic interests. 12. Statist autonomy was further affected by the physical dispersal of the Palestinians and their lack of a shared economic base, which meant that the PLO, itself nomadic due to the circumstances of operating in Arab exile, developed in relation not to a single society but to several societal fragments or partial societies. Each of these was moreover shaped by a distinct combination of 673 F-8ers, of which the statist extension of the PLO was only one, and arguably the lesser one in comparison to the predominant politico-administrative, social, and economic configurations of the host country, or occupying power, in the case of Israel in the West Bank and Gaza. Thus, although the choice of policies and instruments by the mainstream leadership was an important determinant of the PLO's statist evolution, its interaction with the scattered Palestinian communities led to multiple and often divergent social, political, and organizational outcomes. The results were contradictory. The PLO may have been in a stronger position to bargain with the disparate societal fragments and resist penetration by them at one level, but at another its inability to exercise social control over the greater part by far of its constituency deprived it of resources and deepened its dependency on Arab host governments and other external powers. Because the PLO was unable to provide the everyday, pragmatic needs of most of its dispersed population in terms of income, resolution of social conflict, and so on, its constituents perforce maintained the strategies of survival they had developed since 1948. They came to view the armed struggle as an added layer to their identity, but did not participate in it consistently or universally. Similarly, although they increasingly regarded the PLO as the institutional embodiment of their national identity, especially after 1967, Palestinians generally conducted their social lives and economic activities within the framework of the sovereign governments under whose territorial jurisdiction they came. The complexity and embedded contradictions of their strategies of survival, which provided a basis for personal survival on the one hand, while allowing the individual to link personal identity and self-serving action to group identity and collective action, helped to explain the aloofness and occasional ambivalence of the more established sectors of Palestinian society, particularly among the upper middle class and rural inhabitants of the West Bank and, as the experience of 1968-70 showed, of Jordan. Only in those situations where the sovereign power actively marginalized Palestinians and eroded their strategies of survival, whether by ghettoizing them as in Lebanon or by assaulting their economic foundations as in the occupied territories, were they pushed into actively seeking in the PLO a state of their own. The PLO contributed to this process by providing a widening range of services and extending patronage and rent to various sectors of its constituency as it acquired greatly increased funding and material assistance from the Arab states in the second half of the 1970s. The inescapable reality, however, was that Palestinian state-building remained fundamentally constrained by the lack of a single territorial, social, and economic base. Consequently, Palestinian nationalism was weakened, fractured, and contested whenever the statist system of the PLO was unable to operate effectively and wherever Palestinians were compelled to link their strategies for survival to rival statist centers. The contrast with the Jewish Yishuv is particularly instructive in this regard. The PLO was not in a position to 67-4 emulate the experience of the early Yishuv, particularly of the second wave of immigration, or Aliyah, of 1904-14, in which the determined efforts of the Zionist movement to transform Hebrew labor and implement organizational measures designed to restructure the existing labor market laid the basis for subsequent Israeli nation and state formation. 14 Nor was the PLO able to extend its powers through control of the land, unlike the post-1948 State of Israel, intervening in market mechanisms or circumventing them altogether in order to alter modes of use and the identity and purpose of ownership. The result in the Palestinian case was an accentuated emphasis on neo-patrimonial forms of political management and social control. This may have enhanced the PLO's tactical flexibility in the diplomatic sphere, but it further impeded the development of the sort of organizational skills and novel political and economic arrangements with which the Yishuv established the foundations of the Israeli state during the Mandate period. 15 That said, there was a significant parallel nonetheless in that the hegemony of the Zionist labor movement within the Yishuv derived not only from values or organizational capacity alone but from the effective combination of its ideal of state building with an ability to address the interests particularly in obtaining employment of those building the state. 16 In the latter sense, at least, the PLO followed a well-traveled path. Despite its various flaws among them, arguably, the excessive and counterproductive nature of its neo-patrimonialism state building by the PLO served a crucial function by territorializing Palestinian nationalism and by firmly locating it within the conceptual framework of the formation of national states in the 20th century, to the exclusion of alternative political paths or ideological models. It was also the critical factor enabling the new political class that emerged after 1967 to maintain its ascendancy for nearly 3 decades, despite the general absence of an internal dynamic based in social and economic struggles and the most unpropitious external circumstances. Most striking, however, was that despite their unique circumstances of collective dispossession and dispersal and their lack of statehood, the Palestinians ultimately revealed patterns of elite formation and politics, corporatist organization, neo-patrimonial bureaucratization, and authoritarian political management and concentration of power that were typical of the experience of state building in neighboring Arab countries. Determining factors. An additional difference between the Palestinian and Arab situations was that the PLO sought to alter the status quo, and was engaged in an armed struggle against a militarily superior FOE who controlled the whole of the disputed homeland. The bulk of PLO combat strength, civilian membership, and governing institutions were based in exile. So was at least half the Palestinian 675 population, leaving the PLO physically dispersed and constantly vulnerable to the whims of host governments and the vagaries of inter-Arab rivalries. A complex relationship developed as Palestinian state building took place in physical proximity to, and close interaction with, the evolving social, economic, and political systems of the modern Arab national states. All these factors determined the nature of Palestinian politics, to the effective exclusion of social and economic factors. The process of Palestinian state building was distorted and truncated as a result. It was a shadow process that existed largely in FORM, and gained substance only to the extent that the PLO could carve out a secure sanctuary and construct a state within a state in an Arab host country, as happened in Jordan and Lebanon in different periods. The evolution of the Palestinian armed struggle was therefore determined by 3 main factors. First was the complex and all-important relationship with Arab host societies, since the leadership and main body of the PLO were based in exile. The need to establish secure sanctuaries brought the Palestinian guerrillas into conflict with the Arab governments concerned and invited punitive Israeli reprisals that increased the burden on civilian populations and national economies. Opposition to the presence of these sanctuaries from certain government quarters or communities prompted the guerrillas to seek protection. This they did by developing their military capabilities, invoking the help of external allies, and building alliances with local political parties and social forces. Their intervention in domestic politics inevitably exacerbated latent tensions in the host society and fueled civil strife. Nowhere was this more obvious than in Lebanon, where the PLO emerged as a major power broker and, cuckoo-like, constructed a state in exile in 1973–82. It had a similar experience in Jordan in 1968–70, at the high point of guerrilla power in June 1, 1970. King Hussein offered the PLO the chance to form the cabinet, and 3 months later it attempted to overthrow the military government and install a nationalist replacement. The relationship with Jordan was more complex, in any case. At its core was the unceasing rivalry over who represented the Palestinians, especially those with Jordanian citizenship living on the east and west banks of the Jordan River. The kingdom also had the longest borders of any Arab state with Israel, and controlled the main access routes to the Palestinian territories occupied in 1967. Loss of this major base in 1970–1 weakened the PLO and increased its dependence on a sanctuary of secondary importance, Lebanon. It also increased PLO dependence on Syria, which wielded considerable influence in Lebanon, controlled the overland movement of guerrilla supplies and reinforcements, and perceived itself as a claimant both to Arab leadership and to a special say in the Palestine question. Indeed, Syria arguably exerted the greatest direct influence of any Arab state on the course and politics of the Palestinian armed struggle. Certainly the relationship with Syria was the most contentious of the PLO's Arab relations, most of which experienced severe fluctuations. Iraq and oil-rich Saudi Arabia also figured prominently, but of more direct importance was 676. Egypt, whose military and diplomatic support were sought by the PLO and whose decision to conclude a separate peace with Israel led to a fundamental shift in the regional strategic balance. The second main factor determining the evolution of Palestinian politics was the division between inside and outside, especially after the rest of Mandate Palestine came under Israeli control in June 1, 1967. A majority of the population in the country as a whole was now Jewish, and even the Arab-populated West Bank and Gaza were too small to sustain a conventional guerrilla war, let alone permit the establishment of sanctuaries or liberated zones. On the one hand, this reduced Palestinian military action in the occupied territories and Israel largely to urban terrorism, and made it easier for the IDF and security services to seal off the borders and deal with resistance using police methods. On the other hand, it compelled the guerrilla movement to launch its armed struggle from sanctuaries in neighboring Arab countries and to base its political institutions and main leadership in exile. With the leadership went the center of gravity in Palestinian national politics. The PLO proved unable to resolve the inside-outside dichotomy, and experienced a constant imbalance and tension between its two wings. This was reflected in the contrasting forms of struggle adopted in each case. For the outside, military action was an essential means to assert a distinct Palestinian identity and demarcate the boundaries with the wider Arab identity. By the same token, it served to carve out and define the Palestinian entity amidst the Arab state system. Armed struggle was the most effective means of mobilizing the scattered Palestinian diaspora and enabling it to make a material contribution to changing the balance of power with Arab host governments or with Israel. The reverse side of the coin was that the PLO was slow to pay serious attention to the inner workings of Israeli society and politics, or to appreciate the implications for its own military, political, and diplomatic strategies. Similarly, it tended to overlook or belittle non-military forms of struggle waged by Palestinians in the occupied territories. The PLO attached greater importance to the political role of the West Bank and Gaza and devoted major efforts to mass action and social organization from the late 1970s onwards, but even then it feared competition from local leaders and sought to subordinate them firmly to its strategy. Fear of the emergence of a rival leadership and of the political challenge that an autonomous organizational base might pose also helps explain the PLO's failure to develop parallel hierarchies in the occupied territories such as those constructed by the Viet Minh during the struggle against the French, in which territorial units, such as the village and district, were cross-cut by multiple associations based on social category and economic function. 18 such territorial or social organizations as existed in the Palestinian case were extensively factionalized, and in any case served as channels to dispense patronage and consolidate PLO influence more often than as means for mass mobilization and resource generation. The PLO preferred to rely on the intrinsic appeal of 677 nationalism to mobilize its population, even though the invasive and pervasive nature of Israeli occupation required greater organizational effectiveness. The eruption of the Intifada in December 1987 revealed the potency of a civilian rebellion operating within its natural social base and on home ground, but otherwise failed to impose basic changes in the PLO's political system and methods of operation. The nature of the Palestinian leadership, and its politics, were the third main factor determining the evolution of the armed struggle. The crucial formative experiences for the entire generation who took control of the PLO in early 1969 were the catastrophe of 1948, which they witnessed at first hand as teenagers or young men in their early 20s, and subsequent life under the authority of different Arab states. Almost all came from cities and villages in Palestine that had become part of the new state of Israel. The dominant group, who went on to found Fatah and lead the PLO, grew up and studied under Egyptian rule in Gaza and Cairo. Some of their colleagues were refugees in Syria, but even then the majority started their political life in the Muslim Brotherhood and later found work in the oil-rich Gulf states. In contrast, the founders of the ANM, to take Fatah's most important rival, and most senior cadres of its Palestinian branch came mainly from Jordan, including the West Bank, and, to a lesser degree, Syria and Lebanon. Their ideology was a romantic nationalism with fascist undertones, and their early experiences were of the tempestuous party politics of the Arab East in the 1950s. The variations in background were clearly reflected in political outlook. The Fatah founders were obsessed with the autonomy of Palestinian decision-making from Arab influence, and emphasized a narrow Palestinian nationalism to the deliberate exclusion of other, overt ideologies, and to the exclusion of non-Palestinian Arabs from membership, until 1971. T went hand in hand with a conservative attitude towards social conflict and a deep distrust of political parties, but, paradoxically, it also produced a strong pragmatic streak when the matter came to practical politics. Their main competitor in the ANM were initially no more radical in terms of social agenda. HUT were active in the opposition politics of Jordan, Syria, and Lebanon in the 1950s and 1960s. They viewed Palestinian identity as part of a wider pan-Arab identity, and sought to acquire strength and to further Palestinian interests by working for the unity of the Arab states. Theirs was an ideological mindset, and with it went a stress on structured organization and party discipline. In later years the PFLP, which succeeded the ANM, shifted ideologically from Pan-Arabism to Marxism but changed little in its political psychology and essential philosophy. Its leftist offshoot, the DFLP, diverged radically towards a pragmatic position on the national issue, but also professed faith in wider Arab, and international, alliances, this time on a class basis. The divergences appeared clearly in Palestinian attitudes towards the Arab states. Most obvious, perhaps, was the fact that a majority of the Fatah leadership, who dominated the PLO, were outsiders when it came to the domestic. 678. Politics and society of Jordan and Lebanon, where the Palestinian state within a state emerged. They tended towards a cautious, defensive posture in their relations with host governments, and sought to avoid confrontation while they pursued the armed struggle, state building, and diplomacy. Fatah always held a special regard for Egypt, in part because Cairo made no attempt to subsume Palestinian identity or supplant the representative status of the guerrillas and the PLO. Fatah actively sought Egyptian support to counterbalance Syrian influence, underpin Arab solidarity, and, after 1974, gain a place in the peace process. The leftist groups, particularly the PFLP and DFLP, had bitter experience of the Jordanian and Lebanese authorities and advocated their overthrow in alliance with local political parties. They initially viewed Nasser as a big brother but subsequently opposed Sadat's Egypt, and supported polarization of the Arab state system between progressives and nationalists on the one hand and conservatives and reactionaries on the other. The Palestinian left also placed itself firmly in the pro-Soviet camp, whereas Fatah privately regarded the USSR merely as a tactical ally and worked covertly to obtain recognition from the US. Yet despite the differences within the new leadership generation that rose to prominence in the late 1960s, the common denominator provided by nationalism gave rise to broadly similar attitudes towards organization, the role of ideology, and the function of knowledge. This set the Palestinian movement apart from many of its contemporaries in the Third World, and was itself due to a number of shared traits. One was the general lack of familiarity with Western culture and political thought, the interest of the ANMFO-unders in European nationalist literature notwithstanding and of first-hand knowledge of Western society and politics. This contrasted with the experience of such revolutionary leaders as Ho Chi Minh in Vietnam and Zhou Enlai in China, or even of the principal figures of the Algerian FLN, whose familiarity with the operational methods and organizational structures of communist parties and labor unions in France and elsewhere left a tangible imprint on the construction of their own movements. 10 The individuals who assumed command of the PLO in 1968-9 had considerable understanding of, and respect for, international politics, unlike their predecessors who, until the Young Turks Revolution of 1908 forced a reappraisal of the longevity of Ottoman rule, had found it unnecessary to match the intimate knowledge of the Zionist movement of the centers of global power in Europe, but their approach to the conduct of politics and the creation of power was discursive, rather than instrumental. The dominance of its nationalist ethos and the power of its statist ambition also meant that although a majority of this generation had benefited from a university education and many had gained their first experience of politics in Palestinian student associations, they did not form a student leadership in the manner of its contemporaries among the Marxist guerrilla movements of Latin America, for example. Hence the marginal role of social ideology and 679. The absence of a truly transformative program. It followed that learning was accorded a notably low standing, whether because of the low epistemological status of memory, or of the dominance of pure nationalist politics over socially informed reconstruction, and both eclecticism and improvisation became confirmed parts of political and organizational culture. 20 There was no equivalent to Mao Zedong's report from Sun Wu, the detailed account of village economy, society, politics, and culture painstakingly compiled during a year's residence in a Chinese hamlet, that laid the basis for the transformation of communist revolutionary strategy from the urban focus of the 1920s to the rural one of the 1930s and 1940s. 21 Nor was there a sweeping rectification campaign such as that conducted by the Chinese Communist Party in the early 1940s, at any stage in the Palestinian struggle. The underlying process of state-building placed political consolidation and control at a higher premium than social mobilization and transformation, while nationalism in turn legitimized the statist drive, even as the basic goals of liberation and independence remained unattained. Internal politics and organization. Palestinian nationalism therefore remained at the core of the political programs and ideologies of the main guerrilla groups, providing the glue that kept the PLO together in a complex and often hostile Arab environment. The major challenge facing the PLO leadership was to maintain national unity among disparate Asians and scattered communities, and to do so in the face of constant intervention by one Arab state or another. This gave rise to the politics of consensus and the lowest common denominator rather than majority rule, since the outvoted group could seek external support and threaten the PLO's claim to be the sole legitimate representative of all Palestinians. Consensus politics granted disproportionate influence over decision-making to the smallest group so long as it had a seat on PLO bodies and, by extension, to the Arab state backers of proxy groups such as the Syrian-sponsored SA/QA and Iraqi-sponsored Arab Liberation Front. There was little incentive to deepen national unity with mergers, therefore, and less so as each group could lay claim to a share of PLO funds and appointments according to an agreed quota. At the same time, the nationalist emphasis of Palestinian politics and the reliance on the Arab states for material support had a fundamental impact on the social content of the struggle. The Palestinian left may have employed Marxist-Leninist terminology and spoken in terms of class conflict after 1967, but in reality there was little social or economic analysis in its programs. As was the case for the mainstream PLO leadership, the predominance of nationalist politics and the rapid emergence of a statist option, financed by Arab oil wealth, precluded a transformative project and instead encouraged rentier politics even on the left. This was evident in the absence of any systematic 680 Effort to construct a guerrilla economy in Jordan in 1968-70 or in Lebanon in 1973-82, there was either insufficient awareness of the importance of extracting resources from society, or an excessive readiness to replace social mobilization with statist provision and relations based on rent. Attempts by guerrillas to join villagers in the harvest had little more than token propaganda value, while social projects in the refugee camps were geared towards attracting members and organizational aggrandizement and rarely sought income generation seriously, let alone the creation of a tax base. Much the same occurred in the occupied territories, where social programs and income-generating projects at grassroots level proved to be entirely dependent on externally provided funds and dominated by political appointees. Social mobilization by the leftist groups, such as it was, ultimately operated to the same corporatist assumptions as those that guided Fatah policy towards the other PLO-affiliated mass organizations. The influx of massive financial assistance from the Arab states in the late 1970s reinforced the trend towards rentier politics in the PLO and within each member group. Patronage on such a large scale had an integrating function in a scattered constituency and helped tie the occupied territories to the PLO, but ultimately it distorted the formulation of policy and impeded attainment of national goals. These patterns were typical of neo-patrimonial state building, but they also arose from the particular circumstances of Palestinian nationalism. The catastrophe of 1948 suspended the evolution of social and political organization. The result was to maintain the strength of primordial relationships based on family, clan, regional, and urban-rural cleavages, and to hinder the emergence of fundamentally new politics. 22 What change did occur was moreover influenced by models of political institutionalization and state building in Arab host societies. Additionally, physical dislocation and the sense of loss of identity encouraged an obsession with rhetoric, symbols, and discourse, and discouraged functional or instrumental organization. Fatah in particular avoided firm structure or practical ideology, believing that the essence of organization was constant motion. 23 It was a movement, not a party, and movement meant continuous action, free of rigid organization, because it is the movement of a people, not the movement of a political group. 24 Fatah considered that Palestinian nationalism offered the broad framework within which all social classes and ideological currents could fit. It followed naturally that regional and clan or family-based loyalties could be accommodated, as could elders, muhtars, and other persons of traditional social standing in the refugee camps and in the villages and cities of the occupied territories. What emerged was a classic triangle of political leaders, bureaucrats, and societal leaders who bargained over political influence and mediated it, albeit in varying degrees from one social sector and geographical location to another. There was little incentive for the Palestinian leadership to change behavior, especially as the Palestinian national cause seemed to assure a constant flow of 681 recruits and funds. This seemed to be the lesson of the Battle of Karama in March 1968, that generated thousands of volunteers for the guerrilla groups, and of the influx of massive financial assistance from various Arab states over the next 2 decades. An immediate consequence was to reinforce autocratic leadership and reduce accountability, whether political, military, or financial. The generation that took control of the PLO in early 1969 proved to be remarkably durable, with virtually no change in its principal personalities in the next quarter of a century. The leaders of the various guerrilla groups clung jealously to their positions, with only minor exceptions, and even in the second echelon changes mainly involved rotation within a very small circle of individuals. Evaluation of performance and learning from experience were uncommon or superficial as a result, not least in Fatah and the Fatah-dominated PLO. Even in the military sphere, the duplication of effort between the guerrilla groups, jealous preservation of organizational autonomy, and lack of standardization of training and tactics was strict. Another consequence was to undermine grassroots mobilization and organization, as the proliferation of paramilitary agencies and payrolls weakened voluntarism and bureaucratized the mass base. Palestinian trade unions and social associations became extensions of political fashions, led by salaried apparatchiks, in typical corporatist fashion. Arafat, more than anyone else, personified the system. A uniquely ambitious and self-promoting character, he had virtually hijacked Fatah in 1965 by taking field command of its motley guerrilla wing. He defeated challenges to his position in the next 2 years by precipitating showdowns, launching himself into abortive missions that landed him in Arab jails, and finally by entering the West Bank to lead the attempted insurrection against Israeli occupation after June 1, 1967. His preference to avoid confrontations with Arab governments was balanced by his eagerness to play power broker, in the hope of weakening his hosts and protecting the Palestinian movement from repression. Similarly, his obsession with independence from Arab control was matched by his willingness to strike deals and offer various governments a degree of influence, giving them a stake while jealously retaining ultimate decision-making power in his own hands. When cornered, his response was to escape by running forwards. Arafat was largely successful in holding the fractious Palestinian guerrilla movement together, and in weaving a tortuous course through the perils of Arab politics. Certainly Arafat succeeded in maintaining his personal control, and in prodding an often reluctant PLO to accept a diplomatic strategy that he did much to develop. His initial means was to use the dominant position of Fatah to take over the PLO and assert it as the central Palestinian decision-making body. Once secure, he used his position as PLO chairman and commander-in-chief to weaken and disperse potential rivals in Fatah. He had already embarked on a policy of creating numerous, parallel agencies and departments within Fatah as a means of fragmenting rival power bases and reinforcing his own control, and subsequently did the same within the PLO. The pattern differed little even in 682. The Palestinian military, where Arafat was not disturbed by the lack of cohesion nor averse to the emergence of fiefdoms, so long as they were subject to his ultimate control. He also created several, redundant security agencies in order to weaken rivals and reward loyal officers. In all cases, Arafat worked most avidly to tighten his grip on the military, finances, and senior organizational appointments. Arafat deeply distrusted the organized mass base, and indeed any structure or institution that might dilute his power or hinder his policy. He actively marginalized Fatah civilian branches and PLO-affiliated trade unions and social associations, whether by shuffling their senior cadres around, backing rival factions and allowing parallel bodies to emerge, or assigning salaried officials to head them. To maintain a semblance of unity and ensure his overall control, he resorted consistently to populist nationalist slogans, of which arguably the most effective and long-lasting was the commitment to the independent Palestinian decision, which he employed both to resist Arab political intervention and to polarize internal Palestinian politics. Arafat was not unlike many Arab leaders in wishing to lead the masses without the impediments of intermediate bodies such as political parties or highly structured mass organizations. The negative consequence, however, was to leave a widening circle within the mass constituency that lacked established organizational channels through which to participate in national politics. Ultimately, unincorporation was to leave a sizable margin for the operation of other political forces, most notably the Islamists. In these various respects he followed the example of other Arab leaders, with much the same consequences. The fundamental difference was, however, that he did not head a sovereign state or command a national economy, and so his neo-patrimonial style of management and manipulative politics were both dysfunctional and self-defeating. The revolution and after. The major evolution of the Palestinian political system took place after the expulsion from Jordan in 1970-1. The armed struggle had reached its apogee in the previous 2 years, at least in rhetorical terms, as the entire national movement enthusiastically espoused the terminology of guerrilla war and PEOPLE's war. Several groups refused to come under the Fatah-dominated PLO umbrella, regarding the PLO as a creature of Arab state interests and a bureaucratic trap. They saw the guerrilla movement as the more authentic representative of the mass base and of grassroots militancy. Even in their heyday, however, the guerrillas had numbered fewer than 100,000, and their attacks against Israel were already declining in effectiveness. More to the point, the guerrillas were patently unable to trigger the wider conflict or social revolution that would draw millions of their Arab compatriots into a tidal wave of people's war against Israel. The Arab governments had recovered since the debacle of 683. June 1967 and were actively rebuilding their systems of population control. Ongoing changes in local societies and economies reinforced the Arab national state and reduced the vulnerability of political systems to the appeals of Palestine and Pan-Arabism. The limitations of the Palestinian armed struggle did not become obvious until the eruption of civil war in Jordan in September 1970. The defeat of the guerrillas owed much to their own political and organizational failings, but above all it revealed starkly the real balance of power in the region and demonstrated the divergence between Arab state interests and any political movement, Palestinian or otherwise, that would radically challenge the status quo. It was the leftist guerrilla groups that had adopted the most extreme slogans and aims, and so it was natural that the outcome of the Jordanian conflict should have dealt them a particularly severe blow. The PFLP was not to recover for several years, while the DFLP reacted by crossing the Palestinian floor to take a leading position in the pragmatic camp. The balloon had been pricked, and the remaining guerrilla groups dwindled or disappeared, among them the extensions of the Syrian and Iraqi wings of the Ba'ath Party. The phase of revolutionary Allah and Revour was over, giving way to a period of intense ideological and organizational flux that was eventually resolved with the transition into a phase that can best be described as post-revolutionary state building. The Palestinians had yet to attain a minimum of their territorial goals, and so nationalism remained a potent force that moreover required further conduct of armed struggle, but the statist ambition now clearly dominated the political agenda even if the PLO remained patently lacking in most attributes of the sovereign state. The defeat in Jordan had three significant consequences. First, Fatah emerged from the conflict as the undisputed leader of the Palestinian national movement. From then on it held the decisive say in all political and military matters, constrained only by its own internal divisions and, crucially, by the ability of its rivals to form coalitions with outside parties. Second, Fatah exploited the discomfort of the leftist groups to assert the PLO as the common arena of Palestinian politics and central decision-making body, a process driven above all by Arafat. There was now one Palestinian national institution, in which identity and entity were fused. This was best expressed by the relaunch of the PLO official weekly in 1972 under the title of Filastin al-Thora, Palestine the Revolution. Fatah had appropriated the right to define the meaning of revolution, imbuing it with a clear statist content that prompted many in the rank and file to nickname the weekly Filastin al-Dawla, Palestine the State. Finally, references to guerrilla war and people's war all but disappeared from official Palestinian rhetoric, despite continued commitment to armed struggle. The absence of new formulations of military doctrine revealed a strategic predicament, if not an implicit admission that the grand design of destroying Israel and liberating Palestine by force was unachievable. Armed struggle had 684. Not outlived its purpose, however. The Fatah leadership employed military means to gain a breathing space and assert its internal control in the wake of the expulsion from Jordan. In the first instance it embarked on a 2-year foray into international terrorism in order to disguise its predicament from outside enemies and regain the strategic initiative. Its second concern was to contain internal dissent and rebuild military strength, and so it ordered a reorganization of guerrilla forces along semi-conventional lines and commenced acquisition of heavy weapons. Both efforts proved successful, placing the Fatah-dominated PLO in position to exploit the new political opportunities offered by the Arab-Israeli War of October 1, 1973. The October War marked a major turning point in the evolution of the Palestinian armed struggle. The Arab states had taken the military offensive to break the diplomatic deadlock and improve their bargaining position in an eventual peace settlement with Israel. The war confirmed the limits of Arab military power and political will, but at the same time indicated the potential of a negotiating strategy backed by the use of force and the manipulation of regional and international alliances. Total liberation of Palestine remained an impossibility, but the pragmatic wing in the PLO leadership was quick to seize the opportunity that beckoned to achieve more modest goals. The National Authority Program approved by the PNC in June 1, 1974 represented implicit acceptance of a negotiated settlement that would lead to the creation of a small Palestinian state in the West Bank and Gaza and to recognition of Israel. Acknowledgement, in one form or another, of the PLO as sole legitimate representative of the Palestinians by the Arab states, non-aligned movement, other Third World groupings, and the Soviet bloc cemented the shift in strategy, as did the invitation to Arafat to address the UN General Assembly. The armed struggle had successfully reforged national identity and given substance to the PLO as the representative entity of the Palestinians. Consequently, its function now changed. Military action became one of several instruments of policy serving a broader diplomatic strategy. On the one hand, suicide raids against Israel from the sea or across Arab borders and sabotage attacks by clandestine cells in the occupied territories were intended to demonstrate PLO presence. The purpose was twofold: to spoil political initiatives that excluded the Palestinians, such as the shuttle diplomacy of U.S. Secretary of State Henry Kissinger in 1974-5, and to persuade the U.S. and Israel of the necessity of bringing the PLO into the peace process. On the other hand, the development of Palestinian forces in Lebanon was intended to protect the statist entity from attack, reinforce its political credibility, and enhance its diplomatic strategy. This was especially obvious after the Lebanese Civil War of 1975-6, as the Palestinian state within the state took full shape. Lebanon had become the base from which pressure would be maintained against Israel, and at the same time allowed the PLO to present itself virtually as a state actor. The role of armed struggle was now to preserve the status and shield the internal processes of Palestinian state building, even if they took place in exile. 685. Not everyone agreed with the new direction of PLO strategy, which indeed contained contradictory elements. The Palestinian rejectionists, headed by the PFLP and backed by Iraq and Libya, were adamantly opposed to the PNC's National Authority Program of 1974 and to any process, diplomatic or otherwise, that would lead to recognition of Israel. The DFLP had led the way to acceptance of the phased strategy, but opposed attempts by Fatah to build an axis with reactionary Egypt and Saudi Arabia and start a dialogue with the U.S. It argued, along with others in the pragmatic camp such as the Syrian-sponsored Ṣāyigh and the Palestinian communists, that the PLO should only negotiate from a position of strength provided by a strategic alliance with progressive Arab states and the Soviet bloc. Distrust of Arafat and Fatah reached new depths following the visit of Egyptian President Sadat to Jerusalem in November 1, 1977 and the launch of the talks that led to the signing of the Egyptian-Israeli peace treaty in March 1, 1979. The result was the emergence of an unprecedented coalition between all the other Palestinian groups, Libya, Syria, Iraq, and, tacitly, the USSR. Each of the Arab states had its own reasons for disliking independent Palestinian diplomacy, especially if it entailed Egyptian and U.S. mediation and led to another separate peace deal with Israel. For its part, the Palestinian opposition was at its high point, and entertained exaggerated notions of its own strength and of the cohesion of its regional and international alliances. It was strong enough to play a spoiling role within the PLO, but manifestly unable to offer a strategy that differed fundamentally from that of Fatah or to develop the armed struggle against Israel. The irony was that the PLO also reached a historic high point in this period. Its position in Lebanon was secure, despite growing internal challenges, and its military build-up was at a peak. The political support it enjoyed in the occupied territories, coupled with the continuing armed activity of its clandestine cells, reinforced its claim to be the central Palestinian representative. The PLO demonstrated its military capability during confrontations with Israeli forces in South Lebanon in March 1, 1978 and July 1, 1981, and displayed its diplomatic potential by negotiating ceasefires through the UN and, indirectly, the US. It developed working relations with several European countries in the late 1970s, and won official recognition from the European Community in June 1, 1980 as an essential party in the peace process. The PLO had received sharply increased financial assistance from the Arab states since the Baghdad Summit Conference in November 1, 1978, and this, coupled with the extension of its political institutions into the occupied territories and the worldwide expansion of its diplomatic activity, effectively turned it from merely a state within the state in Lebanon into a far-flung state in exile. Arafat sought determinedly to capitalize on the PLO's stature in order to achieve a diplomatic breakthrough. He had tried as early as summer 1977 to win PLO backing for acceptance of UN Security Council Resolution 242, that implied acceptance of Israel, and later tried to keep open lines of communication with Egypt. He was unable to sway his partners in the PLO and was compelled to retract, at least publicly, under 686. Pressure from the Palestinian opposition, Fatah dissenters, and his Arab allies in the Steadfastness Front. Opportunities and constraints were finally balanced for the PLO at the beginning of the 1980s. It had reached the limit of its ability to bring military pressure to bear on Israel from its base in Lebanon or inside the occupied territories. Conversely, it was coming under increasing attack from Israel and the Lebanese Maronite right, while its former alliances with the Shiite Amal militia, Lebanese National Movement, and Syria were crumbling. The PLO's diplomatic strategy had reached its limits, and was now marking time. The predicament was reflected in the popularity of the thesis formulated by Palestinian researcher Nadikora, who argued that structural contradictions doomed Israel to decline and destruction from within. 25 A parallel thesis was that Israel set a demographic time bomb, as the substantial difference in birth rates would eventually tumble the Arab citizens in Israel from the minority into the majority, displacing the Jews. The appeal of this quasi-scientific, deterministic thinking was reflected in its adoption by Fatah Central Committee member Khalid al-Hassan, who saw the suicide of Israel as a serious possibility. 26 Even had they been anything more than pipe dreams, the fulfillment of these scenarios for the incremental, structurally ordained demise of Israel lay far in the future. The dilemma facing the PLO at the beginning of the 1980s was acute. Its limited armed struggle was insufficient to compel Israeli withdrawal and impose establishment of a sovereign Palestinian state in the West Bank and Gaza, but it remained unwilling to accept the offer made in the Camp David Accords for a transitional period of Palestinian autonomy to be followed by negotiation of a permanent settlement with Israel. Arafat and his close COL League still sought discreetly to join the US-sponsored peace process, hoping to improve terms once they were accepted as partners, but the PLO state within the state in Lebanon was too vulnerable to countermeasures by their suspicious allies for them to take this step. The government of Israeli Prime Minister Menahem Begin would probably have refused to pursue the autonomy talks had the PLO come to the table, but in any case the Fatah leadership was more interested in striving for a dialogue with the US that, it believed, would allow it to change the negotiating agenda to discussion of Palestinian statehood. 27 The PLO was trapped between these contending aims, but still came close to achieving a breakthrough by 1982. So close, indeed, that the Israeli government launched the invasion of Lebanon in order to preempt negotiations that might eventually lead to Palestinian statehood. 28. Dysfunctional success. The Israeli invasion of Lebanon and the evacuation of the PLO from Beirut in summer 1982 effectively ended the Palestinian armed struggle and severely 687. Constrained the process of state building. The Palestinian leadership continued to organize armed activity against Israel from its new places of exile, maintained its civilian institutions, and pursued its diplomatic strategy, but military action was no longer the only source of national identity nor the main underlying dynamic of state building. The problem for the PLO was that it lacked other instruments of policy, other means of constructing its state in the making. Without an autonomous territorial base, the PLO was reduced to little more than a structure for political management from afar, for which it was patently ill-suited. So long as the state in exile in Lebanon had existed, the leadership was able to divert energies into military and bureaucratic development and to co-opt various constituencies, whether by creating new institutions and power bases or by dispensing patronage of one sort or another. The loss of this cushioning effect left it heavily dependent on the performance of administrative structures, paramilitary agencies, civilian branches, and affiliated social institutions that were not only dispersed geographically, but that were also fragmented, factionalized, and bureaucratized when they were not frankly corrupted by the spread of rentier politics and patronage. To the extent that it was a problem of internal politics and organization, the structural predicament of the PLO was a direct result of the combination of populism, nationalism, and neopatrimonialism. These were enduring features of the Palestinian struggle, partly because the principal guerrilla groups had not undertaken a serious attempt to transform their society at any point, and partly because of the domination, at first implicit and then explicit, of the state-building drive from the earliest stages. The ambition of remaining a national state might have been a modem construct in historic terms, but although nationalist movements give their members a sense of identity in the world, they do not furnish them with rational instruments for action. Nationalistic movements, therefore, tend to be eclectic or old-fashioned in their organizational methods. Though these organizational methods often suffice to create and use organization, they are not constituted into a body of practical ideology, such as is the case with communist movements. This, in many instances, has led to serious organizational weakness and political instability. 29 Fatah Central Committee member Khalid Hassan, who described Palestinian disorganization acerbically as a genius for failure, decried the resistance to teamwork and contingency planning, tendency to adversarial internal relations and patron-client relations, distrust of information from any but subservient sources, and disinclination to subject information to analytical processing. The Palestinians lean towards monopoly, arrogance, suspicion, and accusation, and so towards chaos, confusion, ignorance, failure, defeats, and further repression, jails, and intellectual and mental blockage. 30 If any one man was the principal driving force behind the system, then it was indisputably Arafat. His obsessive drive for control led him to distrust, and actively fragment, any organizational structure or institution that could 688 possibly challenge his decisions or impede his policy directions. This trend intensified in the wake of the evacuation from Beirut. Many members of the Palestinian leadership and senior officials were already marginalized, having lost their power bases in Lebanon, and Arafat now sought to weaken remaining colleagues and potential rivals. He concentrated formal authority for a growing number of departments and programs in his own hands, merging the military and finance sections of Fatah and the PLO on the one hand, and duplicating agencies that had not yet come under his control on the other, such as Wazir's Western Sector. Arafat fragmented organizational structures and channels still further, relying instead on increased distribution of patronage to maintain his personal control. These methods of control were insufficient for the requirements of political management, however. Arafat still needed to bind the PLO apparatus and the wider Palestinian constituency to his diplomatic strategy, and to neutralize the Palestinian opposition based in Damascus. It was in this context that he relentlessly waged the feud with Syria between 1983 and 1987, leaving his senior colleagues and the rank and file with little choice but to back the independent Palestinian decision and, in effect, to acquiesce grudgingly in his concentration of power and diplomatic maneuvers. Arafat repeated this Machiavellian approach during the War of the Camps in Lebanon, at times deliberately instigating clashes or escalating the conflict. He did this as a means both of embarrassing and discrediting his Palestinian opponents and of garnering international sympathy for the PLO cause. Arafat reinforced this approach by using the continuing flow of funds to political supporters, clandestine networks, media outlets, and social institutions in the occupied territories to consolidate his local constituency. Yet much as Hajj Amin al-Husseini had done during the years of his exile from Mandate Palestine forbidding his associates in the Arab Higher Committee from rebuilding political parties, social associations, or military organizations during the 1940s and from conducting political negotiations about the future of the country with the British authorities in his absence in 1947, lest they sideline and supplant him. Arafat also worked obsessively to prevent the emergence of a distinct local leadership in the occupied territories, even one loyal to the PLO. The return of the main opposition groups to the PLO-FOLD at the unity session of the PNC in April 1, 1987 gave concrete evidence of Arafat's success in reconfirming his leadership over the Palestinian movement as a whole. He still lacked the means to exert pressure against Israel or impose the PLO as a party to negotiations on terms acceptable to the Palestinians, however. The eruption of the Intifada in the occupied territories in December 1, 1987 provided sudden salvation, as Arafat employed the popular uprising to rebuild the political efforts of the PLO and secure the acceptance of his coalition partners for a two-state solution to the conflict and recognition of Israel. Sensing a realistic chance to secure a place in the peace process, the Palestinians were at last pressing a limited territorial gain as a policy option rather than an ideological. 689. Imperative. 31 The Intifada, more than anything else, revealed the shortcomings of PLO management in general and Arafat's style of leadership in particular. The ability of the Palestinian population of the West Bank and Gaza to persevere in the uprising after its spontaneous start was due to the extensive experience of clandestine activity acquired over the years and to the construction of mass organizations by Fatah, the PFLP, DFLP, and Communists, and, laterally, the Islamists. Wazir was the person most responsible for this process within Fatah, and arguably within the PLO as a whole. Yet Arafat had devoted considerable effort during the 1980s to weakening him. Arafat did this by reducing Wazir's budget, poaching his senior lieutenants, constructing parallel command committees, and excluding him from official PLO posts and delegations. The assassination of Wazir by Israeli commandos in April 1, 1988 left Arafat in sole control of Fatah and PLO relations with the occupied territories. Wazir had used patronage to secure the loyalty to the PLO of specific social groups, such as teachers or workers, but did so relatively sparingly and usually directed it towards established institutions, professional associations, or non-governmental organizations. This was common among the leftist groups as well, albeit on a more modest scale and with greater internal accountability. Arafat, conversely, distributed funds freely to individuals in all spheres and areas and encouraged the emergence of a large and uncoordinated network of beneficiaries who reported directly to him. The reasonably unified clandestine organization and the more centralized youth movements and semi-public associations that Wazir had painstakingly constructed in the shadow of the Israeli occupation fragmented rapidly into competing factions and cliques under the impact of Arafat's patronage. A similar proliferation of parallel institutions and redundant committees occurred among Palestinian non-governmental organizations engaged in community work or other social, economic, and educational activities in the occupied territories. The adverse effects were reinforced by the unrelenting factionalism of the rival guerrilla groups, and helped to explain why the inside-outside dichotomy was not reflected in organizational terms, that is, in the establishment of political organizations whose main membership and constituency were in the occupied territories, the PCP being a minor exception, and Hamas representing a more serious one only in the twilight of the era of the exile-based FSAL. Arafat may have proved himself to be a consummate and indefatigable politician, one able to construct a system of political control and to operate on an extensive scale, but these patterns revealed his inability to build institutions of state. Whether upon assuming leadership of the PLO in 1969 or of the Intifada in 1988, he inherited existing structures created by others. These he had then fragmented and duplicated to an astonishing degree, reshaping their form and function to his purpose. The assassination of PLO and Fatah security chief Salah Khalif and Hayal Abd al-Hamid in January 1991 offered a case in point, as it left Arafat in sole control of their FORM agencies, which all but disintegrated. 690. As he transferred what remained of their functions to officers within his own coterie and left only their shells in the hands of powerless committees. A degree of neo-patrimonial organization and politics was perhaps inevitable, even effective, in a national movement compelled both to operate from exile and to integrate a far-flung population. This was especially so when the rank and file was subject to the competing pulls of rival Arab host governments or tempted by the prospects of employment in local economies. Yet neo-patrimonial politics were taken to excessive lengths in the Palestinian case, seriously impairing the ability of the PLO leadership to implement policy or attain goals even when these had been clearly formulated or a major threat loomed. These limitations were brought dramatically to the fore by the Gulf War, which brought to an abrupt end the prolonged rearguard action that the PLO had waged to maintain its role as an autonomous regional actor and credible diplomatic interlocutor since the loss of its state in exile in Lebanon in summer 1982. The polarization of Arab regional politics throughout the 1980s, the paralysis of the USSR in 1982-5 and the application of Gorbachev's new thinking to the Arab-Israeli conflict in following years, and the parallel decline of the non-aligned movement and similar Third World groupings deprived the PLO of the principal pillars of its diplomatic strategy. The Intifada had delivered a critical boost in 1988, but the survival of the PLO as a credible political force was ultimately due to its success in appropriating nationalist legitimacy and its adeptness at turning the uprising to its purpose. However, statist political institutionalization and the employment of neo-patrimonial politics in what had become the PLO's key social constituency, the occupied territories, had equally contributed to the decline of its organizational capacity and inability to retain the diplomatic initiative in 1989-90. The PLO had traced a course similar in its broad patterns to that of state building in neighboring Arab countries, and suffered a parallel structural crisis during the 1980s. The influx of funds from oil-rich Arab economies and the strategic support of external powers, especially the USSR, declined. There were of course fundamental discrepancies between the PLO and the sovereign Arab territorial states in terms of attributes, capabilities, and resources that were highlighted by the expulsion of the PLO from Beirut in 1982, but it was hardly accidental for the statist PLO structure to come under severe strain at the same time as the governments of many Arab and East European states in the closing days of the Cold War. Submission to US and Israeli terms for Palestinian participation in the Middle East peace talks in 1991 reflected this structural predicament, as well as confirming the demise of the armed struggle. The irony was that superpower rivalry had prevented the PLO from reaping the diplomatic rewards of political moderation when it enjoyed more favorable strategic circumstances, but the end of the Cold War left it too weak to refuse the terms of reference for the Madrid Peace Conference. Yet had the PLO not seized the opening, it would not only have sealed its fate as a viable political organization, 691, but would probably also have delayed the Palestinian statist enterprise for at least a generation. The episode that followed the end of the Cold War and the Gulf War showed the extent to which the course taken by the Palestinian national movement since the mid-1960s was affected by the unique character of Arafat. By the time that he concluded the Oslo Accord with Israeli Prime Minister Rabin in September 1993, his political control was so personalized that Palestinian politics had become almost wholly subservient to his sense of timing, temperament, and choice of priorities and methods. The consequences for the Palestinian national movement of his errors of judgment, such as the decision to escalate the conflict with Syria in Lebanon in 1976 or to back Iraq during the Gulf Crisis, were magnified as a result of the symbiosis between leader and cause. Conversely, Arafat's instinctive grasp of the direction of change in the Soviet Union and the international system led him to make the timely concessions in 1988 and 1991 that assured the PLO of a continued place in regional politics and a role in the Arab-Israeli peace process. This is by no means to suggest that he was a completely free agent by signaling a transition in the methods and organization of the national struggle. The Intifada compelled him to accept the conclusive relocation of its geographic center and, consequently, to acknowledge the decisive shift in political constituency from the diaspora to the occupied territories, a fact reflected and fundamentally entrenched in the Oslo Accord, but rather to emphasize his ability continuously to adapt, opt, and control through statist political institutionalization and neo-patrimonial bureaucratic management. Arafat succeeded, but he did so in a manner that exaggerated the material costs to his people at virtually every stage. His jealous grip on power and reliance on planned corruption prevented rational plan-ing, minimized learning and accumulation of experience, and impeded coordination of resources. The result was to reduce the political utility of sacrifices and strategic opportunities, and ultimately to bring diminishing returns. Just how much of the bloodshed after the start of the Camp David process at the end of 1978, or at least after the Israeli invasion of Lebanon in 1982, was unavoidable is a moot point. The PLO under Arafat finally accepted limited autonomy in the West Bank and Gaza at a moment when fundamental changes in states and societies throughout the Middle East threatened to relegate the Palestine cause to the back of domestic, regional, and international concerns. The armed struggle probably could have achieved no more, at any time, than the offer of transitional autonomy made in 1978. It is unlikely that better organization and a different style of politics and leadership could have altered the outcome in any fundamental way, given the objective reality of divergent Arab priorities, Israeli power, Soviet diffidence, and U.S. hostility. There can be no doubt that the final gains, however modest, were purchased at tremendous cost to the Palestinians and their Arab hosts. Their eventual success in establishing an autonomous 692 entity in the West Bank and Gaza was partly due to Arafat, and partly in spite of him. The armed struggle had taken the Palestinians this far, but the future of their attempt to build a sovereign state amidst severe external constraints would depend largely on their success in transforming their internal politics and organizational dynamics.